Chapter 3285. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. At this moment, he held his breath and concentrated. They were about to open the coffin, and all the mysteries would be completely revealed at this moment. Tantai Jingzang and Yuan Hua were extremely solemn. Wu De murmured with a serious expression. Amateus Buddha, every debt has its debtor. We are just curious to know your identity after offending you. We hope that you will forgive us. Wu De's expression was respectful. At this moment, both of his hands slowly landed on the green stone coffin. At this moment, the green stone coffin actually began to vibrate. Wu De's expression changed, and he instantly retreated. Jiang Chen was also on guard. There shouldn't be a big rice dumpling in here, right? Wu De carefully retreated and looked at the bronze coffin with shifty eyes. However, he did not take another step forward. You bastard, Jiang Chen could not help but stare at Wu De. As long as there was a little bit of danger, this bastard would definitely retreat to the back. Even if he was tortured, he would not take another step forward. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. Brother Jiang Chen, you must be careful. Wu De said seriously. You shameless bastard. Jiang Chen stared at Wu De. Wu De laughed dryly and said, It's more important to stay alive. It's more important to stay alive. Jiang Chen could not be bothered with him. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and was about to lift the bronze coffin. However, the bronze coffin shook even more violently. I would like to see what kind of demon is causing trouble. Humph, Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He slashed out with his sword and the bronze coffin was sent flying. Within the bronze coffin, a purple gold coffin appeared in front of everyone. There must be a great secret in this coffin. Jiang Chen increasingly believed that the Almighty in the Ice Palace was not simple. Open for me. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword. The void shattered and the heavenly dragon sword fell directly under the purple gold coffin. He did not care so much and wanted to break the coffin first. The vibration just now must be the existence of an extremely strange thing. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the void. Silver spear, white hair, clothes whiter than snow, a thin figure appeared on the other side of the bronze coffin, staring at Jiang Chen. The man's robes fluttered in the wind, his aura suppressing the universe as he stood there proudly. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at Jiang Chen, his gaze filled with a chilly aura. You don't deserve to stand here. Get out. The white-robed man said indifferently, ignoring everyone here. Hee, interesting. Are you talking to me? Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen sneered. If you don't leave, all of you will die. The white-clothed man said arrogantly. He looked at Jiang Chen coldly as if he had already announced his death sentence. If Jiang Chen didn't leave, he would be killed mercilessly. I can't deny that your strength is indeed very strong. However, it doesn't seem possible for me to leave this place without a fight. How about this, you kneel down and kowtow to me twice, and I won't fight with you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're courting death. The white-robed man moved his silver spear, causing it to buzz and tremble. The killing intent in his eyes became even denser. These guys were simply challenging his bottom line. Since he became famous, no one dared to talk to him like that. Jiang Chen was the first one. Why don't we leave? This guy seems to have broken through the hierarch realm and reached the emperor realm. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Am I right, Brother Jiang? Wu De said softly. He was worried that he would be killed by the white-clothed man in a moment of desperation. He still wanted to live for a few more years. How can I let go of the treasure that I've obtained? You can leave if you want. I won't leave anyway. Jiang Chen shrugged and glanced at the white-clothed man disapprovingly. The atmosphere between the two of them was getting more and more intense, as if an earth-shattering battle could break out at any time. His strength is indeed extraordinary, Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice, but she also had no intention of retreating. It was not in their character to return empty-handed from a treasure mountain. They had already come to this point. If they really retreated, then what was the difference between them and a cowardly tortoise? The arrow on the bowstring had to be released. This battle was unavoidable. You only have 10 breaths time. If you don't get out of here within 10 breaths time, don't blame me for being ruthless. The white-clothed man said coldly. He did not take action for a long time, not because he was waiting for something, but because he felt that Jiang Qin and the others were not worthy for him to take action. Looks like you're quite confident in yourself. Do you think you're very powerful? I don't think so. I think you're trash and a retard. Who do you think you are to ask us to get out of here? If I give you face, you're an expert. If I don't give you face, you're a retard. Do you still think that you're above everyone else? Pfft. I hate people like you who only know how to show off the most. I, Jiang Chen, have killed countless geniuses. I only beat geniuses. If you think that you're a genius, perhaps you're qualified to stand here and be beaten by me. Are you very angry? Do you want to beat me up? You wanted to act high and mighty, but I won't fall for it. Look, you're burning with anger, aren't you? Your eyes are filled with anger. Come, I, Jiang Qin, specialize in dealing with all kinds of geniuses. You're lucky to have met me. Jiang Chen's smile became brighter. The white-clothed man's expression became more and more livid after hearing Jiang Chen's words. He was on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, even Tantai Jingzong and Wu De were at a loss. This fella is not giving face to this expert, is he not? He's a divine emperor expert. How can he live in this world in the future? Even now, he has lost all his face. Brat, I, Ling Ruyan, will tear you into pieces today. The white-clothed man's voice was filled with coldness. He said it while gritting his teeth. He held the divine spear in his hand tightly. As a divine emperor expert, no one dared to go against him. However, he was ridiculed by a peak hierarch. This kind of anger was unbearable. Ling Ruyan, you're the peerless genius of the Smoke Beacon sect, Ling Ruyan. Tantai Jingzong's expression changed slightly, becoming extremely solemn. She took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen again, her eyes filled with shock. The Smoke Beacon sect is one of the few super sects in the Central Region Divine Land. It's easy to imagine how terrifying it is. It's even comparable to the sword-drawing sect. This Ling Ruyan is known as the White-Clothed Spear God and is also known as the peerless treasure of the Smoke Beacon sect. One of the monstrous geniuses who has the highest chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Chapter 3286. The White-Robed Spear God, Ling Ruyan. This name might not be too shocking for Jiang Qin, but it was quite shocking for Tantai Jingzong. What Ling Ruyan represented was self-evident. He represented the strongest young expert of the Smoke Beacon sect, the White-Clothed Spear God. The reason why he was called a god was because his reputation was like that of a god, invincible. There was a rumor that the white-robed spear god could defeat 10 divine emperor realm experts with a single spear in his hand. One should know that even if there was a gap between them, it would not be that big. However, he was invincible among the divine emperor realm experts, and he even fought against 10 at once. This was an achievement that no one could achieve. There was no need to doubt Ling Ruyan's strength. At this moment, her appearance had also added an endless amount of danger to the situation in the ice palace of 10 seas. The white-robed spear god's pride was well-defined and arrogant. Jiang Chen silently looked at Ling Ruyan. This fellow was very strong, even he did not dare to say that he could win. However, he must not retreat at this moment. So what if he was a divine emperor realm expert? As long as he was not an Emperor realm expert, Jiang Qin would not easily admit defeat. At this moment, Jiang Qin was reminded of Shui Liang. Shui Liang used to be in a white robe, holding a spear in his hand. He was also peerless and had an unparalleled aura. However, compared to the fella in front of him, he was obviously weaker. Jiang Qin did not know where Shui Liang was now. However, Jiang Qin believed that Shui Liang would definitely not be a mediocre person. He had inherited the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor, he would definitely not be quiet. When Jiang Qin saw him again in the future, Shui Liang might already be famous in the world. A man fought for his dignity. Now that the bronze coffin was about to be opened, he naturally wouldn't give up the fat meat that was already in his mouth to others. So what? Even if you want to leave now, you won't have the chance anymore. Because I've already sentenced you to death. In this world, no one who dares to oppose me has been born yet. Ling Ruiyan said faintly as she gently stroked the silver spear in her hand. Just now, Jiang Qin had completely infuriated her. Even if she wanted to apologize now, it was impossible. I gave you all a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Therefore, only by dying will you all understand what it means to be an expert in this world, and how they should act. Then bring it on. I'll wait for you here. Come on. Jiang Qin's gaze was blazing and sharp. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. If he didn't get rid of this fellow, he would absolutely not be able to open the bronze coffin. Prepare to die. Remember, this will be the most glorious moment of your life, because your opponent is the white-clothed spear god, Ling Ruiyan. At this moment, there was no way to retreat anymore. Jiang Qin raised his sword and the two of them clashed. Ling Ruiyan's silver spear was like a roaring dragon that could devour the heavens and earth. The mightiness of a divine emperor expert was displayed in its entirety. Just one move was earth-shattering, just one move was enough to change the weather. It was also the first time for Jiang Qin to fight against a divine emperor expert. At this moment, he could finally fight to his heart's content. His sword was like a bull that soared to the sky while his spear was like a coiling dragon that shot out in all directions. Jiang Qin and Ling Ruiyan's silhouettes were constantly clashing with each other. Their auras were fluctuating and incomparably powerful. Ling Ruiyan was overbearing. Her spear was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance, but he was still suppressed by Ling Ruiyan. At this moment, he had no way to retreat anymore. No wonder he was so confident. Jiang Qin took a breath of cold air. He had never thought that Ling Ruiyan would be so much stronger than what he had imagined. Even after using the dragon transformation, he still couldn't withstand more than 20 strikes from her. Plus, Ling Ruiyan's spear technique was too fast and terrifying. It was similar to his limitless sword. Both of them had a very high cultivation realm. Under Ling Ruiyan's heavy suppression, it didn't take long for Jiang Qin to show signs of fatigue. He became a little timid. A true divine emperor expert was countless times stronger than those half-step divine emperors. Without breaking through to the divine emperor realm, one would never know how terrifying a divine emperor expert was. Brother Jiang, let me help you. Yuan Hua rushed forward without hesitation. He knew that only Jiang Qin could protect him in this ice palace. He came with Jiang Qin, how could he ignore Jiang Qin now? Tantai Jingzong did not want to be outdone by Yuan Hua. He could tell that Jiang Qin was quite powerful when he killed Brother Huang, but it was a different story when he met a true divine emperor expert. The mightiness of a divine emperor was unstoppable. Moreover, this divine emperor expert was not an ordinary person. She was the peerless expert of the Smoke Beacon sect, Ling Ruiyan. Jiang Qin had already lost his invincibility against those below the divine emperor realm. Instead, he was advancing step by step. Brother Jiang, victory. Brother Jiang, victory. Wuda did not take any action as his cultivation realm was only at the late hierarch realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry as he saw Wu De standing at the side and cheering for him. Jiang Chen had to admit that Wu De was utterly impressed by him as he never suffered any losses. This was the first time Jiang Chen withdrew from the battlefield as he was afraid of being involved in the battle. However, Jiang Chen's pressure was slightly reduced after Yuan Hua and Tantai Jingzang joined the battle. However, Ling Ruiyan did not feel any pressure as she fought against 3 opponents. On the other side, Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the pressure. Although Yuan Hua and Tantai Jingzang helped him to bear some of the pressure, Ling Ruiyan's attacks were getting stronger and stronger. In just a blink of an eye, Ling Ruiyan had forced Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. The attack of a Divine Emperor expert finally made Jiang Chen feel the gap between him and a Divine Emperor. 15th Blade. Jiang Chen's limitless sword continued to slash. The wind blew and the sky dried while the sword shattered the stars. However, Ling Ruiyan's silver spear was even more domineering. She did not care about Jiang Chen's attacks at all. She even managed to injure Yuan Hua and Tantai Jingzang at this moment. She fought against 3 opponents with ease. Ling Ruiyan was extremely domineering, her eyes were cold and disdainful. Jiang Chen was completely suppressed. This was the most humiliating battle he had ever fought. However, Jiang Chen did not feel ashamed because his opponent was a Divine Emperor expert, a 1 in a million Divine Emperor experts. To him, this was a trial and a battle of life and death. Only by surviving this battle of life and death could his strength become stronger. Puff! In the end, Tantai Jingzang still couldn't block Ling Ruiyan's domineering spear radiance. Ling Ruiyan didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex either. She directly crushed down and struck Tantai Jingzang's shoulder. Yuan Hua was even more miserable than Ling Ruiyan. His chest was pierced. Fortunately, it wasn't his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape death. Chapter 3287. You don't have much time left. However, I have to admit that I am impressed by your strength. Countless half-step Divine Emperors are no match for me, but you are able to hold on until now. You are strong and I like it. However, you are still not my opponent. Because, in my eyes, you are still too weak. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. That's right. Ling Ruiyan shook her head and said. As one of the strongest geniuses of the Smoke Beacon sect in the past hundreds of millions of years, Ling Ruiyan had her own pride. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attacked Jiang Chen and the others in the beginning. If it wasn't because Jiang Chen didn't know what's good for him and insisted on staying here, Ling Ruiyan would have killed this reckless guy. Nobody knows who will be the one laughing until the very last moment. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, still wearing a smile, completely unaffected. Facing this Ling Ruiyan, Jiang Chen finally became serious. If you weren't so stubborn, there might be another extremely powerful Divine Emperor in 10,000 years. However, you're simply digging your own grave. Ling Ruiyan shook his head. The silver spear in his hand moved slightly. He had lost the interest to continue playing with Jiang Chen. The most important thing now was to finish this battle as soon as possible. Killing this monster and opening the bronze coffin was the most important thing for him right now. Not necessarily. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and grasped the vast sky. His sword clashed with Ling Ruiyan's long spear. His aura was completely enhanced. Under the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen's strength had reached the level of an ordinary Divine Emperor expert. However, his opponent was Ling Ruiyan, a true Divine Emperor expert. I wonder if Jiang Chen can defeat this so-called white-clothed spear god. Yuan Hua murmured. Yuan Hua murmured. At this moment, his only chance of survival depended on Jiang Chen. TSK, this fella has hidden his strength well. To be able to fight against the white-clothed spear god, looks like we've underestimated him. Wu De said with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Chen was already on par with Leng Rian, but Leng Rian was clearly winning. Jiang Chen's attacks were too powerful, each attack of a divine emperor was enough to destroy the world. You know him too. Then why didn't you do anything? Tantai Jingzong said coldly. Wu De smiled and looked at her. Don't you know how powerful the white-clothed spear god is? If I go, wouldn't I be courting death? It's fine for me to die, but if I delay Jiang brother's battle, wouldn't it be a great sin? If Jiang brother is defeated because of me, I will regret it for the rest of my life. So, I will cheer for Jiang brother. This is the safest way. Wu De's serious look made Tantai Jingzong want to give him a slap. You know how powerful the white-clothed spear god is, why don't you think of a way? Yuan Hua said in a bad mood. If I had a way, I wouldn't be here talking nonsense with you too. The only way now is for Jiang brother to defeat him, then we can escape. Otherwise, we can only pray for Amitabha. Wu De curled his lips and said, expressing his helplessness. Sword of solitude, sword of wind and cloud. Jiang Chen activated his sword intent again. At this moment, Leng Rian's spear was like a dragon, extremely domineering, entangling with Jiang Chen. The spear radiance and the sword's shadow interweaved, converging into a dazzling cold light that burst out. Reign of God's spear. Leng Rian's strength was much stronger than Jiang Chen's. At this moment, even Jiang Chen, who used all his skills, couldn't gain any advantage in front of Leng Rian. The spear was like a dragon, irresistible, and Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. Looks like it's time to play with you. Jiang Chen was pushed back and his face was extremely gloomy. If you have any skills, just use them. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Leng Rian said domineeringly. Jiang Chen was forced into a very difficult situation. At this moment, Leng Rian was already very angry that she couldn't kill Jiang Chen with one move. Limitless Sword, 16th Blade. Jiang Chen once again evolved the Limitless Sword to the most powerful realm. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than the 15th blade. The sword directly pushed Leng Rian back. Even Leng Rian's face suddenly changed. He never thought that Jiang Chen could push him back with one move. It was too terrifying. Jiang Chen was only a peak late hierarch realm, he didn't have such strength at all. How did he do it? This sword could be said to be earth-shattering. Leng Rian took 3 steps back. His face was extremely gloomy. It was not as simple as pushing him back, it was also his glory. His strength was challenged by Jiang Chen. At this moment, he finally started to respect Jiang Chen. This guy seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. You have made me unable to tolerate you anymore. Leng Rian said in a deep voice. She clenched her long spear and moved her hands. A spear light shot out, piercing through the starry sky. Jiang Chen raised his sword. The 16th blade's limitless sword became more skillful and exquisite. Jiang Chen began to gradually understand the horror of the 16th blade. It was not inferior to Leng Rian's domineering silver spear. The two of them exchanged blows. Their sword momentum changed drastically. Jiang Chen and Leng Rian were evenly matched. Leng Rian was getting angrier and angrier. His attacks on Jiang Chen were getting stronger. The entire hall was filled with spear light and sword shadows. After countless attacks, Jiang Chen had turned into a series of afterimages. However, Jiang Chen was able to avoid danger every time. The 16th blade's strength made Jiang Chen more and more proficient. Long spear setting sun, 8-point desolation. Leng Rian's silver spear fell like a mad tiger. The spear pierced through the sky. Jiang Chen had no way to retreat. He was directly repelled by Leng Rian's spear. Divine Golden Bell, God's Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Qin used the Eastern Emperor limitless art to resist. However, the divine golden bell was directly shattered. Jiang Qin was forced to retreat for more than 20 steps before he could stabilize his body. The bluestone floor under his feet was already cracked. You are still not my opponent. Ling Ruiyan pointed her spear at Jiang Qin. She was incomparably proud and arrogant. Jiang Qin was finally repelled by her this time. Ling Ruiyan knew that he could no longer be her enemy. A peak hierarch realm was just a peak hierarch realm. It was incomparable to a divine emperor realm expert. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat her. That's not necessarily true. There are many people who want to kill me, Jiang Qin. However, you are not qualified. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth slightly curved. At that moment, his eyes slightly narrowed. His Emperor Realm's soul spread out at this moment. The third style of the soul-snatching divine technique filled the sky. Chapter 3288. Terrifying spiritual energy spread out in an instant, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it enveloped the entire sea ice palace, causing everyone's faces to drastically change. This is such a terrifying soul power. Wu De's face was filled with shock. The soul power had almost suppressed him to the point that he could hardly breathe. This was because Jiang Qin's target was not him but Ling Ruiyan. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. After all, a full-powered attack from an Emperor Realm's soul was extremely terrifying. Looks like we've underestimated Jiang Qin. Yuan Hua was extremely shocked. Ever since he followed Jiang Qin into the ice palace, the strength that Jiang Qin displayed had shocked and amazed him. It had even reached an extreme level in the end. Yuan Hua sighed in his heart. His strength was a level higher than Jiang Qin's, but he was still incomparable to him. Tantai Jingzong silently watched the scene. His beautiful eyes flickered and slightly narrowed. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be filled with a complicated expression. Ling Ruiyan's body trembled and she staggered 3 steps back. Her face was extremely solemn. Her eyes were filled with shock and horror. Puff! In the end, Ling Ruiyan couldn't bear it anymore and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Qin's attack had caused him to suffer a serious injury. His expression became extremely ugly. This mouthful of blood indicated that he had been seriously injured by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. He had exerted all of his strength in that strike just now. His spiritual strength was almost depleted. Ling Ruiyan did not expect that. She did not expect a late hierarch fella to be able to inflict serious damage on her. But now, it seemed like she had underestimated Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had already comprehended the third form of the soul-stealing divine technique. However, his current soul realm was not stable enough. If he forcefully used the third form of the soul-stealing divine technique, he might suffer a backlash. However, it seemed that it did not affect him at all. It was just that his soul power was depleted in an instant. Jiang Qin had already expected this. However, it was worth it to injure Ling Ruiyan with the soul-stealing divine technique. Ling Ruiyan's face was also filled with shock. At that moment, both of them looked at each other. Neither of them took a step forward. Jiang Qin's aggressiveness and Ling Ruiyan's calmness. Both of them knew that the other party was at the end of his rope. Whoever made the first move would be exposed. Clang! Ling Ruiyan fiercely slammed the green steel silver spear on the stone floor. Lang Lang looked at Jiang Qin. You should be proud to be able to force me to this point. You're not only a hierarch but you're also so aggressive. You've really opened my eyes. However, you're still not my match. Even if you manage to injure me with a soul attack, my soul realm has already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Therefore, you're not strong enough to kill me. However, you're already at the end of your rope. Now, It's my time. Ling Ruyan was extremely proud. Although she was severely injured by Jiang Qin, the final loser would still be Jiang Qin. Because she could feel that Jiang Chen's strength was not even a tenth of his original strength. Although the attack just now was powerful, it had also sent him into a hopeless situation. He did not have the strength to fight back. That attack was not enough to kill her. Then, he would not have any more chances to kill her. The one who laughs in the end is the real king. You're still too young to be compared to me. Ling Ruyan sneered. She twisted her silver spear and approached Jiang Chen again. This time, Jiang Chen's strength was indeed not as good as before. However, Jiang Chen had already laid out the Ashura sword formation during the battle. The 108 primordial divine weapons were finally going to be fully displayed at this moment. Jiang Chen knew how terrifying the 108 primordial divine weapons were. Although it was enough to enhance the Ashura sword formation by 10 levels, he could only hold it for 10 breaths of time at most. The power needed to fully control the 108 primordial divine weapons was too great. It was not something that Jiang Chen could do at the moment. If he wanted to display the Ashura sword formation smoothly, he would need to at least reach the Divine Emperor realm to be able to display it perfectly. But now, Jiang Chen could only guarantee that he could maintain the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation for 10 breaths of time. However, 10 breaths of time was enough to kill many people, including Ling Ruyan. Go to hell. Ling Ruyan roared furiously. Her silver spear flew and fell, forcing Jiang Chen to take dozens of steps back. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and the Ashura sword formation was formed instantly. He had already laid out the formation silently. As long as he willed it, the 108 primordial divine weapons would be able to make a great impact. Ashura sword formation, activate. With just a thought, the Ashura sword formation was formed instantly. The appearance of the 108 primordial divine weapons made Ling Ruyan and the others serious again. The spear was stopped by the Ashura sword formation and Jiang Chen had already left the formation. 108 primordial divine weapons. What a great deal. Ling Ruyan squinted his eyes. Although the primordial divine weapons were rare, he did not put them in his eyes because he had his own primal origin treasure. Therefore, he only had a few more primordial divine weapons. With so many primordial divine weapons gathered together, could they really defeat him? Ling Ruyan did not think so. How terrifying. He actually has so many primordial divine weapons. This guy is the real winner in life. Wu De said with his eyes shining. At this moment, he could not wait any longer. It would be great if Jiang Chen could give him a few of them. These primordial divine weapons had all reached the pinnacle and they were the real peerless divine weapons. Compared to the ordinary primordial divine weapons, they seemed to be a notch better. Because Wu De could see that these primordial divine weapons were made of the best materials and there was not a trace of impurity in them. It was impossible for them to have such sharpness without going through thousands of trials and tribulations. So many primordial divine weapons. This guy is really scary. Chapter 3289. It's just a sword formation. What can it do to me? Let the storm come more fiercely. Ha ha ha. Ling Ruyan pointed her spear towards Jiang Chen. The spear radiance was terrifying. However, Jiang Chen's sword formation was even more terrifying. 108 pinnacle primordial divine tools finally started to revolve at this moment. The formation had just been formed. Jiang Chen didn't even know how strong the final attack would be. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. This time, the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation had finally reached the next level, becoming one of Jiang Chen's ultimate techniques. 108 pinnacle primordial divine tools. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. This is the real battle of the Heavenly King Mountain. It's too exciting. Wu De said with his eyes shining. Right now, he couldn't wait for both of them to die in battle so that he could take their divine weapons and treasures. However, such an ending could only be imagined. The possibility of both Jiang Qin and Ling Rian dying together was almost zero. Yeah, brother Jiang, don't let us down. Yuan Hua stared unblinkingly at the sword formation in the void. The 108 pinnacle primordial divine weapons emitted a terrifying sword aura that forced them to retreat continuously. This kind of pressure was even more intense than the soul-stealing divine art from before. This spear is called Snow Silver Fang Yao. It's the masterpiece of a blacksmith grandmaster. It's a true primordial divine tool. Today, I'll use it to experience your so-called invisible sword formation. 108 pinnacle primordial divine tools are still trash. They can't even compare to a true primordial divine tool. Ling Rian said in a deep voice. The silver spear was like snow, breaking through the wind and waves. Chaotic Sky Overlord Spear. With a sweep of the spear, everything trembled. Heaven and earth changed color. Shadowless was better than thousands of techniques. The spear's shadows covered the void, swallowing mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He shouted and the Ashura sword formation finally erupted at this moment. Myriad swords returned to origin. World Domination Sword. The sword shadows and the spear lights were intertwined and converged. Jiang Chen had almost exhausted all of his divine origin strength and exerted all of his strength. At this moment, the endless sword rain had dealt a fatal blow to Ling Rian. Terrifying sword shadows flew out in an instant, destroying all the spear radiance. Ling Rian's spear radiance couldn't be seen in the sword formation. It was filled with an endless rain of swords. The tyranny of the Ashura sword formation was evident at this moment. Ling Rian was completely dumbfounded by the rain of swords. He didn't expect his spear radiance to be destroyed in an instant. His attack was completely disorganized and he was directly injured by the rain of swords. What a terrifying sword formation. How is this possible? 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. With every breath, Jiang Qin could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing. However, the terrifying power that erupted from the Shura sword formation left him speechless. The rain of swords whistled like a gale, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Compared to Jiang Qin, the person who suffered the most was Ling Rian. After 3 breaths, Ling Rian had completely lost his ability to fight. His Snow Fang Yao was also struck down. His powerful attack had become a joke. Whether it was the terrifying silver spear or the supreme strength, it was all gone at this moment. The 5th breath. Ling Rian's expression changed completely because he was pierced by thousands of swords. The pain was imaginable. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been completely crippled. Even so, on the 8th breath, Ling Rian finally couldn't hold on anymore. That was because the rain of swords was too powerful, too terrifying. She was completely defeated, and she didn't have the strength to fight back. Her aura was extremely weak. No! Ling Rian roared. After the 10th breath, he was on the verge of death, completely defeated. 108 pinnacle primordial spirit tools constantly appeared in his eyes. He knelt on one knee with his hands trembling. Ling Rian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if a gust of wind could knock him down. At this moment, there was no longer any suspense. Ling Rian was completely defeated by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin slowly raised his head with a trace of gratification in his eyes. I've finally defeated this guy. It seems that this so-called peerless genius of the Smoke Beacon sect is only a so-so. Jiang Qin said with a faint smile. Every word was like a needle stabbing into Ling Rian's heart. However, he indeed didn't have the strength to fight against Jiang Qin anymore. If Jiang Qin could hold on for another 5 breaths, then he would definitely die here. he wouldn't even have the chance to take a breather. Facts speak louder than words. Jiang Chen defeated him. Ling Ruiyan had nothing to say. At this moment, he had no other choice but to admit that he was unlucky. This was the ending. I lost. Ling Ruiyan helplessly said. Ling Ruiyan said helplessly. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to fight. Although Jiang Chen was also exhausted, at least he still had his brothers and friends. Ling Ruiyan was already at his wits' end. So what if he was a peerless genius of the smoke beacon sect? She was defeated by a hierarch. Ling Ruiyan would never forget this humiliation for the rest of her life. As a divine emperor expert, he was famous in the entire central region divine land. Especially the peerless experts of the smoke beacon sect, they were respected by everyone. Ha ha ha, that's right. It's fine if you lose. Why not admit it? Who hasn't lost before? Jiang Chen laughed and said. Ling Ruiyan looked at Jiang Chen. I've never lost before. Are you angry? Ha! Jiang Chen's words almost made Ling Ruiyan faint. It's fine if this fella defeated me, but he still dared to humiliate me in public. I'm a divine emperor expert after all. I'd rather die than be humiliated. Do whatever you want. Since I've already lost, I, Ling Ruiyan, have nothing to be afraid of. Ling Ruiyan said plainly. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water. It didn't matter if he died. This was the first defeat he had ever suffered in his life. He had lost to Jiang Chen. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had lost to someone who was at the same level as him. Most importantly, Jiang Chen was weaker than him. Kill you? I don't have that thought because the smoke beacon sect will find me no matter what if I kill you. Such a powerful sect, I don't believe that they haven't found the murderer. I don't want to be hunted by the smoke beacon sect all over the world. Go. Remember, you've lost to me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen coldly stared at Ling Ruiyan and said proudly. At this moment, Ling Ruiyan's expression changed. She held her breath and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You're really not going to kill me? I said I won't kill you. Why are you still here? You won't be so lucky when I change my mind. Chapter 3290. Defeating him was enough to prove his strength. Moreover, Ling Ruiyan was not someone who was afraid of death. Thus, Wu De had no intention of killing him. Ling Ruiyan was very arrogant, but that didn't mean that he was a heinous demon that had to be killed. This guy wasn't afraid of death, which meant that it wasn't a coincidence that he was able to reach his current level. Jiang Chen did not want to kill an expert who was willing to die. He even felt that a hero cherished a hero. Ling Ruiyan gave Jiang Chen a heavy stare. She didn't expect this man to be so open-minded. From this, she could tell that Jiang Chen was a true gentleman. Let's go. Ling Ruiyan nodded and slowly retreated. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. We will meet again. Next time, I will not lose. After saying that, Ling Ruiyan turned around and left. Even Tantai Jingzang and the others did not expect that Jiang Chen would let Ling Ruiyan go just like that. Sigh, what a loss. Even if you want to let that guy go, you should at least leave his primal origin treasure behind, right? Isn't this a great loss? Wu De curled his lips and said. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity. Jiang Chen was too reckless. He did not even leave such a good divine treasure behind. What a loss. You let Ling Ruiyan go just like that? Aren't you afraid that he will come back? Tantai Jingzang frowned and asked in a low voice. I have always been a good judge of character. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and looked at Tantai Jingzang. She was a peerless beauty. I hope so. Tantai Jingzang murmured. Now, we can finally open the coffin in peace. Phew. Whatever evil spirits, they have finally completely retreated. Wuda's eyes lit up and his gaze fell on the bronze coffin. Finally, it's time to open the coffin. I can't wait. Yuan Hua and Wuda looked at each other. Both of them were looking forward to what kind of secret was hidden in the bronze coffin. Boom. Boom. With 2 consecutive heavy blows, Tantai Jingzang directly hit Yuan Hua and Wuda. The 2 of them directly fell to the ground and fainted. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Tantai Jingzang. Sorry. Tantai Jingzang said faintly and glanced at Jiang Chen. He seemed a little helpless, but he was resolute. You shouldn't say that to me. Jiang Chen shook his head and pointed at the 2 people on the ground, Yuan Hua and Wu De. Don't you hate me? Tantai Jingzang gave Jiang Chen a strange look. Why should I hate you? Since you've already decided to do it, why do you care if I hate you or not? Jiang Chen replied with a question. Tantai Jingzang was slightly stunned, and his breathing stagnated. Jiang Chen was right. He had already decided to do this. Why should he worry about whether Jiang Chen would hate him? This seemed to be somewhat contradictory. Tantai Jingzang stared at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze, pondering for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he said, I must kill you. Was it from the beginning? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't know when it started, but he actually ignored her existence. It was also the beginning when he truly believed in her, but in the end, he was still deceived by her. Yes. Tantai Jingzang nodded silently. At this time, she had no other choice. Jiang Chen also had no other choice. Perhaps this was her fate. Why? I don't want to die without knowing why. Jiang Chen continued to ask. Right now, he was already at the end of his rope and had no more strength to fight. Therefore, Tantai Jingzang, who caught this message, couldn't help but take action in the end. Because of this moment, Tantai Jingzang knew that she was 100% confident. She had been hesitating before, but after the battle between Jiang Chen and the white-clothed spear god, she knew that her chance was right in front of her. I can only tell you that the one who wants to kill you is not me. Tantai Jingzang said. This is a very funny question. The one who wants to kill me is not you, but am I going to die in your hands in the end? Jiang Chen shrugged and said disapprovingly. At this time, Tantai Jingzang was a little speechless. She was still rather hesitant to kill Jiang Chen. After all, he had saved her many times before. In this ice palace, it was also Jiang Chen who single-handedly opened up a broad path and blocked everyone's attacks. Tantai Jingzang wasn't someone who didn't know how to be grateful. That was why her choice was so difficult and painful. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? Does Yuan Hua deserve to die? He brought us all the way here. Does Wu De deserve to die? He indeed deserves to die. I won't hold it against him if he's dead. Jiang Chen glanced at Wu De, who had fallen to the ground like a dead pig, and sighed. Do I deserve to die too? Probably. No matter what the reason is, you've already done it. Don't care about the result. Killing me should be extremely beneficial to you, right? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was always a faint smile on his face. This made Tantai Jingzang feel extremely regretful. She did not want to kill him, but there was too much helplessness and pain. It was not something she could change alone. Living in this world wasn't just for oneself. A trace of blood flickered in Tantai Jingzang's eyes, but she had to do this. At the very least, she couldn't tell Jiang Chen that death would be the end of all troubles. Why did he have to pursue so many questions? Tantai Jingzang frowned and said in a deep voice, Everyone has to die. Everyone has to die. Death can be as light as a goose feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. I don't wish for my death to be grand and spectacular, but I'm still a little unwilling to die in your hands without knowing why. Jiang Chen's words made Tantai Jingzong slightly stunned. It seemed that he still wanted to fight with her. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. If you continue to fight, you'll only die more miserably. You're not my opponent. In order to suffer less, it's better for you not to struggle too much. Tantai Jingzong shook his head. I, Jiang Chen, am indomitable and have a clear conscience. I've always prided myself on not being wrong about people, but I've misjudged you. However, it doesn't seem to be an easy thing for me to surrender. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and stood up. He struggled with difficulty and his face became incomparably gloomy. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. If you want to take my life, Jiang Chen, then I'm here. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong Lang. It seemed that his conscience had fed dogs with his previous actions. However, being able to see a person's true colors was the most important thing. Why do you have to do this? You know that it's impossible for you to fight with me again. Chapter 3291. Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen stared at each other for a long time. She felt helpless, but since this was the path she had chosen, she had to finish it no matter what. Although she might be a heartless person in Jiang Chen's eyes, she had no other choice. There were some things that she had no choice in. Jiang Chen knew that this battle was unavoidable. One of them had to withdraw from this battle. We know that there are tigers in the mountains, but we still have to go. If we don't have the spirit to fight, how are we different from salted fish? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The smile on his lips made Tantai Jingzong even more puzzled. This fellow was indeed thought-provoking. However, he should not have entered this place. Everything was no longer the same. Although she had returned to the battlefield to save him, things were no longer the same today. Then I can only kill you. Don't blame me. Everything in this world is cruel. Tantai Jingzong did not say the reason, but she and Jiang Chen had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Just take it that we've never met. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Naturally, he did not wish to come to this step, but things had already come to this. It was not something that could be changed with just one sentence from him. Life was originally filled with helplessness, sorrow, and the ups and downs of the world. Love and hate, life and death. Who knew who would become one's enemy in the next moment? Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. I originally wanted to lean towards the moon, but the moon shines in the ditch. This was not his fault, nor was it something he could control. Perhaps Tantai Jingzong was not wrong. What was wrong was the moment when they met. See you in the next life. Tantai Jingzong's expression froze. She closed in on Jiang Chen. She formed a seal with her hand and struck out forcefully. The wind from her palm was like lightning. Life was like a drama, and time was like a song. A glint of tears flashed in Tantai Jingzong's eyes. Perhaps it was because she was complaining about the world, or perhaps it was because of her guilt towards Jiang Chen, or perhaps it was because of the unknown feeling in her heart. The moment Tantai Jingzong's seal hit Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. With a flip of his hand, he punched out with the force of a thunderbolt. Both of them retreated more than 10 steps. At that moment, Tantai Jingzong's eyes trembled even more. Your strength is actually still so strong. How is this possible? Tantai Jingzong said in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Just like how I also felt that you wouldn't attack me. I've always thought that I'm a good judge of character. Even now, I still feel like a lifetime has passed. The impossible has become possible. Now that things have come to this, make your move. Jiang Chen said coldly without the slightest emotion. His frosty words made Tantai Jingzong feel extremely awkward. her face even flushed with sorrow and helplessness. But now, they were like strangers and stood on opposite sides. It was impossible for them to stand together again. Tantai Jingzong clenched her teeth and the corners of her mouth trembled. She was also filled with battle intent. There was no way out for her now. Fighting to the death and living to the death was her only chance. Then there's nothing for me to hide. Tantai Jingzong's body trembled. An incomparably enchanting and majestic aura rippled out. She no longer suppressed her strength. At that moment, even Jiang Qin felt a great pressure. The pressure was even greater than when he fought Lang Ruyan. Her long sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as if no one could compete with her. That kind of unparalleled domineering aura was as cold as frost. She was like a queen above the 9 heavens, arrogant and inviolable. However, the complicated expression in her eyes was something that Jiang Qin could not see through or comprehend. Tantai Jingzong's strength had also reached the Divine Emperor realm. However, she had always kept a low profile. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong's strength was completely revealed. Even Jiang Qin was quite surprised. The Divine Emperor realm was not something an ordinary person could achieve. No matter what kind of past Tantai Jingzong had gone through, her strength was undeniable. Divine Emperor realm. Ha ha ha. Looks like you've hidden your strength too well. Even I've been deceived by you. Jiang Qin laughed. There was nothing that he could not say now. The confrontation between the two of them had once again become one-sided. Jiang Qin's strength had been exhausted and he was only at the peak hierarch realm. Even if he was invincible, it was impossible for him to defeat Tantai Jingzong. Tantai Jingzong was extremely confident about this. After all, even Lang Ruyan might not be able to defeat him. Currently, Jiang Qin was almost at the end of his strength. Otherwise, Tantai Jingzong would not have revealed her true strength. Give up. You can't defeat me. Tantai Jingzong tried to persuade Jiang Qin again. The burden on my shoulders is far beyond what you can imagine. My family, my brothers, and my lover are all waiting for me. How can I give up? How can I give up? Ha ha ha. That's easy for you to say. If I give up, will there still be a place for me, Jiang Qin? Today, even if a supreme great emperor is standing here, Jiang Qin will not retreat. I can take a step back, but I will not retreat for my loved ones. For them, Jiang Qin will fight against everyone in the world. One day, I will let everyone know that I, Jiang Qin, am not someone that can be bullied. My brothers and lover will definitely be famous in the central region Divine Land. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. He could not retreat because his family and lover were all waiting for him. He could only move forward step by step. He could not even stay where he was. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against other people was a great joy. Jiang Qin's face was drenched in sweat, but his back was as firm as a rock. He could not retreat, nor could he fall. You can't retreat, and I can't retreat either. We are the same kind of people, but we are from different worlds. Tantai Jingzong murmured. Jiang Qin was the same as her. They had no choice but to be fearless. It was not because they were powerful, but because they had no way to retreat. Strength was forced. Who didn't want to be proud in this life? But only the strong could stand between heaven and earth, look down on the world, and control the universe. Make your move. Life and death are predestined between us. Jiang Qin said. All right. Chapter 3292. The power of lightning crushed the void. Jiang Qin's expression was incomparably gloomy. Jiang Qin was already at the end of his rope in the hands of Tantai Jingzong. It was impossible for him to recover to his peak in such a short period of time even with the myriad chi body. It was absolutely impossible for him to recover to his peak in such a short period of time. However, Jiang Chen's eyes were incomparably firm. He was forced back again and again by Tantai Jingzang. Each time, he narrowly escaped death. Their gazes met again and again. Tantai Jingzang's heart was as still as water while Jiang Chen was being pushed into the abyss step by step. The power of 3 lives, palm of annihilation. Tantai Jingzang struck out with his palm. In the void, Jiang Chen's path of escape was sealed. He couldn't move at all. A huge pressure landed on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen didn't know how powerful the palm of annihilation was. However, even he was completely defeated by this palm. He knelt on one knee and his face was ashen. He didn't have the strength to fight anymore. Jiang Chen slowly raised his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The battle intent in his eyes didn't diminish. At this moment, Jiang Chen slowly merged the lightning in his hand. The dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, drought lightning. 3 types of lightning fused in Jiang Chen's hand. At this moment, Tantai Jingzang sighed. Even at this moment, Jiang Chen still wasn't satisfied. You can't beat me. Tantai Jingzang sighed. But when Jiang Chen fused the 3 types of heavenly lightning together, she felt a tinge of fear. The 3 types of heavenly lightning had completely fused together. A purple lightning lotus slowly blossomed from Jiang Chen's palm. At this moment, Tantai Jingzang finally felt a sense of threat. This is 3 types of lightning. But even so, you might not be able to defeat me. Tantai Jingzang shouted. His hand moved again and a black palm appeared. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes but didn't say a word. The purple lightning lotus bloomed in his hand and struck out while Tantai Jingzang was still in shock. Fused lightning, activate. The purple lightning lotus clashed with Tantai Jingzang's death palm. In the next moment, the entire divine sea ice palace trembled as a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire divine tomb. That unparalleled domineering aura instantly engulfed the 2 of them. The lightning lotus blossomed and spread out. Lightning surged and shook the ice palace. The black palm carried a formless might and slowly collided with Jiang Chen's lightning lotus. Both of their powers reached their peak at this moment. Tantai Jingzang also exerted all her strength because she knew that if she didn't use her full strength, she wouldn't be able to compete with Jiang Chen. This fella's fusion of 3 types of lightning was already incomparably terrifying. Smoke filled the air. After a few dozen breaths, Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus slowly returned to nothingness. Tantai Jingzang's expression also changed. Shock was written all over her pretty face. This scene was completely out of her expectations. She originally thought that Jiang Chen could only rely on the Ashura sword formation to defeat Ling Rian. But now, it seemed that even without the Ashura sword formation, Jiang Chen's strength was unquestionable. Tantai Jingzang knew that she'd underestimated Jiang Chen. This was something she hadn't expected at all. But then again, she had already thought highly of Jiang Chen. She had only made a move when he was on the verge of exhaustion, but in the end, she and Jiang Chen had both suffered heavy losses. This made Tantai Jingzang extremely vexed. However, things had already come to this. Jiang Chen had no more strength to fight, and she had also suffered heavy injuries. It was impossible for her to make another move. Neither side had gained the upper hand. This was something Tantai Jingzang couldn't tolerate. I still underestimated you. Tantai Jingzang said unwillingly. Her expression was as cold as ever. Perhaps. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Why didn't you ask me why I wanted to kill you? Tantai Jingzang looked at Jiang Chen with a frown. If you want to tell me, you will. If you don't, that's your secret. Now, do you still want to fight? Jiang Chen said. Tantai Jingzong nodded heavily with a complicated expression. She had to kill Jiang Qin. This was her destiny. Jiang Qin closed his eyes. A heavenly lightning bead slowly appeared in his right hand. Tantai Jingzong was completely dumbfounded at that moment. The terrifying energy was self-evident. The explosive force within the heavenly lightning bead was enough to kill her, but she had a vague feeling that the heavenly lightning bead in Jiang Chen's hand wasn't as simple as it seemed. If he fused this heavenly lightning bead with the heavenly lightning bead when he was fusing with the heavenly lightning bead, would I be dead then? Tantai Jingzong thought to herself. She instantly fell silent. She knew that if Jiang Chen fused with the heavenly lightning bead, it would be equivalent to fusing with 4 heavenly lightning beads. Perhaps even 2 of her might not be able to withstand the terrifying might. In the end, Jiang Chen didn't kill her. He could kill her, but he didn't. Tantai Jingzong was extremely furious and resentful. Jiang Chen had spared her once again. Not only did Jiang Chen repay her with kindness, but he could have killed her. Why? Why didn't Jiang Chen do so? Killing himself would be the end of all troubles. Perhaps that would be simpler than anything else. However, Jiang Chen didn't make a move. Just how deep was he hiding? Tantai Jingzong finally didn't dare to face Jiang Chen directly anymore. She didn't even dare to look at him because she felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. How could she be grateful if the ruler treated her with such affection? Tantai Jingzong slowly turned around. In an instant, her tears fell like rain. She was a goddess of death who didn't cry, but at this moment, her tears poured down. Tantai Jingzong left without saying a word. Jiang Chen stared at the heavenly lightning bead in his hand. The 2 of them were evenly matched in the end. However, if he fused with the heavenly lightning bead, then Tantai Jingzong would definitely die. There are always some helplessness in life. Forget it. Jiang Chen murmured. It was easy to kill a person, but it would take a lifetime to forget a person. In terms of love, how many women in the world had heard of it? If there was no love, the world would be boundless, and time would be traceless. If she was gone, then so be it. This time, Jiang Chen had let go of Tantai Jingzong's heart. He would not owe anyone anything. Aha, it's so comfortable to sleep. What happened? What happened to me? Chapter 3293. Wu De looked at Jiang Chen blankly and said in a daze. Ha! What happened just now? What's going on? It seems like someone hit me and I fell asleep. You're still pretending. He's gone. You stinky old Taoist, I shouldn't have brought you here. Jiang Chen said coldly. I really didn't. Moreover, you didn't bring me in. I have hands and legs. I came in here with my own ability. Wu De said with a proud face. I accidentally stepped on your hand and you immediately hid your hand. How dare you say that you're not pretending to sleep? Jiang Chen said lang. Cough, cough, cough. That might be a conditioned reflex. Wu De said with a dry laugh. Can we open the coffin now? Wu De's face was filled with anxiety as he spoke impatiently. Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, both of their feelings became extremely complicated. Tantai Jingzong left. Jiang Chen had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He did not know why, but he always felt that Tantai Jingzong had an indescribable past in her heart. However, she was not willing to talk about it. What else could he do? Jiang Chen took a step forward and grasped the heavenly dragon's sword with one hand. The coffin lid flew away. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Wu De held their breath and looked at the person in the coffin. In an instant, Jiang Chen and Wu De looked at each other because the person in the coffin was Yuan Hua. To be exact, he looked exactly the same as Yuan Hua. He was wearing a golden jade robe. His eyes were closed and there was no sign of life. However, his body did not decay. At this moment, both of them were completely dumbfounded. This. Isn't this Yuan Hua? Wu De's expression changed. He glanced at Yuan Hua, who was behind him. This fellow was actually still lying on the ground, unconscious. However, the person in the coffin looked exactly like Yuan Hua. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. This matter was simply too strange, and filled with a strange feeling. What's going on with the person in the coffin? Is it Yuan Hua? Clearly, this was unrealistic. However, the person in the coffin definitely had an extremely close relationship with Yuan Hua. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was confused. Yuan Hua, wake up, wake up. Wu De gave Yuan Hua a hard kick and shook him awake. Yuan Hua looked confused. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen and Wu De. What's wrong? What happened to me? Look, who is this person? Do you know him? Wu De brought Yuan Hua to take a look at the person in the coffin. At that moment, Yuan Hua was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How could this be? Why does this person look exactly like me? He can't be my ancestor, right? Yuan Hua's words reminded Jiang Chen of the same thought. This man could possibly be Yuan Hua's ancestor. Yuan Hua had lived in Shichia for generations. If this man was really his ancestor, he must be a legendary figure, an invincible expert. Even the 5 great sovereigns were only his protectors. Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Hua's face. Don't tell me that you don't have any memories, or that no one has ever told you anything. Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua's face was filled with confusion as he shook his head. He didn't know anything. He was just shocked that the person in the coffin looked exactly like him. Therefore, Yuan Hua was even more shocked than Jiang Chen and Wu De. If we want to know the answer, we can only ask Grandpa Gui for help. Yuan Hua glanced at Jiang Chen. He didn't understand these ancient secrets, let alone who the person in the coffin was. However, for some unknown reason, Yuan Hua's expression was extremely unsightly. He felt that this person was inextricably linked to him. Why do I feel so sad? Yuan Hua said faintly. His eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Chen and Wu De both looked at Yuan Hua. At this moment, they didn't realize that when Yuan Hua's tears fell into the coffin, the person who looked exactly like Yuan Hua disappeared completely. How could this be? Why is the person in the coffin gone? Wu De shouted. His expression changed. Indeed, it was as he had said. The person in the coffin had completely disappeared. Nothing was left behind. Even the golden jade clothes were not left behind. Everything had turned into ashes. Jiang Chen frowned. There were only 2 things in the coffin. One was the blue edict, and the other was a giant axe. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grasped it. The blue edict appeared in his hand. With a thought, the giant axe appeared in Yuan Hua's hand. Yuan Hua's entire body shook as he tightly gripped the giant axe. Lightning energy continuously lingered in the giant axe. Streaks of lightning spread out. Yuan Hua frowned and his expression changed. Jiang Chen grabbed Yuan Hua and absorbed all the lightning energy. Only then did Yuan Hua's expression improve a little. Thank you. Yuan Hua looked gratefully at Jiang Chen and nodded heavily. It's nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head and said with a smile. At this moment, the blue edict in Yuan Hua's hand was also lingering with lightning energy. Jiang Chen was extremely confused. Just what is this thing? It didn't seem like a divine artifact. However, it gave Jiang Chen a strange feeling. Jiang Chen didn't attach much importance to the giant axe. After all, he had quite a few primal origin treasures. Although the giant axe was powerful, it wasn't as attractive as the blue edict to Jiang Qin. At this moment, Yuan Hua's eyes were tightly shut. Streaks of light flickered on the giant axe and intertwined with Yuan Hua. Jiang Qin and Wu De exchanged a glance. Both of them were filled with shock. In an instant, Yuan Hua's strength continued to rise. His terrifying aura nearly lifted the entire Sea of Ice Palace. The violent tremors made it difficult for Jiang Qin and Wu De to stand still. It was as if the Sea of Ice Palace was about to collapse. Yuan Hua, on the other hand, stood there without moving at all. His expression was calm and indifferent. His strength is constantly increasing. This is simply too exaggerated. What exactly is that giant axe? Why did the two of you get something but I got nothing? Wu De said with a distressed expression. His face was dark. He didn't get anything good. How could he not be angry? In the coffin, there was a giant axe and a blue edict. Jiang Qin and Yuan Hua divided them. He didn't get anything. At this moment, Yuan Hua's strength was constantly growing. To him, it wasn't a bad thing. Instead, it was an opportunity. Jiang Qin and Wu De didn't disturb Yuan Hua. Instead, they allowed him to grow stronger. What else do you want? Do you think I don't know how many treasures you've collected? If you don't say it, I'll let that old tortoise chase you all over the world later. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes slightly. I really don't recognize this broken throne. Sigh, you've really wronged me. Brother Jiang Qin, us monks never lie. Amitabha. Ah, no, Amitabha. Alright, then you can stay here. After I go out, I'll erect a tombstone for you. Don't worry, I'll seal this place completely. I'll definitely not let anyone find your resting place. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and said indifferently. Look, Brother Jiang, can we talk this out? Do I look like someone who can't be persuaded? Between us brothers, why are you treating me like an outsider? From what I know, this blue edict is a divine edict that can command the heavenly thunder. It seems to be something that belonged to the ancient thunder god. It can command the thunder in the world. However, I don't know what it's used for, but it seems very awesome. Am I right? Wu De said cautiously. He was afraid that Jiang Qin would really leave him here. If that happened, he'd be finished. Jiang Qin's strength was incomparable. Even divine emperor experts were defeated by him. Wu De naturally wouldn't fight with Jiang Qin head-on. A divine edict that can command the heavenly thunder. Jiang Qin's expression became more complicated. He didn't know what the heavenly thunder edict was used for. Wu De didn't know how to answer. Jiang Qin also didn't know if this fellow was lying or not. However, if it could really command the thunder in the world, wouldn't it mean that with this heavenly thunder edict, one would be invincible in the world? Of course, Jiang Qin wouldn't believe Wu De's nonsense. However, it shouldn't be an ordinary item. Otherwise, why would he want to snatch it? As for the bronze throne, there was no need to talk about it. Even the man in the ice was puzzled by this bronze throne. One could imagine how terrifying the origin of this item was. What about this bronze throne? Do you know what it is? I don't know. Isn't it just a broken chair? Seeing that you're so enthusiastic, I'm tempted. This time, Jiang Qin didn't question Wu De. Even if he knew, he wouldn't know the origin and background of this bronze throne. It was useless for Jiang Qin to ask him. Plus, the things related to this bronze throne weren't something they could understand right now. Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry. However, this bronze throne was a really good thing. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste his time. At this moment, the entire Sea Ice Palace returned to its peaceful state. Yuan Hua slowly opened his eyes. The radiance in his eyes was completely different from before. Holding the giant axe in his hand, his unparalleled domineering aura made Jiang Chen revere him. This fella had actually become so powerful. Looks like this trip to the Sea Ice Palace was really fruitful for Yuan Hua. If we want to know the origin of this Sea Ice Palace, our only hope is the old turtle. Chapter 3295. We still don't know who the expert in the Ice Palace is. Looks like it's time to ask Old Tortoise. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He was rather happy at the moment, holding the bronze throne and the heavenly thunder edict. Although he still didn't know what they were used for, just the rarity of the bronze throne was enough to satisfy Jiang Chen, let alone the heavenly thunder edict. However, they still didn't know whose tomb this was. Just who exactly was the person who looked exactly like Yuan Hua was worth pondering. After all, even Yuan Hua didn't know, and that was the most vexing thing about it. I think I should already know something. Yuan Hua looked at Jiang Chen and said. You know. Jiang Chen was delighted and looked at Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua nodded heavily with a complicated look in his eyes. In the next moment, Yuan Hua slowly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the bronze coffin. His expression was solemn and extremely grave. There's an incomplete inheritance memory in this giant axe. I obtained a part of it when I broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. The person in the bronze coffin should be my ancestor. However, I don't know what they went through. However, he sealed himself here in order to preserve his strength. In the end, he was still killed by someone. Moreover, he was trapped in the bronze coffin and died. I only saw some fragments in the memory, so I can't be sure who that person was. However, I feel that he was too powerful. Even someone as powerful as my ancestor, the Supreme Great Emperor, couldn't fight back after he was injured. He was killed directly. That person is simply too terrifying. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The sky was above and the earth was below. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could restrict him. However, I couldn't see his face. It was just a shadow. I don't know if it was him or not. I don't know if it was a man or a woman. However, that person seemed to be very angry. He left in a hurry after killing my ancestor. I can only see these short and incomplete memories in the giant axe. Even if I want to take revenge for my ancestor, I don't know who killed him. Yuan Hua said shamefully. Even if you know, so what? Even your ancestor couldn't do anything, what can you do? I'm not trying to discourage you, but don't think about those things before you break through to the Emperor realm. What kind of existence do you think he is? You're just an ant in his eyes. TSK. Wu De said in a low voice. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sneered. Obviously, he was trying to anger Yuan Hua by saying this because Yuan Hua and Jiang Chen had gotten treasures, but he didn't get anything good. How could Wu De not be angry? However, at this moment, Yuan Hua became silent. He didn't say anything because Wu De was right. He was too weak. A divine emperor would be as easy as killing an ant in front of that person. How could he take revenge if he didn't reach the emperor realm? Jiang Chen fell into silence. According to Yuan Hua, that mysterious expert had killed the ancestor of the great sovereign realm who had sealed him in the ice palace of the sea with a wave of his hand. How powerful was that expert? At least, they didn't dare to think about such a person. Then where are we now? Is this really Shichai Sea? Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Hua doubtfully. Yuan Hua nodded and continued, yes. This is Shichai Sea. But because this place is sealed by the space, we can't get out of the sea. The divine tomb of the seabed is sealed by the 9 realms. It's only connected to the palaces of the 5 great sovereigns. It's impossible to get to the surface of Shichai Sea from here. So, no matter how many talented people we have, we can't get out of the sea. But I believe that one day, I will find out the truth. Even if I have to die, I will take revenge for my ancestor. My physique has been reborn. It's a good start for me to be able to reach where I am today and break through to the Divine Emperor realm. Also, Brother Jiang, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been able to step into the ice palace of the sea for my entire life, nor would I have known that the person buried in the ice palace of the sea was my ancestor. Yuan Hua looked at Jiang Qin, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew his own strength very well. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he would have been stuck at the half-step Divine Emperor realm for God knows how long. Moreover, after inheriting his ancestors' memories and the giant axe, his strength and talent had reached a whole new level. That's nothing. What we need to know now is who that person is, or who your ancestor offended, and what kind of past they had. Otherwise, it's impossible to find the truth with just the remnant memories of your inheritance. We should ask Old Tortoise. Perhaps he might know something. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely solemn. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, the Heavenly Thunder Edict and the Bronze Throne were both here. To Jiang Qin, he was extremely curious about who the master of the Ice Palace was and what kind of past he had. Let's go. Anyway, you guys have returned with great rewards. I'm just a poor kid who didn't even get a single hair. Wu De curled his lips and said unwillingly. However, at this moment, a white feather fell on his face from the top of his head. What the hell is this? What's this feather? Oh. Achoo. A few strands of white hair fell on his face. Wu De couldn't help but sneeze. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and lifted his head. However, he couldn't see any trace of it. A white shadow appeared in front of him once again and disappeared in a flash. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes, but the white shadow had already disappeared. Jiang Qin knew what was going on, but it was impossible for him to catch up with that thing. As for what the white fox was, it wasn't important anymore. However, its mysteriousness made Jiang Qin sigh. Even when they left the Ice Palace, they were still in awe of the Ice Palace. The mysteriousness of the Ice Palace was not to be revealed to outsiders. When they left the Ice Palace, they went to the bottom of the sea and found Old Tortoise. At that moment, Old Tortoise looked at them as though they were monsters. You guys are still alive. Little Yuan, you actually broke through to the Divine Emperor realm. Oh my god, even the Ice Palace couldn't keep you guys. Looks like you guys are really lucky. Chapter 3296. Master Tortoise, since you know about this Ice Palace, I have a question for you. Do you know who the owner of this tomb is? You should know how he died, right? Yuan Hua looked at Old Tortoise expectantly. Old Tortoise sighed and shook his head. Since you are able to come out from the Ice Palace of Shanghai, it means that you already know some things. Why do you need to pursue it so bitterly? Some things cannot be changed. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot change the truth. This is fate. Old Tortoise's words made Jiang Qin frown. Master Tortoise, I don't agree with you. What is fate? Could it be that fate was to believe in the arrangement of fate and endure the fate of Gongluonu? Everyone has the right to change their own fate. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against other people is also fun. Believing in fate is just the result of not daring to fight against it. If everyone believed in fate, then everything would be at ease. The wheel of fate should have been worn out a long time ago, right? It's those who are unwilling to be ordinary and degenerate who go back to fight against fate. If everything was done according to the rules, why would there be so many injustices in this world? If believing in fate could change everything, then why would there be people who ignore fate? Believing in fate is the same as being willing to be ordinary. If everyone was like you and believed in fate, then where did this ice palace of sea come from? Where did the supreme expert who killed ancestor Yuanhua come from? Jiang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at the old tortoise. The old tortoise smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen's words pierced his heart. He was talking about the old tortoise. If he was content with his current situation and did not fight against his fate, his ending would be like this. He would be mediocre and there would not be any change in his life. What was the point of living? How to live? It had nothing to do with him. Yes, the person you're talking about is me. I believe in fate's arrangements. There's nothing bad about it. You might even despise me, but that's just how I am. It's just that I don't want to get involved in those chaotic disputes. I can only tell you about the death of the ancient emperor of the Yuan clan. Do not try to take revenge, and do not try to track him down. When you find out about him, that will be the time you die. Sometimes, it was better to believe in fate. Man could conquer nature. That was just a legend, a legend. He. Jiang Chen and Yuanhua looked at each other. Both of them were extremely anxious, but old tortoise did not want to say much. Just what is the background of the ancient emperor of the Yuan clan? He shouldn't be the ruler of Shikahai, right? In the end, he died a worthy death in the Sea Ice Palace. But do you think that the Sea Ice Palace can hide from us? Even if I do not search, Yuanhua will definitely not give up. He is a member of your seabed tribe, and I believe that the ancient Emperor Yuan also has a deep relationship with you. Otherwise, why would he bury his tomb in Shikahai? Jiang Chen was still full of curiosity as he exchanged a look with Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise lifted his head and looked at the empty sea region. Above it was a barrier that they could never break through. The ancient emperor of the Yuan clan was unparalleled throughout his life. He was originally a great ancient being, but because of the great chaos of the world, he was swept up in it. I can only tell you this. Some things should not exist in this world, and some people should not fight against the heavens. What you think is only self-righteousness. The world is not as simple as you think. Time is not as short as you think. Even I, in that era, was only a wandering in the sea. In that era, there were no experts. Only those who survived could be called experts. You shouldn't have asked, and I can't tell you. The heavens are watching, and you can't win against the heavens. You have to believe in fate, believe in destiny. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the wheel of fate. There was never a lack of experts in the world, and experts had already completely declined in that turbulent era. The people you want to know, the things you want to know, no longer exist. Forget. 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 Only then can you become strong. The benevolent are invincible. If you want to find the Yuan clan, then leave this place. With the giant axe in your hand, it will not be difficult for you to leave this underwater world. Leave this place, leave this sad place. Shikahai, it should not have been like this. It should not have been like this. Old Tortoise said in a low voice, his eyes full of loneliness. He seemed unwilling to mention the past. But he seemed to be full of hope for Yuanhua. Jiang Chen sighed. He knew that this old turtle didn't plan to tell him anything. No matter how hard Jiang Chen and Yuanhua coaxed and pestered him, this old turtle remained unmoved and tight-lipped. No matter how hard Jiang Chen and Yuanhua tried, he wouldn't tell him anything. Then what is this? Does Old Tortoise know? Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, and the blue heavenly lightning edict appeared in his hand. Old Tortoise's pupils constricted. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "This thing is an inauspicious object." An inauspicious object. This is that person's 5 thunder edict. Why is it in your hands? That person has indeed been here, but why would he leave the 5 thunder edict here? This is a divine weapon that surpasses a primal origin treasure. Old Tortoise's voice was obviously excited. He looked at the Five Thunder Edict in Jiang Chen's hand with fear. It was obvious that this object had an extraordinary origin. Jiang Chen had guessed correctly. This Five Thunder Edict was not an ordinary object. Wu De also sighed softly. His eyes were fixed on the Five Thunder Edict in Jiang Chen's hand. However, he did not have the strength. If he wanted to snatch Jiang Chen's Five Thunder Edict, he would need to have the courage to do so. After listening to Old Tortoise's words, Jiang Chen's heart was also filled with confidence. As for who that person was, Jiang Chen knew that Old Tortoise would not say. Even if he did, Jiang Chen would not know who that person was. However, he was sure that it was a mighty figure from the antiquity age. Jiang Chen knew that even if he knew these things now, he could not solve them. The antiquity age war was not something he could participate in. Even the ancient Emperor Yuan, who had sealed himself in the Sea Ice Palace, was mercilessly obliterated. One could imagine how terrifying the antiquity age war was. Then do you recognize this thing? Jiang Chen took out the bronze throne again. At that moment, Old Tortoise fixed his eyes on it. His whole head was like a rattle drum, shaking desperately. I don't recognize it, I don't recognize it. Old Tortoise, I'm going to sleep. Old Tortoise directly retracted his head. This time, Jiang Chen also laughed bitterly. He finally understood what it meant to be a turtle with its head in its shell. His entire shell floated around on the bottom of the sea. Old Tortoise, wait. Chapter 3297. However, what the Old Tortoise said was already a lot for Jiang Chen and Yuan Hua. They were mentally prepared from the very beginning. It would be harder than ascending to the heavens to dig out everything they wanted to know from the Old Tortoise. There were some things that the Old Tortoise wasn't willing to say, and it was to protect Yuan Hua, lest Yuan Hua be dragged into this historical grudge that he shouldn't have been involved in. However, billions of years had passed. Even in the entire Central Region Divine Land and the Divine World, there were no traces of Emperor Realm experts. The 5 great emperors were the last experts to break through to the Emperor Realm in the entire Divine World. Now, Divine Emperor experts were already able to establish their own territories in the Central Region Divine Land, and even become supreme experts that were respected by everyone. Jiang Chen was not far from this step, but to find his own path to become an expert, Jiang Chen knew that there was still a long way to go. The old turtle has left. It seems that there is no hope for us. Yuan Hua shrugged helplessly, his face filled with a sigh. He was also eager to know what kind of person his ancient Emperor Yuan was, but it seemed that it was useless now. The old turtle did not give him the chance at all. Jiang Chen was also looking forward to it, but the old turtle refused to say anything. This was a fact that no one could change. Jiang Chen was a little annoyed. If it was not for Yuan Hua, he really wanted to pry open the old turtle's shell and see if he would still say anything. Now, it's time for me to leave, Jiang Chen said. This time, he originally wanted to help the fossil sect, but he did not expect that the 100 Qi Huayu and Jiang Chen would not rest until one of them died, and then the Tantai Jingzang and Jiang Chen had a decisive battle. In the end, the people of the petrifying sect still could not walk to the end with Jiang Chen. I also have to leave. After all, this is not my destined place. Since the old turtle wants me to leave, he naturally has his reasons. There is no meaning for me to stay here, said Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua said. He had already reached the early Divine Emperor realm, and he had also obtained the inheritance of the giant axe from the ancient emperor of the Yuan clan. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. He would be treated well and respected no matter where he went. This was the capital of an expert. Sigh, all of you have returned with loads of treasures. Poor me, an old Taoist, did not obtain any treasures at all. Sad, truly sad. Wude said with a bitter expression. Old Daoist, you must be an old fox in the god realm. Have you lived for countless years? Jiang Chen smiled at Wude and said in a low voice. Cough cough, how can you say that? I know the sky above and the earth below. Even if I can't say that I know the situation of the divine world like the back of my hand, I'm still quite clear about it. I used to move unhindered through the 9 provinces and 18 counties. I was everywhere, roaming the famous mountains and great rivers. In every domain, I, Wude, have friends there. Wude said proudly. From the looks of it, Elder Wude really does have some ability. I have a question that I hope Elder Wude can answer. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Please speak. I, Wude, will definitely tell you everything I know. Wude also said with a face full of righteousness. In that case, I will have to thank Elder Wude first. Does Elder Wude know where the Thunder Rush mountain range is? I have always wanted to go to the Thunder Rush mountain range. One of my brothers told me about it once. I only know that the Thunder Rush mountain range is in the central region Divine Land. However, after asking many people, none of them knew where the Thunder Rush mountain range is. Jiang Chen looked at Wude. Although this guy looked treacherous and cunning, he should have some tricks up his sleeves. Well, you have to let me think about it. Wude was caught off guard. With one look, Jiang Chen knew that this guy wanted benefits. He was indeed a cunning guy. Elder Wude, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. If I can do it, I will definitely not reject you. Jiang Chen said lightly. It seemed that if he did not give him some benefits, this guy would not say anything. However, if he could say the specific location of the Thunder Rush mountain range, it would definitely be worth it. Although Jiang Chen had obtained 3 Thunder Rush diagrams, it was not enough to help him find the sky thunder in the Thunder Rush diagram. As long as he could find the sky thunder in the Thunder Rush mountain range, then Jiang Chen, who had the Thunder Rush diagram, would definitely be able to obtain the sky thunder. We are all friends. Naturally, I will not take Jiang brother's things. Moreover, Jiang brother has saved my life before. How can I take advantage of him? I just want to see the 5 Thunder Edict in Jiang brother's hands. I wonder if Jiang brother is willing. Wude said with a smile. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This guy couldn't be thinking of snatching the 5 Thunder Edict in his hands, right? However, Jiang Chen thought for a moment. He had to know the information about the Thunder Rush mountain range. However, Wude could tell him now, so Jiang Chen had no choice. All right. But you have to tell me first. Otherwise, I will not let you see it. Jiang Chen said coldly. All right, I trust Jiang brother. Wude said in a serious tone and without hesitation. The Thunder Rush mountain range is not a big mountain range. Not many people know about it and it is not very famous. However, because it is close to the territory of the Slaughter Pagoda, no one would go to that kind of place. It is said that in ancient times, there was a flash of lightning. Hence, it is called the Thunder Rush mountain range. On the other side, it is close to the Forbidden Land, the Divine Land. It is very dangerous and almost no one would go there. Wude pondered for a moment and said. Thank you. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After knowing the location of the Thunder Rush mountain range, he flipped his hand and held the 5 Thunder Edict in his hand, handing it over to Wude. Jiang brother is really generous. You have guts. I will take a look and return it to its owner. Wude's expression was solemn. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he held the 5 Thunder Edict in excitement. Thank you Jiang brother for your treasure. I will take it and study it for a few days. Once I understand it, I will naturally return it to you. All of you have treasures in your accounts. Since I have entered a treasure mountain, I naturally cannot return empty-handed. Wude took a step back and wanted to turn around to leave. However, Jiang Qin did not give him the chance. Before this, he had already made preparations. If Wude dared to run away with the 5 Thunder Edict, he would definitely not be courteous to him. However, Jiang Qin did not expect that Wude's speed would be this fast. In an instant, Wude disappeared in the void. Not even Jiang Chen's great void technique could catch up with him. Damn it! You bastard! My 5 Thunder Edict! Jiang Chen was infuriated. This bastard was really despicable. No matter how he calculated, he could not defend against old Daoist Wude. In the end, he still fell into his trap. Smelly old Daoist, I will definitely not let you off. I will take back my 5 Thunder Edict sooner or later. Chapter 3298. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 5 Lightning Edict was actually taken away by this bastard. Even though he was prepared, he was still one step behind. This old Daoist was full of tricks and cunning. His strength wasn't that great, but his method of escaping was top-notch. He could only blame himself for being too trusting. This guy had a criminal record of swindling others. Jiang Chen was filled with anger. His face was extremely gloomy. Even Yuanhua didn't expect this old Daoist to be so cunning. He disappeared in front of them without a sound. Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, but it was already too late. Brother Jiang, Yuanhua looked at Jiang Chen with a bitter smile. This old Daoist was simply a scourge to the world. Forget it. I'll just treat it as feeding the dogs. I'll find this guy sooner or later. Jiang Chen said fiercely. Since he didn't know how to use the 5 Lightning Edict, he lost it. At least the bronze throne was still there. It was time to leave this place. Brother Jiang, where do you plan to go now? Yuanhua asked. Let's go to the Thunder Mountain Range where I asked that old Daoist. I have something urgent to deal with there. What about you? Jiang Chen asked. I want to go to the Central Region Divine Land to have a look. After all, it's an extremely vast area. All the experts will gather there. I also want to see if I can stand firm in the Central Region Divine Land. Ha ha ha. Yuanhua laughed. He was obviously very curious about the outside world. Although his strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm, he was still looking forward to exploring the unknown. All right. We'll part ways then. Jiang Chen nodded. The two looked at each other helplessly. Yuanhua originally wanted to go with Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had other matters to deal with. He could only go to the Central Region Divine Land alone. Then, Brother Jiang, let's part ways here. If fate wills it, let's meet again at the Central Region Divine Land. Yuanhua said solemnly. To put it bluntly, everything he had now was inextricably linked to Jiang Chen. Therefore, Yuanhua respected Jiang Chen greatly. All right, I'll see you in the Central Plains Divine Land. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Both of them parted ways after leaving the Ice Palace of Shanghai. In front of the Ice Palace, a spotless white fox jumped onto the Ice Palace. It looked at Jiang Chen and Yuanhua's departing back and murmured in human language, "That's right, Jiang Chen. The heavens and earth are heartless, and all living things have turned into straw dogs. Time has passed, and the sky is nearing dusk. Another era, another tranquility before dawn. Billions of living beings as soldiers, millions of fiend gods as generals, 3,000 stars as suns, and 10,000 miles of sky as a plate. Ancient emperors of the past, have you all been completely annihilated in the dust of time and space?" A whoop, the fox that was as fair as jade let out a howl. Its voice was filled with endless sorrow and desolation, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The Bolt Thunder Mountain Range was flourishing. Lush foliage covered thousands of miles. The sky was clear, and the sea and sky were blue. Birds and beasts cried out in fear. Birds landed on the ground, making squeaking noises. After 5 years, Jiang Chen had finally crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and arrived at the Thunder Rush Mountain Range. In a city near the Thunder Rush Mountain Range, Jiang Chen had received accurate information that the Thunder Rush Mountain Range was located 300,000 miles away from the city. That place was deserted, and it was connected to the forbidden land of the Divine Continent and the Divine Buddha Tower. Therefore, no one would ever set foot in that place. If a monster escaped from the forbidden land of the Divine Continent and was caught by the people of the Divine Continent, that person would definitely die. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about this. His strength had completely stabilized at the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Within 7 years, he had broken through to the half-step Divine Emperor realm. The speed of his improvement was not fast nor slow. It was within Jiang Chen's expectation. He only needed an opportunity to enter the Divine Emperor realm. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He needed to build a solid foundation before he could achieve success. If his foundation wasn't stable, he would always be top-heavy. What Jiang Chen wanted was to cultivate steadily. Now, he was not facing a Divine Emperor expert like he was in Huaxia. Even if it was a mid-Divine Emperor expert, Jiang Chen would still be able to put up a fight. Jiang Chen entered the Thunder Mountain Range alone. With his current strength, there were no longer any demonic beasts that dared to approach him. Jiang Chen ran all the way. After entering the Bolt Thunder Mountain Range, he found the location of the Heavenly Thunders. After the Bolt Thunder diagram was formed, it turned into an ancient parchment with a mark of Heavenly Thunders. Jiang Chen could sense the location of the Heavenly Thunders. Jiang Chen kept moving forward, but he always felt that someone was following him. It was not a good feeling. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to not know who was following him. However, this feeling was unusually strong. As Jiang Chen was thinking about it, he saw a fiery red spiritual beast flashing past his eyes. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It was a fiery marten. The fiery marten was born with extraordinary talent. An adult fiery marten could reach the Divine Emperor realm. Moreover, the fiery marten's body was a treasure. Its heart, liver, and gallbladder were all top-grade materials for concocting medicines. Although Jiang Chen didn't have any good prescriptions for concocting medicines, if he could obtain this fiery marten, it would definitely be useful for concocting medicines in the future. Little thing, let's see where you can run to. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved slightly. This fiery marten, he must get it. Jiang Chen's figure flashed and sped up. This fiery marten was obviously not an adult yet. It should be below the Divine Emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up to it. If it was an adult fiery marten, even Jiang Chen might not be able to catch up to it. This thing was a combination of a bird and a beast. It was fast, suspicious, and very cunning. Whether it was in the sky or in the forest, once it escaped, it would be hard to catch it again. Jiang Chen chased after the fiery marten with lightning speed. The fiery marten's strength had indeed reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Although it was not an adult yet, it was already showing its outstanding potential. It would be very difficult to catch it. Jiang Chen continuously casted the Great Void technique, causing the fiery marten to be extremely vigilant. However, Jiang Chen's strength was still stronger than the fiery marten. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Jiang Chen finally caught the fiery marten. Little bastard, you can't run away now, right? Chapter 3299. Oh woo, the fiery mink continued to struggle, but Jiang Chen would not let it go so easily. This little guy would definitely be a great treasure for him to refine medicine in the future. It was Jiang Chen's fortune to be able to encounter a fiery mink in this godforsaken place. This fellow was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Stop, let go of the fiery mink. A deep roar appeared behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and saw a group of 4 people standing behind him, looking at him furiously. Are you talking to me? Jiang Chen said coldly as he stared at the 4 young men in beast skins. We're talking about you. We found the fiery mink first. Hurry up and hand it over to us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The leader of the young men in beast skins said coldly with an arrogant expression. He stared straight at Jiang Chen without any trace of politeness. His arrogant attitude was filled with a domineering aura. This fiery mink is in my hands, what right do you have to take it? Are you trying to outnumber me? Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. We found this fiery mink first. We've been chasing it for over 3 months. Who do you think this fiery mink should belong to? Another young man snorted, completely ignoring Jiang Chen. 3 months without catching it, it can only mean that you guys are trash. Shameful things. If I didn't catch this little guy, would you guys show up? Now that I've caught it, you guys still want to take advantage of my perilous situation to steal my things. Do you guys have any shame? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said disdainfully. It was indeed a little embarrassing to say that the 4 of them had failed to catch it after 3 months. The young man in beast skins took a step forward and his expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger. He was rendered speechless by Jiang Chen's words, as if he could unleash an earth-shattering attack at any time. Ganbalada. Back off. The leader of the group said in a deep voice. With a low shout, Ganbalada, who was burning with anger, retreated. I am the young master of the infant earth tribe, Songzan Kongdi. Brother, the fiery fire marten was indeed found by us first. Moreover, the 4 of us have been searching for it for 3 months in order to capture the fiery fire marten and offer it to my father as a birthday gift. I hope that brother will be willing to part with it. How about it? Songzan Candy said with a dignified face. Although he was not as arrogant as Balada, he was also arrogant. It seemed that you had to act according to my mood. Otherwise, I would not give you a good look. Songzan Candy's pride was probably innate, just like his identity. Jiang Chen was disdainful. No matter what these people were, it had nothing to do with him. If they wanted this fierce fire marten, it was impossible. You haven't been able to catch it for 3 months. This can only mean that you are incompetent. Now that I have caught it, you actually want to rob it. It seems that you, the young master of the infant earth tribe, are not a righteous person. You actually want to do such a despicable thing. It's really despicable. Jiang Chen sighed. Songzan Candy's expression became gloomier. At this time, he had already lost his patience. This guy actually refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, he should not blame them for bullying him with numbers. Jiang Chen's words happened to provoke these people, especially the self-righteous Songzan Candy. He originally planned to talk nicely with Jiang Chen, but this guy obviously did not know how to appreciate favors. How could he let him lead him by the nose? The Thunder Rush mountain range was simply his base camp. Anyone who offended him would only have a path of death. Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Do you really think that you are the emperor? In this Thunder Mountain range, no one dares to not give face to my infant earth tribe. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know who the real boss is. Ganbalada said coldly and pointed at Jiang Chen with a proud look on his face. I don't know who you are and I'm not interested. However, if you still want to continue to pester me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen said faintly. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble, but there would always be people who wanted to go against him. These guys did not have the ability. Seeing that he had caught the blazing fire marten, they actually shamelessly came to ask for it. They even said that the blazing fire marten belonged to them. They were really shameless. Jiang Chen could only sneer at such people. Hey, hey. You still want to go against us? Little brat, I think you are courting death. I'm afraid this is your first time coming to this Thunder Mountain range. For thousands of years, no one has dared to step into this place. You are really a newborn calf that is not afraid of the tiger. Young Master Kongdi, it seems that we have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this guy will not hand over the blazing fire marten. Gambalata said in a deep voice. It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Let's go and get rid of Gambalata. I don't want to delay too long, Songzan Kongdi said faintly. Gambalata sneered and nodded. He waved at the two people behind him. The three of them slowly walked towards Jiang Chen, ready to fight at any time. It seems that you still have to make a move after all. Jiang Chen sighed. These guys didn't know what was good for them. He didn't want to provoke them, but these brainless guys just wanted to make life difficult for him. Even though he was a piece of trash, he still couldn't accept it. This was the most frustrating thing. Cut the crap, brat. I will give you one last chance. If you don't kneel down and beg for mercy, I won't be polite anymore. Gambalata said coldly. Noisy guy. Jiang Chen frowned. Before Gambalata made a move, Jiang Chen had already made his move. Facing three half-step divine emperors, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He took the lead and rushed out of the encirclement. The three of them did not hold back and went straight for Jiang Chen. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was courting death. They were three half-step divine emperors. How could Jiang Chen be their match? This guy was simply hitting a rock with an egg. However, as soon as they clashed, Gambalata's expression changed completely. He did not expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. With just a punch, he was forced to retreat dozens of steps. His face turned pale. The terrifying counterforce had caused him to be severely injured. The other two half-step divine emperors could not fight against Jiang Chen either. Jiang Chen punched with both of his fists and the two of them were sent flying away. The three of them were forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. With just one move, Jiang Chen was already in an invincible position. The three of them had different expressions. They finally knew how terrifying this guy was. The might of Jiang Chen's punch had shocked the three of them. What are you waiting for? When are you going to act? Gambalata, kill him. Leave no one alive. The glory of my earthen infant tribe will not be trampled on. Chapter 3300. For the sake of the infant earth tribe's glory, they attacked Jiang Chen once again. Compared to the previous attack, this time, it was much more powerful and oppressive. If they were forced to retreat by Jiang Chen again, it would definitely infuriate Songzan Kongdi. This time, Gambalata exerted all his strength. The long saber in his hand went straight for Jiang Chen's life. Jiang Chen held his saber in front of him fearlessly. The three's attack was not worth mentioning at all. Three half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen could defeat them as easily as drinking water. Get lost! Jiang Chen roared in anger. The seals in his hands were linked together and the true dragon palm was struck out. The moment the three of them were repelled by the seals, they were all sent flying. Their strength was ruthlessly suppressed. Although they were at the same level, they did not have the slightest chance to fight back against Jiang Chen. Songzan Kongdi was also shocked and took a few steps back subconsciously. Songzan Kongdi's body trembled and he took a step back subconsciously. Although his strength was almost the same as Balata, he was obviously timid when facing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was fighting against 3 of them casually and the 3 of them were heavily injured. Such combat strength was unbelievable. In Songzhan Kongdi's eyes, Jiang Chen was a celestial being who could fight against a divine emperor expert. How strong was this fella? No wonder they couldn't catch up to the fiery marten after chasing it for 3 months, but Jiang Chen caught it in less than a quarter of an hour. This was the gap between them. Jiang Chen took a step forward with an imposing aura. Songzhan Kandi quickly retreated with a pale face and said, "What are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" "I would like to ask, what are you trying to do? Didn't you want the fiery marten in my hand just now? Do you still want it now?" Jiang Chen said coldly. His golden eyes swept across the 4 of them. The 4 of them shivered in fear. "Don't want it, don't want it." Songzhan Kandi quickly shook his head and hid behind Gambalada. At this moment, they could only avoid Jiang Chen's attack. After all, Jiang Chen was too terrifying. If they continued to confront Jiang Chen, they would only end up in a miserable state. "Then, why are you still here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to supper?" Jiang Chen's sharp eyes swept across the 4 of them. The 4 of them retreated subconsciously and their faces changed drastically. They did not dare to look at Jiang Chen anymore because Jiang Chen was too powerful. They did not expect that they, the aboriginals of the Jiang Chen, would meet such a tough opponent. Jiang Chen's appearance was too strange. No one had expected that they would have such a conflict with him. However, Songzhan Kongdi, of Jiang of the Fiery Marten, was too. "Young Master Kongdi, is this the end of this matter?" Gambalada gritted his teeth and said. However, his strength was not enough to fight against Jiang Chen. Just now, all 3 of them were seriously injured by Jiang Chen. Fortunately, that guy did not want to kill them. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Forget it. How can I forget it? In this Thunder Mountain range, there is someone who dares to go against me. "Humph," Songzhan Kandi sneered. "I will definitely make him regret it. Let's go back to the clan first. If it wasn't for my father's birthday, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Now that it's all in vain, I won't let it go. Let's go find second brother and let him avenge me." Gambalada's eyes lit up and he said with a sinister smile, "Hee, if the second young master takes action, then that reckless guy will definitely die without a burial place. He still wants to rise in the Thunder Mountain range. He is not made for it. Humph, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Little bastard, I will definitely make you pay. In thousands of years, when have I, Songzhan Kandi, ever suffered such a loss? I will definitely tear you into pieces and make you die without a burial place." Songzhan Kandi clenched his fists and his face was livid. He gritted his teeth and wanted to eat Jiang Chen's flesh. However, the situation was worse than him, so he naturally could not fight with Jiang Chen. Only a fool would do that. Asking second brother to avenge him was the safest way. "By the way, young Master Kongdi, that guy, is he also here for Lei and his mother? You should know that there are very few people who come to our Thunder Rush mountain range. On one side is the Slaughter Pagoda, which is one of the most powerful forces in the Central Province Divine Land. Even the Patriarch has warned us not to step into that area. On the other side is the Forbidden Land of the Divine Prefecture. Very few outsiders come here. If this fellow is really here for Lei and his mother, it looks like we have to be even more careful." Gambalada was shocked and said in a deep voice. Songzhan Kandi raised his eyebrows and pondered for a moment before he said, "It's not impossible. It's not impossible. The Green Feather clan has been eyeing Lei and his mother like a tiger watching its prey. They've already sent people over. Now, this reckless guy has appeared. I hope there won't be any new problems. After all, there's only one Lei and his mother. The Green Feather clan is here to send their daughter-in-law. He, but Lord Patriarch has already planned for Lei and his mother. It won't be that easy for the Green Feather clan to get Lei and his mother. Ganbalata chuckled. The Green Feather clan has always thought highly of themselves. This time, they actually sent people to our infant Earth tribe to make peace. They must have some ulterior motives. Lord Father will naturally not give Lei and his mother to them. Do they really think that the princess of the Green Feather clan is a pearl in their palm? Humph, what an arrogant guy. Songzan Kangdi said disdainfully. He was obviously dissatisfied with the Green Feather clan. The importance of Lei and his mother could even affect the rise and fall of their infant Earth tribe. It was absolutely impossible for them to give them to others casually. The Green Feather clan wanted to use a woman to exchange for Lei and his mother. It was simply wishful thinking. That's natural. The Green Feather clan has no sense of shame. Our infant Earth tribe is the strongest Forbidden Land God clan in the peripheral area of the Forbidden Land. How could we be implicated by a small bird clan? I believe that Lord Patriarch has his own plans. Ganbalata said with a smile. Our Forbidden Land God clan will never allow outsiders to behave atrociously in our territory. No matter who it is, be it the Green Feather clan or this reckless guy, they will pay the price. That's right. What young Master Kangdi said is right. Compared to our Forbidden Land God clan, they are simply not worth mentioning. A bunch of arrogant guys. Ganbalata hurriedly flattered. Let's go back to the clan first. I must take revenge even at this critical moment. I hope that guy won't cause any new problems and become a thorn in our side. Chapter 3301. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and turned his head to look at the four men who just left. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. He hoped that these guys would know the difficulty and retreat. If he killed them, the entire Thunder Rush mountain range would be in an uproar. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't kill them. If it wasn't because he was looking for the heavenly lightning and wanted some peace, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to kill these reckless guys. I hope you guys won't come back recklessly. Let's find the sky thunder first. Jiang Chen collected his thoughts and was about to put the fiery ferret into the myriad chi cauldron. Oh whoa brother, don't kill me. I can bring you to find the sky thunder. The fiery ferret looked at Jiang Chen with fear and said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened up. Does this little guy know where the sky thunder is? It seems like I can save a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen smiled and said, if you bring me to the sky thunder, I won't kill you. Really? Brother, that's good. Come with me. I promise you can find the sky thunder as soon as possible. The fiery ferret opened his eyes wide and said. His eyes were full of little stars and excitement. It was not easy for him to cultivate to this level. Jiang Chen killed him directly. It seemed useless now. However, if the fiery ferret could bring him to the sky thunder, he would let it go. How do you know where the sky thunder is? Jiang Chen continued to ask. I grew up here. The Thunder Mountain Range is my home. Of course, I know about it. But my mother never allowed me to go there to play. The heavenly lightning there is extremely violent and terrifying. Ordinary Divine Emperor realm experts can't even go there. Even my mother doesn't want to talk about that place. The blazing fire mink grinned. It was very human-like. When it heard that Jiang Chen would let it go as long as they found the heavenly lightning, it was naturally very happy. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. This blazing fire mink had a simple and honest nature. It was completely different from the sinister and cunning rumored it to be. Perhaps it had something to do with the environment it lived in. In this desolate forest, only wild beasts could interact with it. The appearance of these four fellows was just an accident. do you know the name of the sky thunder? Jiang Chen asked. He only knew that the heavenly lightning in the spring thunder diagram was extremely terrifying, but he knew nothing about it. I heard from my mother that it's called the thousand flame destruction thunder. She said that it's an extremely terrifying sky thunder. Legend has it that it fell from the sky in the immemorial era. Who knows? Hee hee. The fiery ferret shrugged and said indifferently. The thousand flame destruction thunder. This sky thunder will be mine. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. As long as he could get his hands on this sky thunder, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Reaching the Divine Emperor realm would not be a problem. Most importantly, after getting his hands on this thousand flame destruction thunder, he would definitely be able to gain a foothold in the central region Divine Land. At that time, Jiang Chen would even be able to ignore a sect like the Petrified Sect. In this world where only the strong were respected, without strength, you would only be trampled by others. This was the day he wanted to soar to the sky. Because at that time, his name would spread across the central region Divine Land. At that time, if Xiao Yu or Han Yan heard about it, they would definitely come looking for him. Only when he reached the Divine Emperor realm, could Jiang Chen be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the strong. Only then could he stand firm in the central region Divine Land. If he wanted to go against the Divine Emperor realm, then Jiang Chen must have his own strength. Otherwise, how could he fight against a strong enemy? Yan Qingqing was still in the hands of the Divine Emperor Pagoda. How could Jiang Chen not be anxious? Just like that, a man and a ferret started their journey to search for the sky thunder. After crossing over mountains and passing through thistles and thorns, the fiery ferret finally stopped. The canyon in front of us that's hidden among the ancient trees is where the sky thunder is. The surrounding ancient trees are so tall that they almost cover the canyon. In the canyon, the thousand flame destruction thunder is there. Basically, no one dares to get close to it. As long as they get within 100 li of the thousand flame destruction thunder, they will be burned by the fire. The thousand flame destruction thunder can descend from the sky and it even has intelligence. My mother said that it's as wise as a demon. The fiery ferret said with fear. It had listened to its mother since it was young and never dared to get close to that place. Even in this place, it could still feel an extremely strong pressure. It's indeed a terrifying sky thunder. Jiang Chen murmured. He could already feel the terrifying force of lightning, but the Grand Canyon was like a forbidden zone. If Jiang Chen went any further, he would most likely trigger the thousand flame destructive thunder's counterattack. That's right. That's right. Looks like we've come to the right place. Jiang Chen looked at the fiery ferret with a trace of gratitude. If he were to look for the sky thunder by himself, it would probably take him a lot of time. You can leave now. I'll keep my promise. Jiang Chen looked at the fiery ferret and said. I suddenly don't want to leave anymore. I've always wanted to see what this sky thunder looks like since I was young. My mother has never allowed me to come here. Today, I'll make an exception and take a good look. At this moment, the fiery ferret didn't want to leave anymore. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This little guy was really not afraid that he would kill it. However, Jiang Chen kept his promise. Since he had said that he would let it go, he would definitely not catch it again. The fiery ferret took the lead and rushed forward. Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Wait, there's actually a formation in this area." Jiang Chen took a step forward and actually felt a trace of the formation's ripple. This formation was actually very strong. Even he might not be able to break it in a short period of time. After the fiery ferret was stopped by itself, it was suddenly startled. With a swoosh, it ran back to Jiang Chen's side. What's going on? What formation is this? Where is it? The fiery ferret said in shock. I'd like to see what kind of formation this is. Jiang Chen took another step forward and rushed to the edge of the formation. However, he was bounced back by an invisible force. Even Jiang Chen couldn't dispel that kind of force. It could only mean that this formation was very strong and terrifying. The solemn expression on Jiang Chen's face became more and more serious. I don't believe it. Jiang Chen frowned and his face was gloomy. He began to take out the no-beginning formation and constantly deduced the formation in front of him. Jiang Chen walked with difficulty and advanced with difficulty. However, this formation still didn't seem to find a way to break through. On the contrary, Jiang Chen was led into a misunderstanding. It made him think that this was a real peerless formation and he couldn't break through it psychologically. Who dares to act rashly? Get out of here! Accompanied by a loud shout, two unparalleled attacks were launched from the formation. Jiang Chen's face changed. He moved his hands and blocked the two attacks. However, he was forced to retreat more than 100 steps. Chapter 3302. Jiang Chen couldn't help but hesitate. Has this place been occupied? Is the thousand-flame destructive thunder still around? Playing tricks, who is it? Jiang Chen roared angrily. His eyes were sharp as he looked towards the canyon. At this moment, two figures appeared at the same time, one in black and one in white. Their eyes were filled with incomparable coldness. Kid, you're not qualified to enter this place with your strength. Get out of this area, get out of the Thunder Mountain Range, and you might still have a chance to live. The white-robed elder, Ling Ling, said. Does this Thunder Mountain Range belong to your family? Why should I leave this place? Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face full of arrogance. Hee, do you think this is a good place? Countless people have tried to enter this place, but they all died in the end. Even Divine Emperor experts are no exception. You're just a half-step Divine Emperor, what right do you have to enter? The black-robed elder said coldly. His eyes were calm as if he did not take Jiang Chen seriously. Who are you guys? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. We're the protectors of this Thunder Mountain Range. Leave now, or else, don't blame us for being impolite. The white-robed elder flicked his sleeves. A terrifying astral wind pierced through the void and struck at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was calm and composed, as steady as empty tie. He punched out and the astral wind dissipated into nothingness. Good move. But you're still not qualified to enter this place. The black-robed elder and the white-robed elder looked at each other and struck at the same time. Gusts of astral wind covered the sky and earth. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. After receiving more than 20 strikes from the two, he finally showed signs of defeat. Jiang Chen knew that the two of them were beyond the early Divine Emperor realm. If they attacked together, he would not be a match for them. More importantly, they had a formation to rely on. This was the most infuriating part. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to fight them to the death. Fuck you, motherfucker. I'll be back sooner or later. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He rapidly flew backwards. After suffering a setback in the hands of the two old men, his expression became even more difficult. He didn't expect that there would be such a master in this godforsaken place. The heavenly thunder was protected by a formation and there were masters presiding over it. There must be something in this place that could tempt them. Moreover, the heavenly thunder was extremely untamed. It was impossible for them to covet the heavenly thunder. However, the identity of these two old men was extremely mysterious. It was hard for Jiang Chen to fathom them. Little brother, are you all right? The blazing fire Martin asked in a low voice with a nervous look on his face. I'm fine. Do you know where these two people came from? Jiang Chen said gloomily. I don't know. Every time I passed by this place in the past, I never saw these two people. These two old men are so powerful. I feel that they could kill me with a single slap from them. The blazing fire Martin said pitifully. Maybe when you passed by here, you didn't trigger the formation. That's why they didn't appear. Looks like I have to think about it further. Jiang Chen felt a little troubled. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He had found the heavenly thunder, but it was sealed off. Jiang Chen felt that something big was about to happen in the Thunder Rush mountain range. Jiang Chen had a feeling that something big was about to happen. I know. There's a big crocodile that might know where these two people came from. The blazing fire Martin's eyes lit up. Big crocodile? Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. Yes, there's a dragon pond swamp not far from here. There's a big crocodile living there. My mother said that this guy has been living here for millions of years. He must know what's going on here. The movements in the Thunder Rush mountain range can't escape from him. The blazing fire Martin said excitedly. Alright, let's go and ask this big crocodile. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Heaven never bars one's way. It seemed like this blazing fire Martin had helped him a lot by not killing it. With no time to lose, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at the Dragon Pond swamp under the lead of the fiery ferret. This was a vast expanse of water, and it was surrounded by mountains, rivers, and algae. It was extremely muddy. However, Jiang Chen and the blazing fire Martin searched here for a long time, but they still couldn't find the big crocodile it mentioned. However, Jiang Chen once again saw a chaotic battle. Above the Dragon Pond swamp, there were two groups of people confronting each other. They were even ready to jump at each other's throats. Princess of the Green Feather Clan, our young Master Lang Mo would like to invite you to the forbidden land of the Demon Clan for a chat. How about it? A person shrouded in a black robe said with a smile. Other than his eyes, the rest of his body was covered by the black robe. They were a group of more than 10 people, and all of them had the same black demonic aura around their bodies. In front of them, there were 5 people. The woman in the lead was dressed in white, and her face was covered with a green veil. However, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Her figure was like jade, and her beautiful eyes were like ice. Her temperament was extraordinary, and no one could compare to her. She was like the stars in the 9 heavens, shining like the stars. The 4 women beside her were dressed in blue. They were all beautiful women, and they were filled with a cold expression. So you guys are from the forbidden land of the Demon Clan. The white-clothed woman frowned and said with a cold expression. This time, it seemed like they already knew about the Green Feather Clan coming to the forbidden land for a marriage alliance. Hee, that's right. Our young Master Lang Mo is drooling over your beauty. I wonder if the princess will do us the honor. The black-cloaked man said with a smile. Their intention couldn't be more obvious. To put it bluntly, they were here to kidnap the bride, and not to chat with the Green Feather Clan. Currently, the border of the Forbidden Land was in turmoil all year round. The battle between the Forbidden Land's Divine Clan and the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan was getting more and more intense. Now that the Green Feather Clan wanted to go to the Forbidden Land for a marriage alliance, the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan would definitely not stand idly by. If they could kill the princess of the Green Feather Clan at this moment, or imprison her, then the Forbidden Land's Divine Clan would definitely be despised by the Green Feather Clan. At that time, the Forbidden Land's Divine Clan wouldn't be able to take care of everything. You guys are just here to kidnap the bride. Do you really think that my Green Feather Clan is a pushover? The white-clothed woman, Lang, said. She had already seen through the thoughts of the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan. At this time, she naturally wouldn't cause any trouble. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame the Forbidden Land's Demon Clan for not giving you face. The black-cloaked man said with a cold smile. The princess of the Green Feather clan is a peerless beauty. I, Ling Mo, will definitely not use violence against the princess. Chapter 3303. Young Master Ling Mo, is it? If you don't move aside, don't blame us for being impolite. The princess of the Green Feather clan said coldly. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but her face turned cold and frosty. He, princess is so beautiful. How could I bear to let princess go to the Forbidden Land and have a marriage with the divine race? Why don't princess come back with me? I, Ling Mo, will not mistreat princess. Ling Mo said with a smile. His hoarse voice sounded like an old man in his 70s or 80s. It made the princess of the Green Feather clan extremely uncomfortable. Dream on. Princess, we don't have to talk nonsense with them. Let's kill them first. The woman behind the princess of the Green Feather clan said in a low voice. Everyone was ready for battle, and the battle could start at any moment. The princess nodded, and the 4 female guards attacked in an instant, pressing against the people of the devil race in the forbidden area. Let's do it. Looks like they still want to struggle. Ling Mo said faintly and retreated. More than a dozen demon clansmen from the Forbidden Land did not show any signs of weakness and went up against them. Although the 4 female guards were very strong, they were no match for the large number of demon clansmen from the Forbidden Land. All of them had reached the late hierarch realm and their attacks were extremely ruthless. The 4 female guards from the Green Feather clan were no match for them. The princess of the Green Feather clan's expression changed slightly. If this goes on, they will definitely lose. Looks like I have to take action. The princess held the green jade sword in her hand and stood up, forcing more than 10 people from the Forbidden Land to retreat. Her sword aura was ferocious and terrifying. The princess of the Green Feather clan was very strong. She had reached the half-step divine emperor realm and her aura was unparalleled. At this moment, the corner of Ling Mo's mouth curved into a meaningful smile. Looks like I have to take action. I did not expect the princess of the Green Feather clan to be so powerful. Although she was only a half-step divine emperor, she was extremely terrifying and steady. Your opponent is me. Ling Mo sneered and charged toward the princess of the Cyan Feather clan with his bare hands. His attacks forced the princess of Green Feather clan to retreat. Although they were both half-step divine emperors, there was a huge gap between their battle prowess. Even Jiang Chen frowned. This half-step divine emperor Ling Mo was extremely powerful. He might not be able to defeat him if he didn't use his trump card. Although the princess of the Cyan Feather clan was engrossed in the battle, her strength was still inferior to Ling Mo's. At that moment, Ling Mo struck out with his palm towards the princess of the Cyan Feather clan. At that moment, the princess dodged, but Ling Mo removed her veil. It's truly too beautiful to behold. Ling Mo smiled indifferently, but the princess of the Green Feather clan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Her pretty face was slightly flushed, and her anger soared to the heavens. It's her. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. Initially, he did not intend to get involved in this battle. From what they said, he knew that the demon race of the Forbidden Land was not simple. However, he did not know the background of the Cyan Feather clan. However, when the veil fell to the ground, Jiang Chen had no choice but to take action. Because the princess of the Cyan Feather clan was Yu Jingxian. This was something that Jiang Chen did not expect. However, Jiang Chen did not want Yu Jingxian to know his identity. Hence, he did not reveal himself. Instead, he changed his appearance and quickly attacked to block Ling Mo's attack. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen saved Yu Jingxian and exchanged a palm strike with Ling Mo. Both of them retreated and no one gained the upper hand. Thank you for saving me, master. Yu Jingxian was covered in cold sweat. If she had been hit by Ling Mo's attack just now, she would have been seriously injured or even killed. Lang Mo came to kill her because his purpose was obvious. He wanted to provoke a war between the Green Feather clan and the Forbidden Land, or even become enemies. You even dare to interfere in the affairs of the Forbidden Land's demon race. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't make a mistake. Lang Mo Lang said as he looked at Jiang Chen coldly. It's our duty to lend a helping hand when we see injustice. How can so many of you men bully a weak girl? How can you do it? Since I've encountered such injustice, I naturally have to interfere. Jiang Chen had completely changed his appearance. Hence, even when Yu Jingxian saw Jiang Chen, she did not recognize him at all. It seems like you really want to be the enemy of the Forbidden Land's demon race. Lang Mo said in a deep voice. He knew that Yi Shiwen was not simple. Although they only exchanged a palm strike, Lang Mo could already feel how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. If they were to fight to the death, it would be extremely tragic. I just want to save her. As for who I want to be the enemy, I have never thought about it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Alright, since you insist, don't blame me for being impolite. Lang Mo took a step forward and his aura was like a rainbow, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Terrifying devil shadows descended from the sky. That kind of supreme mightiness made everyone's countenance change, including Yu Jingxian. She had never thought that young Master Lang Mo would be this powerful. Even an ordinary divine emperor would not be able to match up to him. I'll accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen Lang said. Lang Mo's eyes were like torches. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were filled with a cold aura. This battle was unavoidable. Jiang Chen must save Yu Jingxian. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Lang Mo's palms were like tigers and his fists were like the wind. Both of them fought with their bare fists. Waves of horrifying chi came one after another as their fists collided with each other. That kind of horrifying power directly crushed the surrounding woods. Even Yu Jingxian could only retreat. The people from the devil race and the four girls were almost thrown off their horses. The scene was extremely chaotic. Jiang Chen's fists were terrifying. However, Lang Mo was not any weaker than him. Jiang Chen was shocked. Lang Mo's strength was almost the same as his. Lang Mo was able to fight against him with his bare fists. Lang Mo's strength was almost the same as his. Lang Mo was really powerful. He was not any weaker than Jiang Chen. Fist after fist shook the world. The two of them were facing each other with equal harshness, neither of them retreating even half a step. The terrifying chi waves caused the two of them to raise their auras to the peak. In this close combat battle, they actually came to a draw. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Jiang Chen was shocked, but Lang Mo was even more shocked. He was invincible in the forbidden land of the divine continent. There was no one who could be his match. He had even defeated a divine emperor expert, but this half-step divine emperor couldn't even defeat him. Chapter 3304. There was a meaningful smile in Jiang Chen's eyes. After exchanging dozens of blows with young Master Lang Mo, both of them were evenly matched. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew that it was impossible to solve the problem in front of him in a short period of time. Lady, leave first. Don't worry about me. I have a way to escape. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Yu Jingxian's expression changed slightly. The person in front of her was her savior. How could she abandon him and leave alone? It was a critical moment now. If she really left her savior here alone and something happened to him, how could she feel at ease? Yes, princess, let's go. Otherwise, we'll be in a dangerous situation. Let's go, princess. I'm afraid that something might happen if we delay. The four guards and maids behind Yu Jingxian said nervously. If the princess was in danger, they would be killed as well. At this time, someone had come to rescue them, so it was better for them to leave first. At the very least, they had to ensure the princess' safety. Yu Jingxian's expression was solemn. She would not be at ease if she left him here. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, we'll be in a bad situation. Don't worry, I definitely have a way to leave this place. Jiang Chen's voice became deep again and he said coldly. At this moment, Yu Jingxian also fell into silence. She knew that this person really wanted to save her. If she continued to stay here, she would not be of much help. She had no choice but to leave even though she felt guilty. Thank you, mister, for saving me. I am Yu Jingxian, the princess of the Green Feather clan. After you've escaped, you must come and find me. Otherwise, I will not be at ease if I don't know your safety. Yu Jingxian said affectionately. All right. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yu Jingxian and the others quickly retreated. Yu Jingxian looked back every few steps, but she still left in the end. Otherwise, if the demon race from the forbidden area were to come again, they would be surrounded by enemies. Yu Jingxian was very grateful to her savior. Want to leave? Then you'll have to get past me first. At this moment, young Master Lang Mo became more and more powerful. The battle between him and Jiang Chen was getting more and more intense. However, Jiang Chen's strength wasn't something that anyone could defeat. Not to mention a half-step divine emperor, he could even defeat a divine emperor. Your opponent is me. Jiang Chen said faintly. His movements were not slow at all as he completely blocked young Master Lang Mo's path to chase after Yu Jingxian. At this moment, young Master Lang Mo's face became increasingly gloomy. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Today, I will kill you first. Lang Mo took a step forward. Lightning flashed and his energy shook the universe. The wind from his fist was invincible and shocking. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally and wrapped his palm around young Master Lang Mo's fist. Terrifying energy shook the surroundings, but young Master Lang Mo couldn't break the palm of the man in front of him no matter what. Ah Yen, it seems like you've improved quite a bit. Jiang Chen said faintly with a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, young Master Lang Mo's eyes changed a few times. His pupils contracted as he stared at the young man in front of him. The voice was so familiar. The look in the young man's eyes brought him back to the days when he was in high spirits. At this moment, the two of them became completely silent. Needless to say, Jiang Chen could feel his presence. This young Master Lang Mo was Han Yan, his closest brother. Han Yan had a complicated expression as he stared at the person in front of him. Han Yan's expression was complicated as he stared at the person in front of him. Although his appearance had changed, his eyes could still speak. Although he felt that this youth was very familiar, he had never dreamt that he would see Jiang Chen in this place. For so many years, ever since he entered the divine world, he had always been cultivating in the forbidden land of the divine world. You're still the same. Didn't you lose to me? Ha ha ha. Young Master Lang Mo hugged the young man in front of him. At this moment, Han Yan felt tears welling up in his eyes. When brothers met again, the innocence of a child became incomparably pure. That kind of feeling was irreplaceable. That kind of feeling was something that they could never erase in their lives. The people behind Han Yan were also confused. They didn't expect their young Master Lang Mo to be hugging the enemy. What's going on? Young Master Lang Mo, what are you? As soon as the guards behind Han Yan opened their mouths, Han Yan suddenly turned around and struck out a palm strike, instantly killing all 10 of them. His imposing manner was like a rainbow, and he was decisive in killing without any hesitation. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. Han Yan's attack was as fast as lightning, swift and decisive. Although he was slightly surprised, he still had his own plans. It's a long story. Sigh, I'll explain it to you later. However, it's a great thing for us brothers to meet here. Ha ha ha, I've been dreaming about when I'll be able to see you again. Little Chinzi, I've missed you so much. Ha ha ha. It could be seen that Han Yan was extremely excited. Both of them had incomparable smiles in their eyes. The greatest joy in life was nothing more than finding sweet dew after a long drought, or meeting an old friend in a foreign land. The two of them had met in the divine world, and they were able to fight side by side once again. Their feelings were completely different. Then tell me slowly. Ha ha ha. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Han Yan and Jiang Chen looked at each other. At this moment, their hearts were filled with indescribable excitement. Han Yan took out the immortal wine that he brought from the forbidden land of the demon race and sat on the ground with Jiang Chen. They drank and chatted happily. Meeting brothers was better than countless years. 100 years seemed like a lifetime. Both of them had endless things to say to each other. Ever since they entered the divine world, they had been chatting for 3 days and 3 nights. However, they felt that it wasn't enough and they got to know each other better. Jiang Chen's dangerous journey was quite exciting for Han Yan. After all, he had been staying in the divine land of the forbidden land ever since he entered the divine world. Although he didn't have as much experience as Jiang Chen, he still schemed against each other to get to where he was. He cultivated desperately, fought for resources, and fought for status. It was extremely cruel. Oh, right. 13, De Huang and the monk. You've met them? Han Yan asked. Chapter 3305. The collapse of the Buddha world is a great blow to him. It's still unknown if he can dominate the West Pole divine region by himself. But at least he has this wish and expectation. Jiang Chen sighed. In this world where the strong rule, they're just a drop in the ocean. Without reaching the realm of a true expert, who dares to say that they're unparalleled in the world? Looks like my situation is relatively simple. All of you have rich experiences. Ha ha ha. What I can't imagine is De Huang. How could that fella stay in the Luo God clan? Could it be that he's changed his nature? That fellow is someone who's not afraid of anything. I don't even know how much of a price he paid to stay in the Luo God clan. Han Yan smiled. Everyone has their own ambitions. Back then, I had the intention to let De Huang stay in the Luo God clan because the divine world is too cruel. Although my current strength is pretty good, I'm still too weak when compared to the true major forces. With that fellow's character of wanting to see the world in chaos, he'll definitely stir up trouble wherever he goes. To him, cultivating in the divine world is a great danger. If he can cultivate in the Luo God clan, he'll definitely not be willing to be ordinary. Our strength has already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. I believe that fellow won't be weak either. Who knows, he might come to the central region divine land to look for us. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. It's nonsense to say that he doesn't miss De Huang. The two of them have been relying on each other for survival. They're closer than blood brothers. It's been so many years since he saw De Huang. Jiang Chen felt a little sullen in his heart. But for De Huang's future development, staying in the Luo God clan is his last choice. If he can get through the toughest period of his cultivation, he'll definitely amaze the world when he comes out from the Luo God clan. What about Xiao Yu and the rest? Han Yan probed. When he saw Jiang Chen's desolate expression, Han Yan knew that he had said the wrong thing. Up until now, Jiang Chen had not received any news about them. I've already met Qing Qing and Sister Ning. However, their situation isn't good either. It's all my fault for being useless. I wasn't able to protect the two of them. Up until now, both of them are in dire straits. I came to the Central Plains divine land because of them. As for little you, ever since I entered the immortal world, I have not seen her even once. You have all ascended from the immortal world of the 9 prefectures, so she will definitely not fall behind. However, I have never seen her. I know that she must be somewhere in the immortal world, waiting for me. Jiang Chen spoke in a low voice. Although he was still filled with fighting spirit, Han Yan could sense the pain in Jiang Chen's heart. He had no one to talk to, no one to confide in. He could only endure it silently. Regardless of Sister Ning, Qingqing or Little Yu, they were all Little Chenzi's flesh and blood. But now, none of the 3 of them were by his side. One could very well imagine how desolate Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen valued friendship and righteousness. Needless to say, Han Yan knew that Jiang Chen's heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. But what could he do about it? Up until now, they could only cultivate with all their might. Only by becoming strong enough would they have the ability to protect their family and brothers. Then who was that woman earlier? Don't tell me that the princess of the Green Feather clan has an extraordinary relationship with you. Otherwise, why would you hide your appearance? This isn't like your character at all. Ha! Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze. Back then when her clan was in trouble, I had once lent a helping hand. There is indeed a sad past between the two of us. Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Jiang Chen waved his hand, unwilling to speak any further. Han Yan also didn't probe further. After all, this matter didn't have much to do with him. Even if it did, it was a matter of the devil race of the Forbidden Ground. He wasn't willing to get involved in it. Not to mention that he had even teased the princess of the Green Feather clan. At this moment, he felt even more awkward. Let's talk about you. Have you been staying here ever since you entered the divine world? You can say that. After I entered the divine world, I landed in the forbidden land of the divine continent. I have been looking forward to the day when we can meet again. I didn't expect to see each other here today. I can't even believe it. After I entered the divine continent, I joined the devil race of the forbidden land. The devil race and the divine race of the forbidden land are the 2 major races above the divine continent. The devil race of the forbidden land claims to be the ancient demon gods while the divine race claims to be the descendants of the divine race. The battle between them has never stopped. As far as I know, their battle has been going on for billions of years. After I entered the devil race of the forbidden land, my strength improved by leaps and bounds. In just over 100 years, I have reached the half-step divine emperor realm. I can be considered as outstanding in the devil race of the forbidden land. One of the 13 young masters of the devil race, young master Lang Mo is my title. Other than him, only the true young masters of the devil race can be called royalty. This time, I was ordered to disrupt the marriage between the divine race and the Green Feather clan. If it wasn't for you, I would have killed the princess of the Green Feather clan. Han Yan said with a smile. If it wasn't for the sudden encounter with Jiang Chen, he would have killed Yu Jingxian today. It was a coincidence, perhaps it was fate. Oh right, little Chenzi, why are you here? Han Yan drank a mouthful of wine and looked at Jiang Chen. I am here to look for the heavenly lightning. You are familiar with the Thunder Rush mountain range, you should know about the heavenly lightning, right? Jiang Chen said. Heavenly lightning? Are you talking about the heavenly lightning that is guarded by the divine race of the Forbidden Land? Han Yan squinted his eyes and said. Yes, there are 2 guardians there. They are both divine emperor realm experts. I have been there before but I was forced to retreat. Jiang Chen said solemnly. They are the protectors of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land. They guard the heavenly lightning so that they can use the heavenly lightning. It is said that every 10,000 years, a heavenly lightning mother and child will be condensed. The heavenly lightning mother and child have medicinal effects that even divine-grade medicinal pills can't compare to. They can bring the dead back to life. Most importantly, after eating the heavenly lightning mother and child, they can obtain a trace of the heavenly lightning's origin energy and control lightning. Not only that, their terrifying lightning attribute divine yuan essence is also unrivaled. It is even known as a supreme-grade divine pill. It is not difficult to increase one's cultivation base. Think about it, a heavenly lightning mother and child condensed after 1,000,000 years, that is the crystallization of the heavenly lightning for countless years. Think about it, a lightning mother and child that condensed in 1,000,000 years is the crystallization of the heavenly lightning. It is said that the heavenly lightning has an ulterior motive. Their target is the lightning mother and child. Chapter 3306. Does that mean that the heavenly lightning has already been taken by the Forbidden Land's divine race? How strong are the two thunder guardians of the god race in the Forbidden Land? Jiang Qin asked. It is said that the two guardians have been guarding the heavenly lightning for millions of years. How could they be weak? It is said that they have already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. But even the people of our Forbidden Land's demon race are not willing to provoke them because there is an ancient grand formation there. It is almost impossible to enter it. The fact that the Forbidden Land's divine race could send two peerless experts to guard the heavenly lightning means that they have everything planned out. Since they have taken the heavenly lightning, our Forbidden Land's demon race did not find trouble with them. After all, having two divine emperors guarding the heavenly lightning day and night is a great pressure to them. Looks like it will not be easy to obtain the heavenly lightning. Jiang Qin said. What? You want to obtain the heavenly lightning? Are you crazy? Once the heavenly lightning touches you, you will either die or be crippled. The power of heavenly lightning isn't something that ordinary people can control. It's already very rare for the mother and son to be able to obtain a trace of the source of heavenly lightning. How do you think you can obtain the heavenly lightning? Little Qin, don't blame me for not warning you. The heavenly lightning isn't that easy to tame. Han Yan said with an ugly expression. Is that so? Jiang Qin smiled. He moved his hands, the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. Han Yan's expression changed completely as he looked at Jiang Qin in shock. You are too monstrous. These are 2 types of heavenly lightning, aren't you afraid of playing with fire? Forget it, it's not like I have never experienced your monstrousness before. But this has changed my perception once again. Han Yan could only smile helplessly at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's heavenly lightning had opened his eyes. It was unbelievable that someone could control the heavenly lightning, but Jiang Qin did it. You really want to devour the heavenly lightning? Han Yan still couldn't believe it. The heavenly lightning is quite terrifying. It's not unreasonable for 2 divine emperor realm experts to guard this place. It's because the heavenly lightning showed signs of escaping once, so they sent 2 divine emperor realm experts to guard it. Although it's just hearsay, it's still quite shocking. The terror of the heavenly lightning is beyond your imagination. I think you should at least try it when your strength reaches the divine emperor realm. I can't wait any longer. If I don't break through to the divine emperor realm, how can I force my way into the central region divine land? How am I going to save Qingqing? Jiang Qin shook his head. This was his only chance. Moreover, he had 3 rushing thunder diagrams in his hands. He should have a certain degree of confidence in seizing the heavenly thunder. Therefore, Jiang Qin dared to take the risk. However, after hearing Han Yan's words, Jiang Qin knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the heavenly lightning with his current strength. Most importantly, the heavenly thunder was protected by divine emperor realm experts and was reinforced by the formation. His chances were greatly reduced. It seems like I have an idea. I wonder if it'll work. Han Yen said. Say it. Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen. Han Yen had stayed in the divine land for a longer time than Jiang Chen. He had a deep understanding of the surrounding environment, culture, and geography. His words carried a lot of weight. Let's go to Duo Lei and his mother first. No one knows when the mother and son will be formed. We'll just wait for them. The divine race and the green feather clan won't wait too long. As long as you can get the mother and son, you'll have more chances to enter the place and obtain the heavenly lightning. Moreover, it'll be very difficult for you to enter the protective formation of the heavenly lightning alone. Therefore, you can only find the princess of the green feather clan. She must have a way to enter the formation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to make peace with the divine race. Their purpose is clear. Han Yan's words put Jiang Chen in a difficult position. It was awkward for him to look for Yu Jingxian right now, but this might be the only way. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to go in alone. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Jingxian. It's not a deep hatred. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ha ha ha. Get lost, Jiang Chen shouted angrily. He glared at Han Yen with murderous intent. You don't have to listen to me. But if you don't believe me, you might have to pass by the heavenly lightning. Ha ha ha. It's up to you to decide who's right and who's wrong. I'm just a bystander. But if you need my help, I'll definitely help you. Han Yen said with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Chen fell into silence. According to what Han Yen said, even if Jiang Chen's strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm and he could fight against Divine Emperor experts, it would still be extremely difficult for him to break through the formation guarded by two mid-Divine Emperor experts. If he was not careful, he would probably die here. After all, a powerful dragon would not be able to suppress a snake in its own territory. Even the devil race of the Forbidden Land had fought against them for thousands of years without a clear winner. The divine race of the Forbidden Land was definitely not easy to deal with. I think the devil race of the Forbidden Land won't just stand by and watch, right? After all, Duo Lei and his mother are the real treasure. Can the devil race of the Forbidden Land bear to see them fall into the hands of others? Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're right. The people of the devil race of the Forbidden Land won't let it go. But until now, the higher-ups have not issued any orders. Once they take action, the experts of the devil race of the Forbidden Land will definitely gather. The battle between Duo Lei and his mother will definitely be very shocking. Han Yen said in a deep voice. That's good. It seems like the battle for the heavenly lightning will be a turbulent one. Jiang Chen smiled. The Green Feather Clan, the Devil Race and the Divine Race of the Forbidden Land were all gathered here. The appearance of Duo Lei and his mother would definitely make them panic. At that time, he would have a chance to take advantage of them. Buzz, at this moment, the black feather token in Han Yan's bosom began to vibrate. Han Yan frowned and said, That's right. Han Yan frowned and said, It's the order of the young master of the Devil Race. It seems like the devil race of the Forbidden Land is finally going to do something about Duo Lei and his mother. Let's split up. You go find your old lover. You'll definitely find something. See you later, little Chinzi. Ha! Han Yan turned around and left. He knew that they would meet again soon. Chapter 3307. Although Jiang Chen hesitated, this was the only way and the best way. As long as he could sneak into the land of heavenly thunder, he would have the chance to obtain the heavenly thunder. However, Jiang Chen was too shy to say it out loud. He had to pretend that he did not know Yu Jingxian. Otherwise, it would make Jiang Chen feel awkward when he reunited with Yu Jingxian. Jiang Chen headed towards the northwest. He did not expect that Yu Jingxian would wait for him there for so long and did not leave. Benefactor. A soft call startled Jiang Qin. Only then did he notice Yu Jingxian. After all, she would not reveal herself in order to avoid being tracked by young Master Lang Mo. You haven't left yet? Jiang Qin said in surprise. Even he felt that his acting was terrible. He originally came in this direction to catch up with Yu Jingxian. Benefactor, how can I leave just like that? Yu Jingxian shook her head and looked at Jiang Qin solemnly. That so-called young Master Lang Mo has been forced to retreat by me. You don't have to worry about him. Jiang Qin said. Yu Jingxian's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Thank you, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. I am relieved that you are fine. Yu Jingxian nodded slightly. She was no longer worried after seeing that Jiang Qin was fine. By the way, I am Yu Jingxian. May I know your name? I am the second eldest in my family. You can call me second brother Jiang. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jingxian dares not to be presumptuous. May I ask young Master Jiang, where are you going? Yu Jingxian could not help but ask. Jiang Qin's heart moved. It seems like Yu Jingxian wants him to stay. It's a great opportunity. To Yu Jingxian, second brother Jiang was very powerful. If he had nothing to do with the divine clan in the forbidden area, she could ask him to help her as long as she made a promise. I came here to look for spiritual medicine. I did not expect to get lost here. This Thunder Mountain range is really big. Jiang Qin nodded. I thought young Master Jiang was someone from the Forbidden Land's divine race. It seems like I was too rash. Yu Jingxian said with a charming smile. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be slightly stunned as he recalled the charming Yu Ernyang. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How could he not know that Yu Jingxian had deep feelings for him? But right now, little Yu was in the vast sea of people with nowhere to find him. Qingsheng and Sister Ning were both trapped. How could he still have the mood to talk about love? It would be a lie to say that there wasn't even a shred of friendship between them. Jiang Qin wasn't a man who was as cold as ice. In this wilderness, in a foreign land, this little girl feels apprehensive. I wonder if young Master Jiang can protect me and bring me back to the God race in the Forbidden Land. The Green Feather race will definitely reward me heavily. What does young Master Jiang think? Yu Jingxian asked shyly. Well, Jiang Qin said, pretending to be embarrassed. If young Master Jiang is in trouble, Jingxian will not dare to disturb you. No. I didn't mean that. Humans die for wealth just like birds die for food. I won't be courteous with you. If I protect you, what kind of promise will the Green Feather race give me? When Jiang Qin heard that Yu Jingxian wanted to retreat, he was a little confused. Is this girl playing hard to get? However, in order to be safe, he decided not to be courteous with Yu Jingxian and went straight to the point. If the cooked duck really flew away, Jiang Qin would be asking for trouble. However, Jiang Qin had already guessed Yu Jingxian's intention. She was indeed playing hard to get. When she saw Jiang Qin's eyes lit up, she knew that she had succeeded. Jiang Qin was her benefactor and his character was definitely good. As long as he could help her, it would be worth it even if she had to pay a price. If young master can really help me, then the Green Feather race is willing to give you a demigod-grade pill. I, Yu Jingxian, will definitely keep my word. Yu Jingxian said proudly. A demigod-grade pill was also very attractive to divine emperors. However, she did not know that Jiang Qin was an alchemist grandmaster. Jiang Qin's expression changed and became dignified. He pretended to be shocked and said, Really? A demigod-grade pill is definitely worth it for the princess. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said. Yu Jingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. This matter was finally settled. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian looked at each other and smiled. Both of them had their own thoughts, but the final result was what they were happy to see. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Rest assured, after this matter is settled, the green feather race will definitely not mistreat young Master Jiang. Yu Jingxian smiled gently. The moment she looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, Jiang Chen immediately avoided her gaze. Yu Jingxian was slightly startled and blurted out, Young Master, you are the best in the world. Jiang. Young Master. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Nothing, I just feel that young Master Jiang is very similar to my previous friend. I was rude, I'm really sorry. Yu Jingxian said faintly. It's all right. Let's go, the princess must be waiting anxiously. Jiang Chen said. Yes, princess, we have been delayed for a few days. It's time for us to go. The female guard behind Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Yu Jingxian shook her head and smiled at Jiang Chen. She then stood up and left. Perhaps she missed him too much that she was a little absent-minded at that moment. However, young Master Jiang's eyes were so similar that she almost mistook him for someone else. In an ancient castle of the demon race in the Forbidden Land, a few bats that blotted out the sky were flying above the castle. Their screeches were extremely ear-piercing, making the sky above the ancient castle seem strange and gloomy. The ancient castle was thousands of miles long. It was antique and full of charm. This was one of the largest castles of the demon race in the Forbidden Land, Philip's ancient castle. It was also the residence of one of the three most powerful demon emperors of the Forbidden Land, Louis XVII. On the tower of Philip's ancient castle, the disciples of the demon race were on guard. There was a sentry every 10 steps and a sentry every 100 steps. The surrounding ancient trees were green and towering, covering the 100-meter-tall castle. Even during the day, it still looked very cold and desolate. Han Yan returned to Philip's ancient castle from the thunder-rushing mountain range alone. Along the way, the guards all knelt down and worshipped him. Chapter 3308. On the top of the silver throne, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe stared at the storm outside the ancient castle. The eagle on his shoulder had a pair of sharp eyes. Even a hierarch realm expert would not dare to look at it. Below the long-robed man, there were more than 10 people with strong aura. There were men and women on both sides. All of them had sharp eyes and were decisive people. Demon Sovereign, Mo was incompetent and caused the Green Feather clan to enter the Forbidden Divine clan's territory. Please punish me, Demon Sovereign. Han Yan knelt down on one knee and said solemnly. With your strength, no ordinary Divine Emperor Realm Expert would be a match for you unless there's an extremely powerful Divine Emperor Realm Expert. I'm a little disappointed with your failure this time. Mo, this is not the strength you should have. The long-robed man sighed. He was the only sovereign of Philip Castle, Louis XVII. He was also one of the most powerful experts in the ancient castle and the Forbidden Demon clan. With just a glance, Han Yan felt his entire body tremble. The demon monarch's supremacy was too powerful and he did not even have the urge to resist. Han Yan involuntarily wiped off the sweat on his face with a bitter smile on the corner of his lips. The enemy is too strong. Mo was incompetent and I'm willing to take all the responsibility. Han Yan said in a low voice. He, looks like our young master Mo is very relaxed. You think you can solve the problem by saying that you're incompetent? How dare you not do what the demon sovereign asked you to do? Do you think you can be so presumptuous just because the demon sovereign loves you? A silver-haired young man sneered and looked at Han Yan with disdain. Mo did not mean that. I hope the demon sovereign will understand. Han Yen coldly said. He glanced at the silver-haired youth without batting an eyelid. This fellow had always been at odds with him. Naturally, he would not sit and wait for death at this time. If he did not add insult to injury, it would instead make the silver-haired youth feel that there was something fishy about this matter. Understand? You should know better than anyone if you've done your best. Humph. The silver-haired youth said in a strange tone. He, Big Brother Lang Mo might have his own difficulties this time. Kong Letty, even if you want to take revenge on Big Brother Lang Mo, you don't have to be so anxious, right? Even the Demon Emperor's supremacy hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious? A beautiful woman with long pink hair said with a smile. Her eyes were filled with electricity and she was filled with a charming aura. Her figure was extremely hot and sexy. Once anyone saw her, they would not be able to forget her. She was definitely a beauty that could bring about the downfall of a country. However, there was a strange light in the eyes of the beauty, as if it was full of evil and cunning. Ling Qianqian, don't think that I won't dare to attack you. Kong Jody said with a gloomy face. Enough, all of you shut up. Do you still have father in your eyes? A young man with a purple crown on his head shouted in a domineering manner. As the third prince of Philippe's ancient castle, he was extremely powerful and powerful. He was also one of the princes that Louis XVII was most proud of. He was the undefeated legend of the demons in the Forbidden Land, Louis Journey. After being reprimanded by Louis Journey, everyone kept quiet out of fear and no longer spoke. This matter is extremely urgent. It concerns the war between the Forbidden Land's devil race and the Forbidden Land's god race. The Green Feather clan must not ally with the Forbidden Land's god race. If that happens, the pressure on us will be even greater. Louis XVII thought for a moment and said calmly. Father, your son is willing to fight against the Cyan Feather clan on your behalf. Louis Journey said in a low voice. All right, you'll go. Lang Mo, you, Kong Letty, and Qianqian will follow and atone for your mistakes. If you fail again, I will punish the four of you together. I want to see Lei and his mother. Louis XVII said in a deep voice. Everyone knelt down on one knee. Han Yen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Ling Qianqian with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Yes, father. Your son will not let you down. Bring Lei and his mother back to the castle. Louis Journey nodded heavily. As the proudest son of Louis XVII, Louis Journey's strength had already reached the early divine emperor realm. Ordinary people couldn't be compared to him. Han Yen was also quite shocked. This time, the demon emperor Exalt had sent Louis Journey. It meant that he really valued the alliance between the divine race and the Cyan Feather clan. Lei Journey and his mother were just a symbol. What he really wanted to see was for the divine race and the Cyan Feather clan to turn against each other. Han Yan's heart became heavy. It would be more difficult for Jiang Qin to obtain the heavenly lightning now. This Louis Journey's strength might not even be weaker than the two guardians of the mountain range. Plus, the reason why Louis Journey led the three of them to intercept the Green Feather family was self-evident. He wanted to stir up a conflict between the God race and the Green Feather family in the Forbidden Land. That's right. Louis Journey was very strong, and he could ignore all of them. He was extremely arrogant, but he liked Ling Qianqian. However, Ling Qianqian didn't care about him at all. The only person she cared about was Han Yen. Because of this, Han Yen knew that he would be the unluckiest one in this journey. Louis Journey had always disliked him. Outside the castle, Louis Journey crossed his arms and said faintly, "You just came back today. You've just returned today. Rest for a day and set off tomorrow. Lang Mo, don't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." After saying that, Louis Journey glanced at Ling Qianqian and left. You have to rely on women for everything. I don't think you can go far. Ha ha ha, Ling Mo, you have to be careful this time. Don't suffer a double loss. Ha ha ha. Conrad sneered and hurriedly followed Louisiane. Ling Mo, don't worry. I'll be by your side no matter what. I won't let anyone hurt you as long as I'm here. Ling Qianqian smiled faintly. Although she was still filled with a strange and feminine aura, her clear eyes would only reveal such an innocent side when she was facing Ling Mo. I'm fine. Thank you, Qianqian. You've been protecting me for so many years. Han Yan said with a bitter smile. He had a complicated expression on his face. You should understand that I don't mean anything else. I believe that you're stronger than anyone else because you have a strong heart. Chapter 3309. If Little Chen wanted to obtain the heavenly lightning, he would have to give his all. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. At that time, he would never return to the devil race in the Forbidden Land again. Han Yan's expression was dignified. He knew that this trip would be a life-or-death one. Han Yan couldn't help but sigh. After all, he had stayed in this place for more than 100 years. He couldn't just give up so easily. Moreover, there was someone he liked here. However, Han Yan didn't dare to have too many romantic feelings, because his character was too unyielding. If he was too unyielding, it would be easy for him to break. Moreover, he knew that right now, he was wholeheartedly focused on becoming an expert, so he basically didn't think too much about his personal feelings. As a result, he treated Ling Qianqian indifferently. Looking at the night sky, Han Yan knew that it was time for him to leave this place. However, it was still unknown what kind of understanding he would have with the devil race of the Forbidden Land. His dream and sky were not here. He was waiting for a stage where he could display his abilities. He originally planned to enter the Divine Emperor realm before stepping into the Central Region Divine Land. Now that Little Chenzi was here, he could leave with more ease. Little Chenzi, this time, let's see if you can settle your old lover. Let's meet again in the Thunder Mountain Range. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already followed the princess of the Green Feather clan, Yu Jingxian, into the Forbidden Land of the Divine Clan. The second young master of the Earth Infant clan, Songzhan Kongying, personally received them. The entire Divine Clan was filled with laughter and excitement. Jiang Chen followed behind Yu Jingxian with a calm expression. He was quietly paying attention to every move of the Forbidden Land. There were many experts in the Forbidden Land. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, they were not any weaker than some of the big sects in the Central Region Divine Land. Moreover, these experts were quite strong. Young Master Jiang, do you know anything about the Forbidden Land? Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen and asked. I don't know much about it. If Princess knows, please tell me. Jiang Chen said. There are a total of 4 great clans in the Forbidden Land. The Earth Infant tribe is only one of them. However, they are the strongest. The other 3 great clans can only barely contend against them. However, the Earth Infant tribe is still the leader of the Forbidden Land's god clans. The patriarch of the Earth Infant tribe, Songzhan Labrador, was extremely powerful. For millions of years, he had been the true leader of the Forbidden Divine tribe. However, for some unknown reason, there had been news that he had disappeared recently. Some people said that he had suffered from cultivation deviation, while others said that he had entered seclusion for a long time. Currently, the true power of the Earth Infant tribe was in the hands of the eldest young master, Songzhan Liar. Songzhan Kongying, who had come to greet us, was the second young master of the Earth Infant tribe of the Forbidden Divine tribe. To tell you the truth, young Master Jiang, you are my savior, so I have nothing to hide from you. Although I came here for the marriage, I came here to inquire about the old patriarch of the divine race in the Forbidden Land. Most importantly, I want to obtain Lei and his mother. I hope that you can lend me a hand. Jingxian will be very grateful. Yu Jingxian transmitted her voice to Jiang Qin with a faint smile on her face. Yu Jingxian told Jiang Qin the truth. Jiang Qin knew that she was trying to gain his trust. What she said must be from the bottom of her heart. It seemed like Yu Jingxian's trip to the divine race in the Forbidden Land was a great conspiracy. All right. Jiang Qin nodded silently. He had nothing else to say at this time. Moreover, he knew Yu Jingxian's identity and he needed her help to enter the land of heavenly thunder. At this time, he had to do his best to help Yu Jingxian. At this time, Songzhan Kongying walked over with a smile on his face. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a mellow smile on his face. However, his eyes gave people the feeling that there was a dagger hidden in his smile. He looked very amiable and elegant. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, he looked very disdainful. He was obviously shocked by Yu Jingxian's beauty and the passion in his eyes was self-evident. I'm Songzhan Kongying, the second prince of the Infant Earth clan. Princess Qingyu, nice to meet you. Songzhan Kongying nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Behind him, there were 10 men and 10 women. They looked very humble and calm. They were all here to welcome Yu Jingxian. At the side, there were many clansmen with flower garlands on their heads. They were smiling as they welcomed the princess of the Cyan Feather clan. Thank you, second prince. Jingxian is very grateful. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Yu Jingxian smiled faintly. Princess, you're as beautiful as a fairy. You're a peerless heroine. You're admirable and worthy of respect. Songzhan Kongying kept praising Yu Jingxian. Jiang Qin couldn't help but snort in disdain. This fellow looks like a hypocrite. He's really good at flattery. The old patriarch once said that I was betrothed to the prince of the Infant Earth clan in order to build a good relationship between the Infant Earth clan and the Cyan Feather clan. Lei and his mother will be the betrothal gift. Today, I'm here to get to know the prince so that we can get along well in the future. I'm also entrusted by the patriarch of the Cyan Feather clan to welcome Lei and his mother. Yu Jingxian said faintly. Songzhan Kongying's expression changed slightly. He smiled faintly and said, of course. However, Lei and his mother have yet to mature. They're still in the lightning pool. It's impossible to get them. Why don't you stay in the Infant Earth clan for a few days and wait for my elder brother to return? As for my father, he's in seclusion. He's trying to break through to the late Divine Emperor realm. I'm not sure when he'll wake up. I'm in charge of all the affairs in the clan. If you need anything, you can contact me. When my elder brother returns, we'll definitely discuss the betrothal gift. The Infant Earth clan will definitely not mistreat the princess of the Cyan Feather clan. As for Lei and his mother, how can they be compared to you? Compared to Lei and his mother, even 10 pearls can't be exchanged for a peerless beauty like you. Ha ha ha. Songzhan Kongying's words made Jiang Qin even more disdainful. This fella sure has a sweet mouth. It's impossible for Yu Jingxian to trust someone who only knows how to talk. Sure enough, what Jiang Qin was thinking was exactly what he was thinking. Yu Jingxian's expression was cold and she did not show any signs of slacking off. It's not up to the second prince to decide who's more important between me and Lei and his mother. I hope that the second prince will behave himself and wait for the first prince to return before making a decision. Songzhan Kongying nodded silently after hearing Yu Jingxian's words. He no longer dared to look down on Yu Jingxian. After all, the shrewdness of this woman made him solemn. It seemed like the princess sent by the Cyan Feather clan was not an ordinary person. Ha! Princess, you've seen the results. We're at the border and we don't care about trifles. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. Chapter 33:10. However, recently, the holy mountain to the east of the forbidden land of the god race has been frequenting the forbidden land of the devil race. Moreover, that place is a natural moat that separates the forbidden land of the god race from the forbidden land of the devil race. The holy mountain gorge is bottomless. Even if a sovereign realm expert goes in, no one can survive. Therefore, I ask that the princess and her attendants not go out casually. Otherwise, I can't guarantee their safety. I think the princess can understand my good intentions, right? Hee hee. Songzan Kong Ying's words were full of warning and threat. Although it sounded casual, Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian knew that there was a hidden meaning in his words. All right. Yu Jingxian nodded. Well, the journey must be tiring, the princess, please take a rest. I have prepared the best room for the princess. Songzan Kongying said humbly. However, as a member of the forbidden divine race, Songzan Kongying still had his pride as a descendant of the divine race. One could see his arrogance from his expression. At this time, someone immediately led Jiang Qin and Yu Jingxian to a place to rest. Not long after Jiang Qin and Yu Jingxian left, Songzan Kongdi and Gon Brada appeared in Songzan Kongying's sight. Second brother, that guy is not found, but I'm sure that he's still in the Thunder Rush mountain range. Second brother, you must help me. Songzan Kongdi said while gritting his teeth. Jiang Chen had given him a heavy blow and made him lose face in his own territory. How could he just stand by and watch this happen? Edited by Lifer, Finger Fox. How can I help you when we can't even find that guy? If you really feel that you've been wronged, get it back yourself. How can you be bullied in your own territory? Reflect on yourself. I have important matters to attend to now. I don't have time to care about your trivial matters. Songzan Kongying waved his sleeve and said coldly. He then turned around and left. Songzan Kongdi smiled bitterly with a helpless expression. He couldn't even find Jiang Chen's shadow, so he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. The ancestral worship ceremony is just around the corner. It's reasonable for the second prince to be busy. Not to mention, the princess of the Green Feather clan came to our Earth Baby clan. Now that the second prince is in charge of the Earth Baby clan, he naturally has no time to take care of this. Gonbreda said in a low voice. I'd like to see who this so-called princess of the Cyan Feather clan is. Isn't it all for the sake of my Earth Baby clan's Lei and his mother? However, I am quite curious about the matter of worshipping the ancestors. Why is it that only the princes of the Great Orthodoxy can do the worshipping every time? It should be eldest brother who does the worshipping, but eldest brother went out and didn't return. It seems that second brother is reaping the benefits this time. Humph. Songzan Kongdi was a little distressed. He didn't expect his second brother to ignore him. It was all because of the Cyan Feather clan's princess and the shaman. Worshipping the ancestors has always been the most mysterious thing in the forbidden area of the Protoss. I have never seen it before. Young Master Candy, why don't the two of us go and have a look? Gon Bleda said with a smile, his heart full of curiosity. Forget it. If I really angered second brother, then only death would await me. Although we are brothers from the same mother, he treats me the same as the other brothers. Only the princes who inherited the great system are qualified to worship the ancestors. I don't dare to go against my superiors and risk condemnation. Songzan Kongdi shook his head and said. Young Master Candy, aren't you curious? Maybe from now on, young Master Kongying can really inherit the great system. When that time comes, won't your identity be different from the other princes? Right now, the second prince must be just putting on a show for others. After all, we are all brothers of the Earth Baby clan, so he must treat us the same. Once he inherits the great system, then you, as his brother from the same mother, will be second only to one and above all. Gon Bleda covered his mouth and laughed. You can't say that casually, Bleda. If eldest brother's people hear you, he will definitely kill you. Songzan Kongdi's face changed slightly and looked around to see if anyone was passing by. Young Master Candy, you are the only one who is still in the dark. The first prince hasn't returned for so many years. After going out, there has been no news of him. Do you think he is still alive? During this period of time, it had always been the second prince who had been in charge of the entire Earthen Baby clan, allowing them to grow stronger day by day. Everything was in order, so the second prince would definitely be the one to take over the clan. The two of us are just going to pay respects to the ancestors. What's wrong with that? Gon Blood's words made Songzan Kongdi's face change again and again, but he felt that Gon Blood's words made sense. Moreover, his eldest brother hadn't returned for so many years, so maybe he really. His second brother would inherit the great system for sure. The Earth Baby clan couldn't go without a leader, so it was only a matter of time and a perfect opportunity for his second brother to inherit the great system. Okay, then let's go and take a look. Songzan Kongdi's eyes lit up with excitement. As long as his second brother inherited the great system, he would be second only to one and above all in the future. Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Earth Baby clan in the future? Wouldn't those who didn't like him and his brothers have to be respectful to him? Thinking of this, Songzan Kongdi's face became even more proud. He carefully went to take a look at the ancestors. Even if they were really caught by his second brother would definitely turn a blind eye to it. At this time, along the way, Jiangchen felt an extremely oppressive feeling, because he felt that something big was going to happen around him, especially when Songzan Konging mentioned the East. The oppressive feeling was coming from the East. Jiang Chen's great divination art trembled for some unknown reason at this moment. Jiang Chen hadn't used the great divination art for a long time, because Jiang Chen had used the great divination art's prophecies to the extreme. However, after arriving in the divine realm, the effect of the great divination art was minimal. But at this time, when Jiang Chen used the great divination art, he felt that something unusual was going to happen in the forbidden land of the divine realm, or rather, in the myriad holy mountain in the east. Even Jiang Chen felt a tearing pain when he used the great divination art. Although it was only for a moment, Jiang Chen knew that this was something unusual. Especially when Songzan Konging said that this myriad holy mountain was a chasm that separated the forbidden land of the divine realm and the demon realm. Both sides were insurmountable. This attracted Jiang Chen's attention even more. If he didn't go and check it out, he wouldn't feel at ease. Chapter 33:11. At night, Jiang Chen went to Songzan Konging's Myriad Saints Mountain alone. Rather than calling it a mountain, it would be more appropriate to call it a canyon. On the peak of the mountain, there were many giant tablets. The carvings on the tablets were cryptic and there were traces of swords and sabers everywhere. It was covered in dust and looked like a mass grave. The Myriad Saints Mountain was actually built by steels that were hundreds of feet tall. It was unbelievable. Even the Grand Canyon in front of him was the same. However, the closer he got to the Grand Canyon, the more Jiang Chen could feel a strong wind blowing up from the bottom of the canyon. In other words, it seemed like there was no way to go down this Grand Canyon, and everything would be blown up into the sky. It was the first time that Jiang Chen encountered such a strange thing. There was definitely something strange about the Myriad Saints Mountain. Jiang Chen stood in front of the Myriad Saints Mountain and looked into the distance. He could see the ancient castles of the forbidden land of the demon race. It seemed that Songzan Konging was not lying. This was indeed the border between the divine race and the demon race of the forbidden land. It was a natural moat that ordinary people could not cross. There was something strange about this place. The thousandly canyon was made up of steels, and there was a strange evil wind at the bottom of the canyon, blowing everything up into the sky. There was nothing around the canyon, which made Jiang Chen even more curious about this place. Jiang Chen picked up a stone and threw it at the top of the canyon. The strange thing was that the stone was blown up into the sky by the wind and landed in front of Jiang Chen. It seems that I really have to go down and have a look. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up. At this moment, he saw a familiar silhouette, Yu Jingxian. Why is she here? Jiang Chen didn't expect that Yu Jingxian would appear at this time. Initially, he was planning to go to the Myriad Saint Mountain, but her appearance had disrupted his plan. Before Jiang Chen could think of a way to greet Yu Jingxian, another person appeared. This made Jiang Chen's eyes become more and more playful. Jiang Chen noticed the appearance of the two men, but Yu Jingxian didn't. She dashed towards them. At that moment, Jiang Chen hugged her from behind and covered her mouth. Just when Yu Jingxian was about to resist, she suddenly turned around and threw a punch at Jiang Chen. The punch was blocked by Jiang Chen. Both of them looked into each other's eyes. Jiang Chen gestured Yu Jingxian to keep quiet. Yu Jingxian opened her mouth and looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. What are you doing here? I should be the one asking you this, my royal highness. Whatever you come here for, I come here for. Are you satisfied with this answer? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Yu Jingxian's face turned red. It was unreasonable for her to come here. At this time, she was still acting like a thief. Fortunately, they weren't from the Forbidden Divine clan. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. At this time, Jiang Chen pointed in front of Yu Jingxian. Songzhan Kangdi and Kangbulata had already appeared at the edge of the canyon of the Myriad Saints Mountain. Thank you. Young Master Jiang. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but gasp. If it wasn't for young Master Jiang, she would have become the target of others. Moreover, those two people must be from the Infant Earth tribe. One of them looked very similar to Songzhan Kongying. They should be brothers. The appearance of this person made Yu Jingxian very confused. Young Master Jiang, why are you here? Yu Jingxian couldn't help but ask. I want to see what kind of place this Myriad Saints Mountain is. I didn't expect to see you. Before I could pull you back, those two people appeared again. Princess must be curious and want to go to the bottom of the canyon to see what's going on. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. I still can't hide it from young Master Jiang. At this moment, Songzhan Kangdi and Kangbulata stood on an octagonal stone plate and activated the formation. The two of them instantly disappeared on the spot. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen took the lead and rushed out. The two of them stood on the octagonal stone plate. Jiang Chen could tell that it was a small teleportation formation. It wasn't difficult to activate, but the process was extremely complicated. As for where they would be teleported to, Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian's eyes fell on the bottom of the canyon. It should be there. We can't activate the formation. We can only wait here. It seems that we are destined to return empty-handed. Yu Jingxian sighed. It's all right. Leave it to me. I have a nickname, Honest and Reliable Husband. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He purposely revealed his unconventional character in order to divert Yu Jingxian's attention so that she wouldn't suspect him. You know about formations. Yu Jingxian said happily. I know a thing or two. Jiang Chen smiled. Before Yu Jingxian could react, Jiang Chen had already broken the formation. Let's go. This should be the formation platform of the teleportation formation, and the landing point is at the bottom of the canyon. Jiang Chen said. Yu Jingxian was still confused, but Jiang Chen was prepared. The canyon seemed to be a natural chasm between the divine race and the demon race in the Forbidden Land. It was impossible to cross. Moreover, there was a terrifying and strange wind. From an outsider's point of view, it was impossible to enter. If the two of them did not expose the location of the formation, perhaps it would not be easy for Jiang Qin and Yu Jingxian to enter the bottom of the canyon. You're amazing, young Master Jiang. I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but praise. Although this teleportation formation wasn't a terrifying formation, each of the teleportation formations had different forms. To be able to break it in such a short period of time, one must be a true formation expert. Although Jiang Qin seemed to be very calm, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. The two of them directly went through the teleportation formation and went to the bottom of the canyon. The formation appeared and the two of them were safely teleported to the top of a flight of stairs at the bottom of the canyon. They were surrounded by a square. Walking up the stairs, they saw a huge black stone tablet. Around the stone tablet, there were 8 altars. On each altar, there were carvings of paintings. It was hard to guess what it was. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly hid themselves. This was because Songzhan Kongdi and Gambalada were also carefully hiding in front of them. At the center of the altar, Songzhan Kongying stood there with a solemn expression. From afar, one could see that his face was filled with incomparable solemnity. He was solemn and his mouth was full of eloquence. No one could understand what he was saying. What is he saying? Why can't I understand a single word? Jiang Qin frowned and said. It seems to be the divine language of the ancient times. This guy is really strange. The Forbidden Land's divine race doesn't seem to be as good as we thought. Yu Jingxian's expression was solemn. At this time, she naturally noticed Songzhan Kongdi and Gambalada. Obviously, the two of them had also sneaked in. As for their intentions, it was hard to fathom. The Forbidden Land's divine race has been fighting with the Forbidden Land's demon race for thousands of years in this wilderness. They might not be good people. They're just doing it for their own beliefs. But now, it seems that Songzhan Kongying is very suspicious. If the princess really marries here, perhaps it will be the beginning of a tragedy. Chapter 33:12. We don't know about the battle between the Forbidden Land's divine clan and the Forbidden Land's demon clan. However, it seems that the Forbidden Land's divine clan is also full of intrigue. The old patriarch is in seclusion and the first prince is out traveling. It seems simple, but I think the power struggle is also hard to understand. This second prince, Songzhan Kongying, was full of mystery. This should have been a forbidden area, but there was such a huge altar here. Plus, those two guys are still peeping here. They're not good guys either. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. This Forbidden Land's divine clan was full of oddities. It was hard for Jiang Qin not to think too much. It seemed like he was right to come to the Myriad Saint Mountain. This prince of the Forbidden Land's divine clan seems to be hiding something. It's fate for us to meet each other here. Young Master Jiang, no matter what, we shouldn't make a move today. Otherwise, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. This Songzhan Kongying is very strong. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She was afraid that if young Master Jiang acted rashly, it would disrupt her overall plan. Don't worry. I'm not a troublemaker. Jiang Qin shrugged and said. At this moment, Songzhan Kongdi and Gambalada looked solemn. It was their first time entering the ancestral worshipping ground. They didn't expect it to be so magnificent. Most importantly, the giant black monument was simply breathtaking. The invisible pressure from it made them tremble. The horror of the ancestral land was really hard to fathom. Young Master Kongdi, it seems like we're right to come here. This ancestral land is really magnificent. Hee hee. But it seems like the second prince doesn't want to worship the ancestors at all. Gambalada said with a smile and glanced at Songzhan Kongdi. Yeah, what the hell is second brother doing? Did he enter the ancestors' land just to solidify this giant black stele? Songzan Kongdi frowned and said in a low voice. At this moment, his second brother was still staring at the giant black monument and mumbling something. No one knew what he was saying. This was the ancestral divine language. It was not something that anyone could learn. Could it be that there's some secret in this ancestral land? Gambalada's eyes lit up and said curiously. Secret? Apart from offering sacrifices to the ancestors, what other secrets could there be in the ancestral land? Songzan Kandi asked in confusion. However, at that moment, Songzan Kong Ying's voice echoed in the plaza. Come out, I've been waiting for you for a long time. These words made Songzan Kongdi, Ganbulada, and even Jiang Qin and Yu Jingxian slightly stunned. Their hearts sank. Did Songzan Kongdi discover them? Just as Songzan Kongdi and Gambulada were about to come out, a group of 3 people slowly walked over from afar. All of them had condensed qi and were extremely powerful. The 3 of them stood in front of Songzan Kongdi with stern expressions. At this moment, Songzan Kongdi and Gambulada heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that there would be other people besides them. Those words were not meant for them, but for someone else. Who are these people? Songzan Kandi asked. This is the Prince of the Earth Bull Tribe, Wu Yu, the Prince of the Earth Nether Tribe, Zhu Qianqian, and the Earth House Tribes Jiang Mingho. These 3 people are not simple. Ganbalada Nan said. Although I don't know who these people are, they are very powerful in the entire forbidden area. Moreover, their reputations have spread far and wide. They are the best of the 3 tribes. Why would they come to our ancestral land at the same time? Songzan Kongdi became more and more confused. However, the person in front of them was none other than his own second brother, the second prince of the Earth Infant Tribe, Songzan Konging. Therefore, Songzan Kongdi didn't think too much about it and just silently watched the scene. It seems like we've come at the right time. At this moment, Jiang Qin also narrowed his eyes and silently observed. It wasn't a coincidence that these people came here. Looking at their expressions, all of them were incomparably dignified. Yu Jingxian became more and more serious. The divine clan of the forbidden area was too shocking. What kind of complicated relationship did they have? She was dazzled by all the conspiracies and tricks that came one after another. Second Prince, we're here. Today, we can finally open the gate of the Divine Palace. Ha ha ha, as long as we get the item in the gate of the Divine Palace, won't we be able to look down on the Forbidden Area's Divine Clan? Second Prince, you must have been waiting here for a long time, right? Now that the old patriarch of the Earth Infant Tribe is in seclusion and the first prince is wandering around, it's even more dramatic than the 3 tribes. Yeah, the second prince is so busy every day, yet he still has the time to wait. It's really admirable. The 3 of them had smiles on the corners of their mouths as they spoke faintly. Their faces were filled with playfulness as they looked at each other. There's no need to sound me out. You guys know better than anyone else what you should do. If I succeed the throne, you guys will become the true rulers. Songzan Konging stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly. Thank you, Second Prince. The second prince is about to ascend the throne and the auspicious day is right around the corner. What else is there to say? We're just waiting for the moment when the second prince soars into the sky. At that time, the Earth Bull Tribe, the Earth House Tribe, and the Earth Nether Tribe will all follow the second prince. The 3 of them looked at each other and said solemnly. Right now, the only person who had the chance to inherit the throne was the second prince. They were only the second in command of their respective tribes. Some of them had outstanding achievements, some of them wanted to take revenge, and some of them were depressed. In short, if they wanted to become rulers, they had to rely on Songzan Konging. Only then would they have a chance. The Earth Infant tribe was the overlord of the 4 major tribes. Although they couldn't rule the other 3 tribes, their status among the 4 major tribes was quite high. This was also the reason why the other 3 had followed Songzan Konging from the Earth Infant tribe. They needed to establish their status in the tribe through the Earth Infant tribe. Everyone, just know what you're doing. This time, did you bring the infinite divine stones from your tribes? Asked the second prince in a deep voice. With the infinite divine stones in hand, the world is mine. Ha, second prince, if we didn't bring the infinite divine stones, how would we dare to appear in front of you? Chapter 33:13. Good. 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 Songzan Konging's eyes lit up as he said good 3 times in a row. His eyes were filled with excitement. At this time, he could finally go boldly without any worries. What is hidden behind the gate of the divine palace? Second prince, you should tell us now, right? I'm very curious. Ha ha ha. Jiang Mingho said with a laugh. The infinite divine stone was known as the treasure of their clan. It had been guarded all these years. Naturally, it had an extremely powerful effect. That's right. Second prince, we should know what kind of existence is behind the gate of the divine palace, right? Could it be that this is the secret of our forbidden area's divine clan? Wu Yu said in a low voice. Compared to Jiang Mingho, he was rather low-key. However, the 3 of them were also very curious about Songzan Konging because they had been kept in the dark from the beginning. Songzan Konging had indeed promised that he would tell them the secret of the gate of the divine palace when they brought the infinite divine stone back. Songzan Konging nodded slightly. His smile gradually faded and his expression became extremely solemn. It was obvious that what he was going to say next was extremely important to the entire Forbidden Area's divine clan. Even the princes didn't know about it. To Songzan Konging, this was their greatest opportunity. Once they succeeded, it was very likely that they would surpass their previous patriarch and become one of the strongest experts of the Forbidden Area's divine clan. At that time, it would not be impossible to change the situation between the Forbidden Area's divine clan and the Forbidden Area's demon clan. I've also heard about it from my father. When he was in closed-door cultivation and was about to pass on the infant Earth clan to my elder brother, he said these words to my elder brother. The reason why our Forbidden Area's divine clan is called the Forbidden Area's divine clan is because we are indeed the descendants of the divine clan. Don't you always consider yourselves the descendants of the divine clan? However, who knows who our ancestors were? Were they really the supreme gods of ancient times? The answer is yes, and our ancestors were indeed the strongest of the divine race in the Forbidden Land. They died because they sealed the supreme demon race. The reason why half of the divine land is occupied by the Forbidden Land's devil race is because their ancestors also left them a lot of wealth, which the ancestors of the divine race in the Forbidden Land don't have. Therefore, over the years, the Forbidden Land's devil race has constantly produced countless experts, while our divine race in the Forbidden Land can only remain stagnant. All of this is closely related to the gate of the divine hall that I'm about to talk about. This gate is the place where our ancestors passed away in meditation. It is said that this is their final resting place, and it is possible that their gods are inside. As long as we enter the door of the divine court, we might be able to obtain our ancestors' God's will. At that time, do you think our Forbidden Land's divine race will instantly soar? At that time, even if it's the Forbidden Land's devil race, we will definitely be able to kill them easily. These 4 infinite God stones of the Forbidden Land's divine race are the keys to open the gate of the divine court. They have always been guarded in the important places of the various clans, in order to prevent anyone from entering the gate of the divine court. Songzan Konging said with an incomparably solemn expression. Then why didn't our ancestors enter and explore it? Wu Yu's expression became more and more complicated. Although it seemed to be a very exciting thing, and it was even the final resting place of the ancient gods, could it really be like what Songzan Kongying said? God's will, it's actually a God's will. If we obtain a God's will, won't we also be able to inherit our ancestors' inheritance? At that time, does that mean that we will be the true gods of inheritance? We will become ancient gods like our ancestors. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Zhu Qianfang was also shocked. If there really was a God's will, then they would really have picked up a treasure. God's will is too illusory. Only a real peerless God can leave a God's will behind. The ancestors of our Forbidden Land's divine race have never heard of a God's will. From this point of view, aren't you being too optimistic? Jiang Mingho, on the other hand, calmed down. After all, everyone wanted a God's will, but it was hard to say whether a God's will existed. Songzan Kongying also nodded and continued, that's right. Even if we really enter the gate of the divine court, there might not really be a God's will. A God's will is illusory. Indeed, there have been legends since ancient times about a God's will, but who has seen a real God's will? Therefore, after entering the gate of the divine court, it's more important for us to obtain some inheritance from our ancestors. As long as we can obtain the inheritance of our ancestors, even if we can't obtain a God's will, we will definitely shine. At that time, wouldn't the entire Forbidden Land's divine race be under our control? Songzan Kongying said with a serious face. The three of them nodded heavily. The effect of the infinite divine stone was fully displayed at this moment. As for our ancestors, perhaps they were just following the teachings of their ancestors. Opening the gate of the divine court will open the path to hell and the world will be in chaos. At least, I don't believe that. How could there be a hell? Who knows where hell is? It's just a gimmick to deceive the later generations and warn the world. Perhaps our ancestors just didn't want to disturb the resting place of our ancestors, but now that we are already in front of the divine court, how could we retreat? Songzan Kongying smiled faintly. He had already made a foolproof plan. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. He had been waiting for this day ever since he heard the news. However, the arrival of this day felt extremely distant. However, the heavens would not disappoint those who persevere. After all, as long as he obtained the legendary item, he would definitely be able to control the entire Forbidden Land's divine race. He would lead the Forbidden Land's divine race to destroy the Forbidden Land's devil race, walk out of this barren and barren land, and become the overlord of the Central Region Divine Land. Songzan Kongying was filled with lofty aspirations. His ambition and desire for revenge were things that his father and brothers didn't possess. He wanted to lead the god race of the Forbidden Land, and once again spread the glory of the god race to the top of the divine world. So this infinite divine stone is the key to opening the gate of the divine court. Second brother, oh, second brother, do you really want to open the gate of the divine court? Songzan Kongying murmured. Who? Come out. Songzan Kongying's eyes turned cold. He had already discovered that someone was hiding from him. Along with Songzan Kongying's roar, Songzan Kongying and Gambalata could only brace themselves and walk out. Chapter 33:14. It's you. Why are you here? Nonsense. Do you think you can come to the ancestral land to worship? Songzan Kongying was furious. He glared at Songzan Kongdi. Do you know that entering the ancestral land is a crime punishable by death? Second brother, I know I'm wrong. Songzan Kongdi lowered his head and said. He was not stupid. He knew that this was not a trivial matter. Moreover, his second brother had gathered the princes of the other three major clans. If this matter were to be known by outsiders, it would definitely cause a great uproar. At that time, more and more people would be implicated. Then why are you still here? Songzan Kongying shouted. Yes, second brother. Songzan Kongdi felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly turned around and left. It was better for him to keep his mouth shut about this matter. Moreover, he would never speak carelessly. He did not need his second brother to remind him of this matter. I said to let him go, but did I say to let you go? Songzan Kongying stretched out his hand and pointed his saber at Gambalada. Songzan Kongdi was his younger brother, but Gambalada was just his guard. Although he grew up with Songzan Kongdi and was as close as a brother, he treated him equally in front of Songzan Kongdi. Please spare my life, second prince. Young Master Kongdi, please save me. Gambalada's expression changed. Second brother, please let him go this time. I promise that he will not speak nonsense. He will definitely keep this matter to himself. Songzan Kongdi hurriedly said. He had a very close relationship with Gambalada. He even stood in front of Gambalada without hesitation when his second brother slashed at him. Do you think that I dare not kill you? Songzan Kongying's expression turned gloomy. He roared and kicked Gambalada, but his saber did not move at all. Get out of here. Songzan Kongying sent chills down everyone's spine. Even Jiang Qin was taken aback. This fella's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was much stronger than Han Yen. No wonder he was the prince of the divine race of the Forbidden Land. His strength had already reached the early divine emperor realm. He was definitely a true sovereign overlord. Songzan Kongdi and Gambalada left, but Jiang Qin and Yu Jingxian were still there. At this moment, Yu Jingxian even had the thought of retreating. Why don't we leave too? Yu Jingxian could feel the power of Songzan Kongying and the three early divine emperors. The two of them couldn't handle four divine emperors. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. I want to take another look. If your highness thinks it's dangerous, you can leave first. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just worried that we'll be doomed if we're discovered. They're four divine emperor experts. Once we're discovered, it'll be troublesome. Yu Jingxian said. It's all right. I'm here. What's there to be afraid of? As the number one guard of your highness, I will naturally do my best. Jiang Qin said confidently. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but twitch her mouth. You're just a half-step divine emperor. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against four divine emperor experts? They're real peerless experts, emperor realm experts. Who would dare to fight against them? Then, young Master Jiang, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Yu Jingxian gritted her teeth and said. She was indebted to young Master Jiang for saving her life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to follow Songzan Kongying. Although she was very interested in the conspiracy of the divine race in the Forbidden Land, their current situation was a little too dangerous. However, young Master Jiang didn't seem to care about it at all. Yu Jingxian couldn't help but wonder if he was bold or stubborn. Yu Jingxian didn't dare to flatter young Master Jiang. However, if she retreated now, she would be looked down upon by young Master Jiang. After weighing the pros and cons, Yu Jingxian decided to stand with Jiang Qin. Second prince, the two of them won't spoil our plans, will they? Zhu Qianquan said coldly. He squinted his eyes and looked at the back of Songzan Kongdi and Gambalada who were leaving. At this moment, everyone was extremely cautious. He's my younger brother. Songzan Kongying said in a deep voice. The three of them said nothing more. Then, Songzan Kongying looked at the three of them and nodded slightly. The four of them stood on 4 of the 8 altars, ready to open the infinite divine stone in their hands. At this moment, the 4 of them looked extremely serious. They gently placed the infinite divine stone in their hands onto the altar, waiting for the door of the divine palace to open. Rumble, accompanied by an incomparably loud sound, the 8 altars all fell down at this moment and sank into the ground. The largest black monument in front of them actually split into 2 from the middle at this moment. Slowly, a huge door opened up, and the door was only in the middle of the black monument. Between the black door, there was a dense mist. The 4 of them narrowed their eyes and stared at the huge door in front of them. Their hearts were filled with excitement as they prepared to enter. Is this the door of the divine palace? Looks like there's something strange about this ancestors' land. Maybe there's something unimaginable in the door. Zhu Qianquan said in a low voice. The door of the divine palace, I hope you won't disappoint me. Jiang Mingho squinted his eyes. The 4 of them were ready and couldn't wait to enter the door of the divine palace. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian looked at each other. Both of them followed without hesitation. Although Yu Jingxian was a little nervous, she knew that young Master Jiang was here. He was a bold and skillful guy, he wouldn't cheat her, right? Remember, after entering this place, you must follow me closely. Don't wander around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you if you get lost. Moreover, this place is very strange. The door of the divine palace of the divine race might have a great secret. It's better that we don't show ourselves. Do you understand? Your Highness. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He was afraid that Yu Jingxian would cause trouble at this moment. It would be very awkward if he fought against 4 of them at the same time. He would probably be killed without hesitation. Those were 4 divine emperor experts. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to try it. Experts were experts after all. Chapter 33:15. This place is actually littered with corpses. Could this be a battlefield? Yeah, there are corpses and broken weapons everywhere. This place is too big, it's a completely new space. Could it be another world? Don't talk nonsense. This is just a sealed space. How could there be a complete world behind the gate of Divine Palace? Everyone's expression was incomparably solemn, because the world in front of them was like a brand new domain. Around them, apart from rotting corpses and flags of war, there were only a few mottled remnants of weapons. It seemed that countless years had passed, and the surroundings were only left with endless desolation, coldness, and desolation. Have we been deceived? How is this the gate of Divine Palace? This is an ancient battlefield. Zhu Qianjin finally couldn't bear it anymore and said with a gloomy expression. Could they have been deceived by their ancestors? Moreover, they had been deceived for millions of years. The ancestral land that they had painstakingly protected turned out to be an ancient battlefield. Apart from the corpses, they couldn't find anything useful. Such a tragic scene indeed caused people to feel solemn and depressed. However, what they were looking for were treasures, divine weapons, divine treasures, and divine inheritances. But now, they came up empty-handed. If it was anyone else, who wouldn't feel angry? All of a sudden, they felt that the clan that they had protected for millions of years was just a pretense of the divine race. They had been passed down for countless years. Had they all been deceived? Be quiet. We are now in an ancient battlefield. It's definitely not simple. Let's look around first. Songzhan Kongying said in a low voice. He was also angry, but he was not willing to leave this place before he had absolute confidence. After all, this ancient battlefield might have some good things. The blood and tears of ancient heroes were shed here. No one knew what kind of great figures had fallen here. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian carefully followed behind them. However, Jiang Chen's mood had also become extremely depressed. Most importantly, he felt that this place was an extremely dangerous place. It was not as simple as they had imagined. There were countless corpses, broken weapons, stones and sand around them. All of these symbolized that this ancient battlefield that no one had set foot on for millions of years was still full of traces of time. Jiang Qin could see that the weakest among these people was at least a hierarch realm. Because their corpses had reached the hierarch realm or divine emperor realm, that was why they did not rot even after millions of years. It was not only emperor realm experts that could do this. Jiang Qin gazed into the distance and saw at least tens of thousands of experts perishing within 1,000 meters. However, the edge of the battlefield was still boundless. In the foggy ancient battlefield, they could only follow their own footsteps and their own hearts, testing the waters step by step, feeling the stones to cross the river. This place looks eerie. Even a half-step deity emperor like me can feel a great sense of fear. It seems like the experts who died here were all dignified figures. I wonder how many of them died here, how many of them were buried in foreign lands, and how many of them couldn't escape from the pursuit of fate. Yu Jingxian sighed with a hint of sadness on her face. It was not to the extent that she could empathize with him, but this ancient battlefield made her feel uncomfortable and sad from the bottom of her heart. You might be too sensitive. Although this ancient battlefield is very strange, it shouldn't make you this sad, right? He. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Yu Jingxian let out a sigh and did not say anything else. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and became cautious. It was not easy to guard against the dangers in the ancient battlefield and Songzhan Kongying and the others. Let me help you change your appearance. Otherwise, you won't look good if they find you. Jiang Qin looked at Yu Jingxian and said. All right. You, don't tell me you changed your appearance too. Yu Jingxian was shocked and looked at young Master Jiang with a puzzled expression. Jiang Qin was shocked. Why is this woman so nervous and sensitive? How could that be? If Songzhan Kongying sees you, then it will be very difficult to deal with. I will also change my appearance. Jiang Qin quickly tried to smooth things over. I hope so. Yu Jingxian said. But Jiang Qin did not know whether she was saying this for Jiang Qin or she was hoping that Songzhan Kongying would not find them. At this time, they had already entered the gate of the Divine Palace. More than 10 li away, there were still accidents everywhere. In front of them, Songzhan Kongying and the others finally saw a mountain. The mountain had a strange shape. It was only 500 meters tall, but it was so far away that it looked like a palm that was standing there. Look, brother Songzhan. That looks like a giant palm. However, it seems to be in the clouds. There seems to be a flag on top of the mountain but I can't see it clearly. Jiang Mingho said in a deep voice and pointed at the Five Fingers Mountain. Everyone looked at the Five Fingers Mountain and saw a black flag stuck in the ground. This flag is really strange. However, it seems to be a great treasure. Wu Yu said in a low voice. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and his pupils contracted. He found that this flag was very similar to his divine burying flag. However, it was not the divine burying flag at all. It was much stronger than the divine burying flag. This flag is mine. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curled up slightly. This flag was definitely 100 times stronger than the divine burying flag. The reason why he did not use the divine burying flag to set up the formation was because he lacked the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation was the finishing touch of the entire formation. Without the eye of the formation, the entire formation would be completely different. The heavenly dragon sword was the eye of the entire ghost prison Ashura sword formation. Without the heavenly dragon sword, the power of the Ashura sword formation would be greatly reduced. This black flag could allow Jiang Qin to completely change the power of the divine burying flag formation. It would definitely be able to increase his strength to the next level. Let's go up and take a look first. Songzhan Kongying said as his eyes fell on the black flag. This was the most shocking divine weapon they had seen since they entered the gate of the divine palace. This black flag was definitely extraordinary. Chapter 33:16. Jiang Chen was also looking at the scene silently. He did not rush to take action. The 4 divine emperor experts were right in front of him. If he were to take action forcefully, he would be greatly pressured and the result would be unimaginable. Jiang Chen did not want to be suppressed by these divine emperor experts. Jiang Chen did not want to be suppressed here. What a great black flag. It's indeed majestic. Looks like it's a divine weapon left behind by an ancient divine clan. Zhu Qianqian said in shock. That's the black submerged flag, a genuine primal origin treasure. After so many years, it hasn't deteriorated. That's enough to show how terrifying it is. The person who can wield the black submerged flag is destined to be a peak Emperor Realm expert. Only an Emperor Realm expert can wield it. Songzhan Kongying said with a grave expression. He was extremely fond of the black submerged flag. With a wave of the flag would flutter in the wind and incite chaos. It was a true killing weapon. Looks like this trip to the gate of the divine hall wasn't in vain. Songzhan Kongying smiled. The corner of Jiang Mingho and the other two's lips twitched. Songzhan Kongying's words were very clear. I want the black submerged flag, you guys can forget about it. Songzhan Kongying extended his hand and clenched it. An incomparably majestic aura of darkness spread out and lingered in the surroundings. Songzhan Kongying clenched his hand but failed to pull out the black submerged flag that was stuck on the mountain peak. It was truly unbelievable. The others also twitched their lips. If you want the black submerged flag, you'll have to pull it out first. Otherwise, you won't be able to pull it out even if it's given to you, right? Songzhan Kongying's expression was a little ugly. He exerted his strength again and again, but he still couldn't move the black submerged flag. After a long while, Songzhan Kongying finally gave up and shook his head. At this moment, Wu Yu refused to believe that he could not pull it out. However, even after trying a few times, he was still unable to pull it out. In the end, Jiang Mingho and Zhu Qianqiang all ended up in failure. The few of them looked at one another as their mouths were filled with a bitter taste. This black submerged flag should belong to the ancestors of our god race. It must be because we are his descendants that we are unable to move it. This should be a seal. In the end, Songzhan Kongying and the others came to this conclusion. Regardless of whether it was true or not, at least their hearts were balanced. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Since the black submerged flag couldn't be pulled out, there must be a reason. It might be a seal left behind by the ancestors of the divine race. Look, there's someone over there. Zhu Qianqian's eyes flickered as he caught sight of a man off in the distance, kneeling on one knee. The man's head was bowed as he punched a boulder into the ground. His expression was one of determination, and his face was vicious, as if he were in extreme pain. His entire body felt as if he was carrying a mountain that weighed millions of kilograms on his back. The fist that smashed into the mountain rock was also extremely shocking. That fist had already fused with the mountain rock. Even that man had become a part of the mountain. Is this our ancestor? Jiang Mingho asked in a deep voice. The pressure in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. With every step they took, their bodies would tremble, as if a huge pressure was crushing their bodies. Songzhan Kongying directly knelt on the ground with a thud. Her eyes were filled with respect and seriousness. Why are you still not kneeling? Haven't you seen the portrait of our ancestor? This is our ancestor, Fuxi. Songzhan Kongying's words made the 3 of them tremble. They quickly knelt down. At that moment, the pressure on their bodies disappeared. The 4 of them suddenly understood. Their ancestor was kneeling on one knee, which meant that they were being worshipped by their ancestor. How could they not feel the pressure? The moment they knelt down, the pressure disappeared. It's really our ancestor, Fuxi. We are indeed the descendants of the gods. It's not a groundless rumor. Wu Yu became solemn and excited. As the descendants of the gods, they finally found their ancestor. Then this five-finger mountain is the Fuxi sacred mountain that was rumored to be the myriad saint mountain. Jiang Mingho and the others came to a sudden realization. They had truly found the place where their ancestor had passed away in meditation. However, their ancestor, Fuxi, had already completely disappeared. Right now, all that was left behind was a monument that would last for eternity. Ancestor Fuxi, please bless us so that we can find the thing that belongs to us in this ancient battlefield and find the gift from our ancestor. Songzan Kongying said in a low voice with a solemn expression. The four of them knelt down at the same time. At that moment, the entire sky became extremely dark. Thunder rumbled and the wind and rain fell. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world. An invisible shadow slowly appeared in front of Fuxi. All four of them shuddered. Say. Ancestor, Songzan Kongying and the others never thought that they would see the appearance of their ancestor. The shock they felt was naturally indescribable. Even their fathers and ancestors might not have seen the appearance of their ancestor. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and his expression was extremely solemn. The appearance of Fuxi had shocked him greatly. Is this an ancient god? In ancient times, those who could be called the god clan could be seen. And this Fuxi was one of the best among the ancient gods. The ancient human ancestor god, Fuxi. Although it was only a shadow, Jiang Chen could feel the terror and majesty of the ancestor god. Just a glance was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen knew that Fuxi ancestor god had discovered him. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. So what if it's an ancient ancestor god? If he wants to destroy me, not even the heavenly emperor can stop him. Fuxi's figure gradually condensed. His eyes were filled with incomparable coldness and anger. Unfilial descendants. Why did you go against the teachings of your ancestors? Once the gate of the divine court is opened, the path to hell will definitely open. At that time, the entire divine world will fall into eternal damnation. Do you know that? Fuxi's expression was incomparably solemn, and his expression was cold. At this moment, he let out an enraged roar that caused everyone's faces to fall. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear him. Ancestor, is the legend true? Songzan Kongying asked with a pale face. Her body trembled uncontrollably. A bunch of fools. I spent my entire life to seal the boundless demon lord. I died and died, but you guys opened the gate of the divine court again. The boundless demon lord will definitely reappear in the mortal world. The gate of the divine court is connected to the path to hell. You guys are simply sinners in this world. Unfilial descendants, unfilial descendants. Fuxi's expression became even more bitter and cold. Is the legend really going to become true? The divine world will face a calamity and the nine heavens demon lord will return to the mortal world. Is all of this fated? Fuxi murmured. A trace of sorrow slid down from his eyes. Get out of here. Don't, pull out the black submerged flag. Chapter 33:17. Remember, the black submerged flag cannot be taken away by the devil clan of the Forbidden Area. That is the unparalleled devil weapon that the Devil King uses to command the world. Just as Fuxi finished his words, someone pulled the black submerged flag out of the mountain rock. That scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Fuxi's silhouette dissipated into the void. At that moment, his silhouette vanished completely. No one knew where Fuxi had gone or if he was still alive or dead. There's actually someone else here. Looks like it's a gathering of heroes this time. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Four black figures had already rushed down from the mountain and pulled the black submerged flag out of the mountain rock. At that moment, the incomparably shocked Songzhan Kongying, Wu Yu and the rest were completely dumbfounded. Their ancestor, the ancient human ancestor god, had his soul completely dissipated. Every single one of them was incomparably furious and extremely shocked. Now, they finally understood why the black submerged flag that they couldn't pull out could be pulled out by these four black eagles. Louis Tianqin, so it's you four brothers. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. How dare you come to the ancestral land of our god race and court death? Wu Yu bellowed with a dark expression. These four were the princes of the devil clan. Moreover, each of them was relatively powerful and not any weaker than the rest of them. They had fought each other in the battlefield between the Forbidden Area and the Forbidden Area. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with each other. The ancestral land of the god race. What a joke. Since it's the ancestral land of the god race, why is the unparalleled devil weapon of our devil clan, the black submerged flag, in the ancestral land of your god race? That thing should belong to the devil clan of the Forbidden Area, right? I'm afraid you won't be able to renege on this. Louis Tianqin smiled as he calmly said with the black submerged flag in his hand. He didn't place them in his eyes at all. Louis Tianqin, who was holding the black submerged flag, was filled with ambition. Their strength wasn't any weaker than Songzhan Kongying and the rest. Now that they had the unparalleled devil weapon in their hands, what did they have to fear? It seemed that their peerless devil lord was sealed here. They could take this opportunity. Once the seal was broken, they might be able to save their devil lord from the fire and water. At that time, the entire forbidden land of the divine race would become a land of misery and suffering. I just want to know how you got in here. Does my god race's ancestral land really exist in name to you? What a coincidence. Songzhan Kongying smiled faintly. However, the coldness in her eyes was extremely frightening. You'll have to ask your younger brother, ha ha ha. He was the one who told us the good news. Otherwise, how could we have the opportunity to enter this place? Big brother, this black submerged flag should be enough to command the peerless demon weapon. This time, we have really hit the jackpot. The smile on Louis Tianqin's face grew wider and wider. Wu Yu and the other two looked at Songzhan Kongying in unison. Songzhan Kongying's face turned gloomier and gloomier. She said angrily, "That's impossible. Don't you dare slander me and try to drive a wedge between us. My younger brother would never betray me. It must be Balada. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter our god race's ancestral land. It can't be such a coincidence." Songzhan Kongying's words were thought-provoking, but Wu Yu and the others fell into silence. Whether it was true or not, this matter might have spread out because Songzhan Kongying had killed Balada and reached the ears of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. Otherwise, how could they have come so quickly? You should know better than anyone whether I'm exaggerating and framing your younger brother, right? Ha ha ha, your younger brother is a spineless coward. Do you think he needs me to threaten or bribe him? Louis Tianqin also spoke up in disdain for Songzhan Kongying. Shut up. Songzhan Kongying was currently in a very difficult situation. If Wu Yu and the others really betrayed her, then they would be surrounded by enemies. However, no matter how stupid they were, it was impossible for them to stand on the opposite side at this time. After all, the common enemy of the god race was right there. They wouldn't act rashly. Don't listen to slanderous words. Whether it was my younger brother who led them here or not, the current plan is to resist the enemy together. The three of you should understand the importance of the matter. Songzhan Kongying glanced at Wu Yu and the others. Although Wu Yu and the others fell into silence, they still knew the seriousness of the matter. At this time, they must stand on the same front. Otherwise, once the factions were dissolved and they were defeated one by one, the losses would outweigh the gains. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You guys have to bear the consequences of your younger brother's mistake. If it were me, I would definitely be dissatisfied. Why? Why? Ha ha ha. Louis Xianqin said with a smile. The four brothers all had a gentle smile on their faces. Although each of them knew that this matter was to provoke Songzhan Kongying, it was indeed a serious matter when they heard it. After all, it was indeed Songzhan Kongying's younger brother who had single-handedly caused this evil deed. Why should they bear the consequences? Even if they were to resist the enemy together, the indignation in their hearts was already considerable. Nonsense. You guys just want to disintegrate us. You've really underestimated the people of our god race. I, Songzhan Kongying, will make you all stay in the ancestral land of the god race. Songzhan Kongying knew that they couldn't continue to drag this matter. Otherwise, these people would simply brainwash Wu Yu and the others. They were already in a very dangerous situation. They couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. Since these people had taken the risk to enter the ancestral land of the god race, they must kill them all. At the very least, they must drive them away. They absolutely couldn't let them act recklessly here. This was the resting place of the ancestors of the god race. Are you angry from embarrassment? Let's fight then. Let's see who will be able to manage the Earth Infant Tribe after I kill you, the person in charge of the Earth Infant Tribe. At that time, your Forbidden Lands God clan will be the ones to die. It was bound to collapse quickly. Ha ha ha. Louis Tianqin said in a deep voice. The corners of his lips curled up in a feminine manner, but his eyes were incomparably terrifying. I will definitely not let you guys succeed. A mere demon race dares to act violently in the forbidden land of the divine race. Today, let me see how capable you are, you bastard. Songzhan Kongying took a step forward. Her eyes were sharp and filled with fighting spirit. Everyone was ready to fight to the death at any time. I think you're courting death. It's time for the divine clan of the Forbidden Land to be completely destroyed. You are destined to become the slaves of the devil clan of the Forbidden Land for all eternity. Chapter 33:18. Looks like these two groups are finally going to fight. Which side should we help? Yu Jingxian frowned and her pretty face was full of seriousness. Although the Forbidden Land's divine race and the Forbidden Land's demon race were not good people, at least she was still in the Forbidden Land's divine race. If she wanted to get Lei Yu and her son, she had to go through the Forbidden Land's divine race. It's better for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. 8 early divine emperor experts, do you think we'll just be cannon fodder? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yu Jingxian smiled embarrassedly. Indeed, both of them were only at the half-step divine emperor realm. Once the battle starts, the attacks of the divine emperor experts would definitely be earth-shattering. It would be strange if they could do anything. Then, we'll just wait here. Yu Jingxian looked at young Master Jiang suspiciously. She didn't know why, but she seemed to rely on him very much. He had indeed saved her before, but this time, she was representing the Green Feather clan to come to the god race for marriage. Moreover, she was here for Lei and his mother. It could be said that she had a heavy responsibility, and she could not be controlled by him. Isn't it good to sit back and reap the benefits? I think that these two groups of people have steeled their hearts and want to eat each other up. If this goes on, we might be able to obtain the black submerged flag. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a smile, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. As expected, at this moment, Louis Tianqin and Songzhan Kongying were fighting against each other. Songzhan Kongying held a long spear in his hand. His aura was like a dragon as he fought against Louis Tianqin. Even though he was holding the black submerged flag, Louis Tianqin still looked extremely solemn. Songzhan Kongying was definitely not a simple person to be able to become the leader of the Earth Infant tribe. Although he was only the acting patriarch in name, he was able to lead the entire Earth Infant tribe when the old patriarch was in closed-door cultivation and the successor of the patriarch had gone missing. He was able to prevent the divine race of the Forbidden Land from collapsing during the battle with the demon race of the Forbidden Land. Since the beginning, Louis Tianqin had been treating Songzhan Kongying with great importance. This was a true showdown between the strong. The black submerged flag fluttered in the wind, causing the surrounding mountains to be filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was eerie and terrifying. As the wind blade flickered, it closed in on Songzhan Kongying. Songzhan Kongying's expression was solemn, and her expression was extremely repressed. Wherever the spear pointed, it hummed and shook the mountains and rivers, causing thousands of li to sway. In the end, Songzhan Kongying had the upper hand against Louis Tianqin. The sharpness of her spear had forced Louis Tianqin to retreat several times. That terrifying cold light had almost forced Louis Tianqin to retreat continuously. He looked extremely miserable. If it wasn't for the black submerged flag, his situation would have been even more difficult. On the contrary, the other three brothers, Lu Diqin, Lu Xianqin, and Lu Huangqin, were pushing Wu Yu and the others back. Although their strengths were almost on par, the three brothers were gaining the upper hand, making things more and more difficult for Wu Yu and the others. Wu Yu, hold on. Help me kill this fiend, and then I'll lend you a hand. Songzhan Kongying looked at Wu Yu and the others and shouted angrily. Wu Yu and the others nodded their heads. They had to hold on even if they had to grit their teeth. They couldn't let Lu Diqin and the others gain the upper hand and give them a chance to take advantage of the situation. The battle was getting more and more intense. They didn't want to let the other party leave this place. On one side was the Forbidden Area's Divine Clan, and on the other side was the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan. Their hatred was born from their bones, and their anger would never be extinguished. You should take care of yourself first. Louis Tianqin sneered. Although his battle with Songzhan Kongying was a little difficult, it wasn't a complete defeat. Furthermore, he still had the black submerged flag. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as his younger brothers could defeat Wu Yu and the others, Songzhan Kongying would definitely die. Killing Songzhan Kongying would be equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Earth Infant tribe. It might even cause the Forbidden Area's Divine Clan to panic. At that time, the Forbidden Area's Devil Clan might blow the horn to launch an all-out attack. At that time, his father would definitely reward him handsomely. Following the continuous waving of the black submerged flag, a wild gale rose in the entire mountain cave. Countless corpses were crushed by the wild gale and turned into ashes. Countless mountain rocks were turned into dust, causing one's heart to tremble. However, at this moment, the myriad chi cauldron in Jiang Chen's body and the broken Eastern Emperor bell that didn't even have a trace of divine power started to vibrate. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the five-finger mountain. At this moment, the five-finger mountain started to crack inch by inch from the top. The mountain rocks kept rolling down. The entire winding mountain range was shaking, the earth was roaring, and the wind was blowing violently. How could this be? Jiang Chen frowned. The vibration of the myriad chi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor bell meant that something strange must have happened. The myriad chi cauldron was a peerless treasure passed down to him by the craftsman god. According to him, it was even better than the heavenly dragon's sword in his hand. As for the Eastern Emperor bell, it was needless to say. It was the life-divine weapon of the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi in the Archean era. Its terror was self-evident. Even if the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi had died hundreds of millions of years ago, even if the Eastern Emperor bell had completely shattered, it was still undeniable that the Eastern Emperor bell was one of the most terrifying divine weapons in the world. Brother Songzhan, look. The statue of the ancestor has actually shattered, Jiang Mingho exclaimed. His expression changed abruptly. The body of Fuxi was also slowly disintegrating at this moment. In the end, it turned into pieces of rocks and rolled down the mountain peak. The Five Fingers Mountain, as well as the entire mountain range, shook violently, as if doomsday had arrived. The black submerged flag fluttered wildly, causing sand and pebbles to fly and yellow leaves to fall. The entire gate of the divine court seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Roar! A deafening roar burst out from the ground. It was like a rage that had been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. The roar was so terrifying that it almost broke the hearts of everyone present. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian had no choice but to protect their bodies and retreat continuously. On the mountain peak, even the statue of the ancient ancestor god Fuxi had been shattered. It was a tragic scene. The statue of the ancestor has been shattered. Should we not have come to the gate of the divine court? Chapter 33:19. It was said that once the gate of the divine palace was opened, the path to hell would turn into a vast ocean. Countless demons and monsters would come out from the path to hell. However, was it really just a legend? In the divine tomb, in the northernmost region, the originally calm tomb started to shake at this moment. It seemed like the entire divine tomb had become extremely excited. No one knew what was happening. In the tombs, skeleton-like figures slowly crawled out. Countless demonic clouds gathered above the tombs. Bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. The demonic clouds turned from black to red, then from red to purple. Rays of light appeared above the tombs. As the light and shadow blurred, souls burst out from the tombstones, as if they were trying to break free from the shackles. A hunchbacked old man coughed lightly. His pale face was as haggard as usual. His eyes were cloudy, no one knew what he was thinking. This world is not going to be peaceful again. One epoch, another epoch. But you guys are still not peaceful. His hoarse voice was filled with helplessness and sorrow. The old man seemed to be extremely indignant as he stared at the countless corpses and divine souls crawling up from the tombs. Although he sighed in his heart, he was like an outsider, silently watching everything. Myriad Saint Mountain, the gate of the divine palace. This roar is really strange. What is it? Jiang Chen frowned his brows. His expression was extremely solemn. He could feel the Eastern Emperor bell and the myriad chi cauldron in his body shaking more and more violently. The roar was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It was trying to break free from the shackles and fly to the 9 heavens. Could it be that there are people from the ancient divine clan or the demon clan in the gate of the divine palace? Yu Jingxian said cautiously. She was afraid that what she said would come true. However, her worry was not without reason. Previously, the ancestor god of the ancient humanities, Fuxi, had manifested his spiritual body. Although he disappeared in an instant, it was enough to prove that the gate of the divine palace was unusual. It's very likely that he's a member of the demon race. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. His guess wasn't groundless. The black submerged flag seemed to be an extremely large ceiling formation. Once the black submerged flag was broken, the entire Five-Finger Mountain started to shake. Even the divine statue of Fuxi ancestor god that was kneeling on one knee on the ground was completely shattered. However, Jiang Chen felt that it didn't seem to be the real Fuxi ancestor god. It was only a strand of Fuxi ancestor god's will. However, he should have died in the ancient times. Otherwise, the strand of will that he left behind would not have completely disappeared in such a hurry. Beneath this incomparably large mountain range, there should be an ancient giant demon that he had sealed and suppressed. It was very likely that this roar had come from underground, from within the mountain rocks. Ha ha ha, could it be the ancestor of my demon race? It seems that our devil race will eventually rule this land. Your forbidden land's divine race should also vanish into thin air. Louis Tianqian laughed maniacally. His deafening roar was filled with boundless rage and arrogance, as if it was going to rise from underground. Damn it! At this moment, Songzhan Kongying was a little worried. Previously, Fuxi ancestor god had warned him not to pull out the black submerged flag. However, it was still pulled out by Louis Tianqian in the end. Even though Songzhan Kongying didn't believe it, he couldn't deny that a surging demonic aura was surging out from the ground and rising into the sky. Brother Songzhan, what should we do? Yeah, could it be that there's really an ancient giant demon under the Five-Finger Mountain? We're currently in an abyss of suffering. If there's really a giant demon, then we'll really be doomed. The faces of the trio were filled with shock and horror. It was very likely that they would die, and what was even more terrifying was that the divine race of the Forbidden Land might be completely annihilated. If an ancient giant devil had really escaped from the bottom of the Five Fingers Mountain, then they would be the sinners of the world. The black submerged flag has been pulled out by that bastard. Perhaps we can only stop this from happening if we take back the divine submerged flag. Songzhan Kongying said in a low voice. His gaze landed on the black submerged flag. Right now, the black submerged flag was the only thing that could suppress everything. It was also their only hope. How could Louis Tianqian not see through Songzhan Kongying's thoughts? The black submerged flag was definitely the core of suppressing the Five-Finger Mountain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pull out the black submerged flag and cause chaos in the five directions. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and silently looked at the Five-Finger Mountain. The roar from the bottom of the mountain was getting more and more ear-piercing and shocking. He knew that he had to take action. If there was really an unparalleled ancient giant demon under the ground, then the world would really be in chaos and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Jiang Chen wasn't confident and he didn't want to take the gamble. If he lost, then countless people would suffer because of it. For the ancient ancestor god to value it so much that he wouldn't allow Songzhan Kongying and the others to pull out the black submerged flag no matter what, it was enough to foresee that the one being suppressed under the ground was not an easy opponent. Do you dare to make a bet with me to snatch the black submerged flag? Jiang Chen looked at Yu Jingxian. You're crazy. If you take action now, you'll definitely be killed by them. Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Could it be that this guy has gone crazy because of the divine weapon? If we don't put the black submerged flag back and seal the monster under the ground, we might all die. Jiang Chen gave Yu Jingxian a serious look. Yu Jingxian was slightly startled. It seemed like she had wronged him. Things weren't as simple as she had thought. The Five-Finger Mountain had started to shake and it was going to collapse at any time. At that time, the world would be plunged into chaos once the demonic beasts and devils came out from the underground. Jiang Chen was stunned. You help me lure that guy. Shanzhan, I want to take the black submerged flag from him. Jiang Chen said. Are you sure? Won't the two of us be cannon fodder? Yu Jingxian said with lingering fear. As a half-step divine emperor, it was extremely dangerous for them to fight against these divine emperors. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to take the black submerged flag from Louis Tianqian. It was simply a fantasy. With Songzhan Kongying here, we have a chance. Louis Tianqian can't even take care of himself now. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't have time to say anything and immediately took action. Yu Jingxian dared not delay either. Their goal was clear, they wanted to take the black submerged flag from Louis Tianqian. Chapter 33:20. Yu Jingxian's blade flashed across the sky, causing Louis Tianqian and the others to be startled. They didn't even have time to think before they struck out with their palm, forcing Yu Jingxian to retreat. On the other side, Songzhan Kongying was shocked, but this was a good opportunity to defeat Louis Tianqin. Louis Tianqin was distracted and was forced to retreat by Songzhan Kongying. Jiang Qin took the opportunity and soared into the sky. His goal was clear: to obtain the black submerged flag. Jiang Qin casted the Great Void technique and instantly closed in on Songzhan Kongying. He formed a seal with his hand and struck out with his palm, causing the mountains and rivers to rumble with lightning. Louis Tianqin had never thought that there would be someone eyeing him covetously after Songzhan Kongying and this girl. Louis Tianqin's expression drastically changed as he retreated. This palm was not any weaker than a divine emperor's attack. Even Yu Jingxian was shocked. This young master Jiang is really powerful. No wonder he dares to snatch food from the mouths of divine emperor experts. This strike caused Louis Tianqin to panic and throw away the black submerged flag in his hand. Jiang Qin held the black submerged flag in his hand. At this moment, he could feel the divine submerged flag in his body becoming restless. This black submerged flag was indeed domineering. "Return my black submerged flag!" Louis Tianqin roared in anger. He did not retreat, instead, he charged forward. However, at this moment, Songzhan Kongying had already closed in on Louis Tianqin. "Watch him, I'll return the divine submerged flag!" Jiang Qin roared in anger. At this moment, Songzhan Kongying didn't have the time to ask who he was. The surroundings were shaking more and more violently. More than half of the Five-Finger Mountain had already collapsed. At this moment, everyone felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. "All right." As Songzhan Kongying nodded, she completely blocked Louis Tianqin's path. Louis Tianqin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never imagined that the black submerged flag would be snatched away by someone else. Moreover, the ancient devil suppressed by the black submerged flag was about to be released. He had actually made a mistake in the nick of time and even lost the black submerged flag. "Bastard, I'll definitely kill you!" Louis Tianqin roared furiously. Although Yu Jingxian was not at the Divine Emperor realm, Songzhan Kongying had already suppressed Louis Tianqin completely. She only needed to add some extra power to her attacks. Jiang Qin held the black submerged flag in his hand. At that moment, he was really unwilling to put the black submerged flag back into the ground. This black submerged flag was definitely a peerless divine weapon. Moreover, when combined with the black submerged flag to form a formation, it would definitely be able to kill everything in its path. However, Jiang Qin knew what was more important. If he didn't plant the black submerged flag back now, it was very likely that it would lead to a great disaster. It was not impossible for the people to be plunged into misery and suffering. However, just as Jiang Qin was about to plant the black submerged flag back into the Five-Finger Mountain, a sudden change took place. The entire Five-Finger Mountain completely cracked from the center. A huge horn was pulled out from the mountain ridge, directly tearing the middle of the Five-Finger Mountain apart. Following that, a peerless giant with a single horn on his head appeared on the peak of the Five-Finger Mountain. The single-horned giant was a few hundred zhang tall. His eyes were filled with a blood-red light. He was majestic and domineering. He stood on the peak like a peerless demonic monarch. At this moment, everyone's expression changed completely. Jiang Qin was a little stunned. He did not expect the single-horned giant to really climb out from the Five-Finger Mountain. His domineering aura was incomparable. His blood-red eyes caused everyone's heart to tremble. Everyone was pushed back by the aura of the single-horned giant. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the giant. However, he was still standing on the peak of the mountain, holding the black submerged flag in his hand. He was indifferent as he looked at the single-horned giant. What a terrifying fella. This fella, I am not his match. Jiang Chen knew that this person's strength was not something that he could contend against. Moreover, he did not have any strength to resist at all. If it wasn't for his heaven-defying Tao accumulation supporting him, even he would not be able to remain calm in front of this single-horned giant. I, Wu Yin, am finally out again. Fuxi, you've suppressed me for 13,800 years, what can you do to me? Ha ha ha. The single-horned giant burst into laughter. His voice reverberated 1,000 li away. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the sound of the gigantic wave. His face was a little pale. The single-horned giant before him had an aura that could cover the sky. This fellow was definitely not just in the Divine Emperor realm. Could it be that he's actually an Emperor realm expert? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed drastically. Although he knew that it was impossible, the single-horned giant before him was too strong, too terrifying. Moreover, after being suppressed by Fuxi ancestor god for 13,800 years, he was still able to return in such a domineering manner. Welcome back to the world, Demon Lord. We are the descendants of the demon race of the Forbidden Land. We are willing to serve the Demon Lord wholeheartedly. Louis Tianchen and the others immediately knelt down before the Five Fingers Mountain and declared their stance. The demon race of the Forbidden Land. That should be the descendant of Louis I, one of my descendants. The single-horned giant said indifferently. His eyes were like torches that wreaked havoc in the sky. No one dared to go against his words. The faces of Songzan, Kang Ying, and the others turned extremely ugly. They knew that they had caused a great disaster in the gate of the divine court. The unparalleled single-horned giant was the ancient demon that their ancestor, Fuxi, had suppressed. It could be said that they had punched a hole in the sky. Songzan, Kang Ying and the others retreated in fear. Their faces turned pale. They were completely powerless in front of the single-horned giant. They were forced to kneel on the ground by the invisible pressure. You're not afraid of me. The boundless demon lord looked at Jiang Chen and said calmly. However, his words were filled with an unquestionable domineering aura. This was the second time Jiang Chen had seen such an aura that disregarded everything in the world. The first time was when he saw the man in the ice. In that case, I will kill all of you here. The boundless demon lord's voice was cold as if it was a judgment from hell. Jiang Chen's face did not look too good either. Other than Louis Tianchen and the others, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from the boundless demon lord. Even with the support of the heaven-dominating Tao, Jiang Chen was still unable to do anything. A mighty emperor expert bullying the weak. How despicable. He he he. A cold laughter reverberated in the void. The boundless demon lord slowly raised his head and saw a figure appear not far away from Jiang Chen. It was the Fuxi ancestor god who had disappeared without a trace. You've been dead for so many years. Why won't you rest in peace? Do you really think that you can overturn the heavens? Do you think that you still have the ability to suppress me? If I hadn't been tricked by you back then, I wouldn't have been suppressed by you for 138 million years. Do you think that I'll be afraid of a mere remnant soul? Fuxi, from the moment I returned, you were no longer my match. Even though I've been suppressed by you for billions of years, even though I only have the strength of an emperor now, you still can't seal me. The era of gods has long ended. Chapter 33:21. Millions of years of suppression had weakened his strength. But even so, he still had the strength of an emperor realm expert. How strong was he before this? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. An expert that was above the emperor realm, how terrifying was that? I could suppress you back then. I, Fuxi, can still do it now. Even though I'm only a remnant soul now. Fuxi said with a faint smile. he was still brimming with confidence. Ha ha ha. What a fool's dream. You managed to suppress me back then with your little tricks. Let's see how you're going to fight me now that you're only a remnant soul. The boundless demon lord laughed maniacally. He might only have the strength of an emperor, but he wasn't afraid of Fushi's remnant soul. Then let's see who'll have the last laugh. Fushi's gaze turned solemn. He stretched his hand out and a white jade zither appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger and terrifying waves of air surged out, sending countless boulders flying. The heavens and earth were in chaos. Storms gathered in the void. It was a terrifying scene. Jiang Chen could only retreat quickly. At this moment, everyone was as though they were facing a great enemy. The battle between the two was a clash between Emperor realm experts. The slightest mistake could send them flying or even kill them. The Emperor realm was the most terrifying existence in the entire divine world. From what they knew, Emperor realm experts had long gone extinct. Thousands of years ago, the last Emperor realm experts in the divine world were the 5 great emperors. Only Jiang Qin knew that the 5 incomparably powerful Emperor realm experts were only the guardians of the ancient Yuan clan. From that moment onwards, Jiang Qin knew that the entire world, the entire divine world, was much, much bigger than he had imagined. Emperor realm experts weren't the only ones. Just as the boundless demon lord had said, even though his strength had been suppressed for countless years, causing his strength to degenerate to the emperor realm, he was still not someone that anyone could go against. Jiang Qin knew that the moment the emperor realm expert, the limitless demon lord, stepped out of the gates of the divine court, it would be the greatest calamity in the history of the divine world. Insignificant tricks. Your Fushi zither is no longer as glorious as it was back then. You want to suppress me with a damaged divine weapon? Ha ha ha, what an idiot. The boundless demon lord roared and struck out with his palm. The mountains and rivers shattered, the wind blew, rocks flew, and the rain hit the duckweed. The entire gate of the divine court seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The battle between the emperors was clear to see. The two of them clashed with each other and unleashed their ultimate techniques. At this moment, everyone could see that the Fushi ancestral god's figure was getting dimmer and dimmer. However, the boundless demon lord was getting stronger and stronger. It was clear that the boundless demon lord was the one who was the stronger one. A broken soul, a broken weapon, how are you going to fight against me? The boundless demon lord struck out 9 palm strikes in a row. The sky darkened and the wind and rain swayed. Jiang Chen and the others were pushed back again and again. The oppressive might of an emperor expert had shocked them greatly. Jiang Chen, Yu Jingxian, and even Song Zan and Kang Ying knew very well that if the Fushi ancestral god lost this battle, they would vanish from the divine court's gate and the world would descend into chaos. Don't come to a conclusion so easily until the very end. A broken soul is enough to seal you for 500 years. Fushi said in a deep voice. You want to wait for the next reincarnation? Haha, then I shall prepare myself before the reincarnation of heaven and earth. I shall not destroy the reincarnation shall not be able to do anything to me. The boundless demon lord roared in anger. He punched out with his fist, creating a huge crater in the ground. The Fushi celestial race was pushed back again and again. Where is Zhonghun? Suppress him. Fushi clenched his fist and a dragon's soul descended from the skies. It was a gigantic golden dragon that descended from the sky, piercing through the layers of clouds and roaring. However, the golden dragon looked deeply at Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin felt extremely uncomfortable. Why was the dragon's soul looking at him? Divine weapon soul. Was it this move again? Even if you have the soul of the divine weapon and your broken weapon, it's impossible to suppress me. The limitless demon lord broke through the suppression of the dragon's soul once more, wreaking havoc in the skies as he struck out consecutively. The dragon's soul was severely injured by the limitless demon lord as it smashed heavily onto the mountain ridge. A deafening rumble rang out as the body of the dragon's soul was already riddled with wounds. Breaking the zither with a single finger, Fushi roared in anger. The Fushi zither in his hand changed several times. Invisible strands of zither intent turned into flowing lights and colorful rainbows that filled the skies, enveloping the boundless demon lord completely. The seas are silent, the earth is boundless. Who can do anything to me? The boundless demon lord broke through the net of zither and shot up into the skies, his aura shaking the heavens. The boundless demon lord's unparalleled demonic might finally forced the Fushi celestial race to retreat. I've said it before. You're not my match. The era of the gods has ended. I, boundless demon lord, shall reign supreme from now on. Ha 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 ha. Boundless demon lord slammed down with his palm. He wanted to destroy the last remnant soul of the Fushi celestial race. Lad, lend me your divine weapon. Bell, cauldron. At this moment, Fushi looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was stunned. He knew what the ancestor god Fushi was referring to. At this moment, Jiang Chen was not stingy at all. If the ancestor god Fushi couldn't suppress the boundless demon lord, they would all die without a burial ground. Hence, there was nothing he couldn't give up. Take the cauldron. Jiang Chen waved his hands. The myriad chi cauldron and the bell of the Eastern Emperor appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. Although he was extremely shocked that Fushi knew about the existence of the myriad chi cauldron, he didn't have time to care about it at this moment. The golden dragon shall return, the Eastern Emperor shall come. Fushi bellowed. The golden dragon let out a roar and flew up to the 9 heavens, fusing with the bell of the Eastern Emperor. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. So, that golden dragon was the spirit of the bell of the Eastern Emperor. The moment the golden dragon and the bell of the Eastern Emperor fused together, Fushi's eyes lit up. He kept the myriad chi cauldron and the bell of the Eastern Emperor. With the divine weapon in his hand, he struck out forcefully. The divine cauldron was unparalleled, blotting out the sky. The divine bell was extinct, piercing through the ages. The cauldron and the bell completely suppressed the boundless demon lord. At this moment, the boundless demon lord's face turned extremely ugly. He cried out in shock and wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. The Fushi zither in Fushi's hand had already smashed down from the sky. 3 divine weapons. How is this possible? How is this possible? I can't accept this. Fushi, if you have the ability, fight me for 500 rounds. Chapter 33-22. The divine weapons descended from the heavens. The 3 peerless divine weapons completely suppressed the boundless demon lord. It was impossible for him to break through the dome of the heavens. The 3 divine weapons glowed with golden light and layers of gravity, pushing the boundless demon lord back into the 5 Fingers Mountain. Fushi, you bastard. You can't kill me. You can only suppress me. You hypocrite. I'll fight you to the death. The boundless demon lord's roars rang out incessantly, but Fushi didn't give him a chance to resist. He wasn't in the mood to fight with him either. Fushi's figure grew dimmer and dimmer. 500 years from now, the cycle of reincarnation will begin. It'll all depend on your luck then. He he he. Fushi chuckled, but the boundless demon lord was already struggling to breathe under the pressure. 500 years, 500 years, in 500 years, I, the boundless demon lord, will return to the world. The heavens will never be able to hide my eyes again. The boundless demon lord's enraged voice reverberated through the void. At this moment, Louis, Tianqin, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The boundless demon lord that they were so proud of was actually being suppressed once again. This was simply too dramatic. They originally thought that the demon race of the Forbidden Land would have the chance to charge out of the Divine Continent and into the Central Region Divine Land. But from the looks of it now, it seemed that as the demon race grew, the Tao grew 10 feet. Their boundless demon lord was still being sealed once again. It's over. The demon lord has been sealed once again. Our hopes have been dashed. Louis Tianchen's face was ashen. Their initial hopes had been dashed. They had wanted to follow the demon lord and charge out of the divine race Forbidden Land to achieve unparalleled feats. But now, everything was gone. What accompanied them was an incomparably terrifying attack. Fuxi's expression was solemn. He held the 3 divine weapons in his hands and looked at Jiangchen said, "I'll use the last strand of my soul and the Fuxi zither to seal boundless demon lord for 500 years. I'll return the Shinong cauldron to you, and the bell spirit of the Eastern Emperor Bell will be your reward." Hee, kid, not bad. You've condensed a strand of Tao now. I hope that you'll be able to come back in 500 years and seal him again. I believe that you'll be able to do it in 500 years. Fuxi looked at the sky with a smile, and his figure gradually became blurry. 2 divine weapons flew directly towards Jiangchen. The myriad Qi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor Bell instantly appeared, attracting the attention of everyone. Those were peerless divine weapons that even ancestor gods feared. They were peerless weapons that could suppress the boundless devil lord. How could anyone not be moved by them? Fuxi ancestral god, why is my myriad Qi cauldron called the Shinong cauldron? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with confusion. He looked solemnly at Fuxi's figure, but Fuxi and the Fuxi zither were already gradually merging together. No one answered him. Jiang Chen frowned. What was the relationship between the myriad Qi cauldron and the Shinong cauldron? The bell spirit of the Eastern Emperor Bell had already returned. However, Jiang Chen knew that the current Eastern Emperor Bell had yet to reach its peak power. That was because this bell spirit seemed to be only half of it. As for where the other half was, even Jiang Chen had no idea. In the end, Fuxi defeated the boundless devil lord and sealed him again. Jiang Chen knew that the black submerged flag was no longer of any use to him. Now, it was time for him to own it. However, he had too many questions that he wanted to ask Fuxi. However, things didn't go as he wished. The disappearance of Fuxi also caused the situation in the gate of the divine court to become delicate again. Can the 2 of you lend me a hand to kill this bastard? No matter where you are from, Songzhan Kongying will not pursue this matter. After all, Mr. Fuxi had helped my ancestor to seal the ancient devil lord. I, Songzhan Kongying, am very grateful for your kindness. Songzhan Kongying said with a solemn expression. Jiang Chen nodded. He had long since found Louis Tianchen to be an eyesore. He had almost died at the hands of this bastard, and had almost allowed the ancient devil to reappear in the world. All of this had been caused by this bastard, and if he wasn't killed, it would be difficult to appease the common people. Instantly, Louis Tiancheng and the others' faces fell. Because they knew that this half-step divine emperor fella had 2 divine weapons protecting him. Those 2 divine weapons could suppress the ancient giant demon. How could they not be afraid? Not only that, they had also witnessed the might of the divine weapon earlier. Although they coveted it in their hearts, the current situation was no longer something they could control. Not to mention that Songzhan, Kongying and the others were also eyeing them covetously. This battle was going to be a tough one. You want to kill me? It's too simple. Humph. Louis Tianchen snorted coldly. The 4 brothers glanced at each other and instantly fled. However, at this moment, Louis Tianchen and Jiang Chen had already caught up. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. This is the ancestral land of our divine race. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. Songzan Kongying shouted angrily and charged forward. At this time, both of them understood that this battle was unavoidable. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already launched an attack with the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand. Without any hesitation, the divine golden bell enveloped Songzan Kongying. Although Jiang Chen's strength had not reached the divine emperor realm, it was enough to shake a divine emperor realm expert. Even Songzan Kongying didn't expect this half-step divine emperor to be so terrifying. He was also silently speculating about the background of this person. How could he possess such shocking means and two divine weapons? Who wouldn't be envious of him? However, they knew that they should fight against the enemy together. They would never let Louis Tianqin and the others leave safely. Once they knew that there were pioneers of the demon race in the gate of the divine palace, they would definitely not let it go. They might even launch a large-scale attack. At that time, the demon race of the Forbidden Land would launch a full-scale attack. This would definitely be a terrifying thing for the war between the demon race and the divine race of the Forbidden Land. Therefore, Songzan Kongying, Wu Yu and the others had already made up their minds to not let them leave this place. Even Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not expect Songzan Kongying and the others to be so desperate to kill Louis Tianqin and the others. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand. Compared to Songzan Kongying, he was not any weaker. Under the attack of the two, how could Louis Tianqin survive? In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Jiang Chen, Songzan Kongying and the others had completely annihilated Louis Tianqin and the others in the gate of the Divine Palace. All of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. For a moment, the atmosphere in the gate of the Divine Palace became extremely cold. Chapter 33-23. Thank you for your help, Mr. I was able to kill Louis Tianqin and the others. But, the black submerged flag in Mr.'s hand seems to belong to our Forbidden Land divine race. I hope Mr. can return it. Songzan Kongying said with a smile, his eyes filled with arrogance. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that Songzan Kongying would turn hostile faster than flipping a page. He had just helped him kill Louis Tianqin and now he was asking for the black submerged flag. It was ridiculous. The black submerged flag already has an owner. Plus, it doesn't belong to your Forbidden Land divine race. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Jiang Chen said faintly. Undoubtedly, it was a declaration of war against Songzan Kongying, implying that if Songzan Kongying wanted it, it would depend on his own ability. Since Mr. is so stubborn, then I will have to ask for it. Songzan Kongying took a step forward, closing in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand and unleashed the God's sealing formation, sealing Songzan Kongying's movements. Songzan Kongying didn't gain the upper hand in this short exchange of blows. Mister, good move. Songzan just wanted to befriend Mister, please don't be offended, please don't be offended. Songzan Kongying said with a smile, completely different from before. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat this half-step divine emperor in a short period of time. His heart was filled with fear. If he fought with Jiang Chen to the death, then the situation would be out of his control. Therefore, he could only watch the black submerged flag being handed over to Jiang Chen. However, he was thoroughly shocked after entering the gate of the divine court this time. He even saw the battle between the Emperor realm experts and found out about his ancestor. What worried him the most was the ancient giant demon that was once again sealed under the ground. 500 years. His ancestor only sealed him for 500 years. What would happen after 500 years? The entire Forbidden Land divine race might fall into a state of panic. Mister, would you be willing to return to the Forbidden Land's divine clan for a chat? Songzan should thank you for saving his life. The Forbidden Land's divine clan and the common people of the world are all reliant on Mr.'s efforts. Otherwise, it would be impossible to seal such a peerless demon. Songzan Kongying's face was plastered with smiles, but how could Jiang Qin not know what he was up to? Let me stabilize myself first. Perhaps the black submerged flag in my hands, the myriad chi cauldron and the Eastern Emperor bell are the things that he really cares about. There's no need. I like peace and quiet. Jiang Qin said faintly and quickly left the forbidden area with Yu Jingxian. Brother Songzan, do you think this person will betray us? Jiang Mingho said in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen's back with some suspicion. I don't think so. I hope he can be reasonable. Let's not talk about this matter for the time being. Since he could help Fuxi ancestor god to suppress the demons, he shouldn't be related to the Forbidden Land's devil clan. As long as he doesn't affect our great plan, it's fine. Songzan Kongying waved her hand and said. In fact, the main reason was that they had no means to deal with Jiang Qin. Otherwise, how could he let go of the treasure that was already in his mouth? At this moment, Songzan Kongying's heart was bleeding. However, this matter could not be disobeyed. What he should be thinking about the most should be what they should do after 500 years. Time passed like a song, and the lantern was always lit. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Their future was now an unknown. At the foot of the myriad saint mountain, Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen's back silently. Her eyes were filled with confusion and she couldn't tell what it was. Why did you lie to me? My beloved Mr. Jiang. Yu Jingxian's words were like pearls. Her eyes were filled with tears. She bit her red lips tightly and her body was trembling. Jiang Qin sighed. Even though he tried his best to cover himself up, he was still exposed in front of Yu Jingxian. All of this did not mean much to him, but he did not want to hurt Yu Jingxian any further. Why didn't you show your true face to me? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why didn't you say a word to me even though you were by my side? The furthest distance in the world should be when you were by my side, but you refused to rely on me, right? Answer me, why? Do you really like to run away? But why did you come back to me? Why do you want to bring back my memories? Jiang Qin was speechless. He knew that in terms of friendship, he did not owe Yu Jingxian anything. However, in terms of love, he was just a humble practitioner. The things that he carried on his back were not something that Yu Jingxian could understand. He did not want to put pressure on her. However, could all of this really be over? Perhaps from the beginning, when Jiang Qin left without saying goodbye, it was already irreversible for Yu Jingxian. But now, she finally understood what an ill-fated relationship was. It was the sorrow of separation. If it was love, it should be in his heart. If it was hate, he should blame her for abandoning him. If it was the sorrow of separation, it should be over after so many years. Are you still hating me? Hating me for leaving you alone? I'm sorry. Jiang Qin understood Yu Jingxian's helplessness. However, the self-blame in her heart would never disappear. In order to obtain the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart and to save her father, she had abandoned Jiang Qin. Although he survived, the person who had been through life and death with her, Jiang Qin, whom she could trust with her back, would never be here again. It was because she had betrayed him. Yu Jingxian had always been looking for Jiang Qin. She wanted to apologize to Jiang Qin. At this moment, she finally let out all the suppressed feelings that she had accumulated for many years. That kind of carefree and sorrowful feeling was constantly intertwined. The pain of separation was something that she did not want to experience again in her life. She loved him but she could not help herself. She understood him but she hid it well. Yu Jingxian cried like a tearful person. Ever since Jiang Qin left the clan, she had been chasing after him. She had been asking questions and searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Finally, she became the princess of the Green Feather clan. Because she was the descendant of the 9 generations of Yu clan, her strength was very strong. She had been breaking through constantly. She thought that she would finally have the chance to find Jiang Chen. However, she did not expect that he would be by her side. Chapter 33-24. Yu Jingxian could not understand, but she believed that as long as she kept thinking about it, there would be an echo. After a long separation, their hearts were connected. Jiang Chen's indifference and calmness made her realize how sad and ridiculous she was. But she knew that it was all her own fault. If it was her, perhaps the hatred would be engraved in her heart for the rest of her life. Jiang Chen trusted her the best, but she gave him the cruelest way to kill him. Yu Jingxian knew how painful it must be for him to be reborn from the ashes, to be completely disheartened. This was something that she had never experienced before, but Jiang Chen knew it very well. Yu Jingxian's heart was filled with torment. She knew that no matter what she said now, it would be useless. Jiang Chen shouldn't have forgiven her. She should be the one to bear the consequences of her wrongdoings. Actually, I don't hate you anymore. Jiang Chen shook his head and said in a low voice. He felt lonely and depressed. He could not bear to see a woman cry. Yu Jingxian's words made him ask himself again and again, was his heart really as still as water? Han Yan asked him to look for Yu Jingxian. Did he not have any hope in his heart? Jiang Chen should have thought of this earlier. Paper could never keep fire. He would expose himself sooner or later, especially in front of the meticulous Yu Jingxian. Jiang Chen knew that everything was wrong from the beginning. The moment the two of them met again, they were destined to be entangled with each other forever. Jiang Chen didn't know that Yu Jingxian was right. Really? Yu Jingxian was shocked. She did not ask for too much. She only wanted to look at him quietly from afar. She would be satisfied if he really did not hate her anymore. Everything she did was worth it. She would have no complaints and no regrets. Yu Jingxian knew that she wouldn't be so magnanimous if she was in Jiang Chen's shoes. It wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to bury the hatchet with her. She knew that it was a gift from the heavens for him to appear in her life again. Ever since I found out that you had a life and death duel with me for your father, I no longer hated you. Everyone has their own path in life, and everyone has their own beliefs and pride. When I went to your family, if it wasn't for you, perhaps I wouldn't have stayed there. But life is never perfect. Even now, I am still the same. I have too much hatred that I need to resolve. I have too many debts that I need to make. I have too many relatives that I need to find. If I could live a peaceful life, who would be willing to wander from place to place? Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth made people feel helpless. Yu Jingxian knew that she still did not understand Jiang Chen. But she was willing to use the rest of her life to change for Jiang Chen. If you love someone, you must be willing to sacrifice yourself. I am willing to wait for you until the end of time, until the sun never rises, until you and I are never separated. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Her eyes were full of determination. Since she had made up her mind, she would chase after him at all costs. Her fate had been determined when she left her family. In this life, she must find Jiang Chen, no matter where he was or whether she would be separated by life or death. That day, I don't know when it will be. I hope that you can wait until that day. I hope that I can reach that day. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and saw Yu Jingxian's tearful face. He opened his arms and gently embraced her. At that moment, Yu Jingxian cried tears of joy. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. She could not believe it. At that moment, she felt like she was dreaming. She really threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. At that moment, she did not care even if the sky fell and the earth collapsed. Jiang Chen knew that she was carrying too many things on her back. He could not make a promise to Yu Jingxian. He could not let Yu Jingxian go through life and death with him. If that was the case, he would look very selfish. After a long time, they finally separated. Yu Jingxian could not help but ask, "You must have a purpose for coming here. Is it related to the divine race in the forbidden area?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to look for the heavenly thunder." "You mean the mother and son?" "I just found out about the mother and son not long ago. My purpose is the heavenly thunder. I want to fuse with the heavenly thunder. However, the heavenly thunder is guarded by 2 divine emperor experts and there's an ancient formation. It's almost impossible to break through it in a short time. If the entire divine race in the forbidden area is attracted, I won't be able to turn the situation around." Jiang Chen sighed. "I know. So you thought of me. You want to follow me to the divine race in the forbidden area to find a way to enter the land of heavenly thunder." Yu Jingxian's eyes lit up. "That's right. I hope that Songzhan Kongying can enter the land of heavenly thunder as soon as possible to find the mother and son. I'll need to rely on you for that." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "All right. I won't let you down." The corner of Yu Jingxian's mouth curled up, revealing a playful expression. The most important person in her life was already here. Even if it was a matter of life and death, she would not hesitate at all. One must enjoy life to the fullest. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go back as soon as possible. I think the entire divine race in the forbidden area is in danger now. Songzhan Kongying will not let us go easily. He will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly," Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The 2 looked at each other and no longer hesitated. They quickly rushed back to the forbidden area. In the tomb of the god of sin, countless divine souls and countless corpses were crawling out of their graves. Countless demons were fighting for supremacy. The entire northernmost area of the tomb of the god of sin seemed to have experienced an unparalleled war. However, after the divine tomb trembled for a long time, everything returned to normal. The gate of the divine hall was completely sealed, but there were some things that had already appeared. Once it was opened, there might not be any way to reverse it. Countless demons rose from the ground. The old and hunchbacked tomb guard silently watched all of this. His mission was to guard the divine tomb in this barren land. However, the sudden change made him surprised and shocked. Another epoch, another reincarnation cycle. We can't hide from it. It looks like the world is destined to become interesting again. Even if the vast expanse divine mausoleum can hold on for another 100 years, so what? During the reincarnation, I'm afraid that no one can escape the judgment of the heavens. The divine tomb should be silent forever, forever. The old man murmured. But at this moment, his figure turned into ashes and was blown away by a gust of cold wind in the divine tomb, disappearing from the divine tomb. Chapter 33-25. In the forbidden land of the divine race, Jiang Chen opened up a cave and started to refine a divine tool in the middle of a mountain. Jiang Chen held the black submerged flag in his hand and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. The black submerged flag was much more powerful than the divine submerged flag. Moreover, the majestic feeling it gave off was shocking. Although there was a dense demonic aura lingering around it, it was undeniable that it was a true divine artifact. The black submerged flag had completely reached the level of a primal origin treasure, and it had surpassed a mid-grade primal origin treasure. It was much more powerful than an ordinary primal origin treasure. Jiang Chen liked it more and more the more he looked at it. However, it was impossible for him to alter the black submerged flag with his current ability. However, he could alter the divine submerged flag a little. At the very least, he could increase the quality of the divine submerged flag. With the black submerged flag, the power of his formation would be more effective. Otherwise, Jiang Chen's divine submerged flag would be useless. The 33 divine submerged flags. Jiang Chen had already made the best preparations. It was not an easy task to increase the quality of all 33 divine submerged flags from a heavenly god artifact to an origin god artifact. Even to the current Jiang Chen, it was rather strenuous. Because the divine submerged flag was not a pure divine artifact refined by himself, it was a demonic artifact used for sacrificial rituals in ancient times. Hence, if Jiang Chen wanted to completely increase the quality of the divine submerged flag to an origin god artifact, it would depend on whether the divine submerged flag could withstand the test of the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Jiang Chen was in the depths of the Zulong Tower. The flow of time was relatively slow, which was very beneficial to Jiang Chen's long and boring process of forging. Through the continuous refinement of the 3 types of heavenly lightning and the azure lotus starfire, the 33 divine submerged flags were finally refined to a peak origin god artifact. However, only Jiang Chen knew the pain and suffering he had gone through during this period of time. The black submerged flag moved and the 33 divine submerged flags rose with the wind. In an instant, Jiang Chen's formation changed again. Black submerged whirlwind formation. It was not inferior to the Azura sword formation. Once the black submerged whirlwind formation was formed, there would be an unparalleled hurricane that would constantly blow. The world would spin, as if it was the end of the world. The hurricane would wreak havoc. Although it was only a preliminary formation, Jiang Chen could already feel how terrifying the black submerged whirlwind formation was. Even I am unable to fully control this black submerged whirlwind formation. The evil aura within the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag is too strong. Looks like suppressing it will be an arduous task. Jiang Chen murmured. Although the black submerged flag and the divine submerged flag were divine weapons, the terrifying submerged evil chi was also extremely powerful. Once the 34 flags were activated, the formation would change. The submerged evil chi would rise to the sky, just like a peerless demon appearing in the world. Jiang Chen would be easily mistaken as a member of the demon race. Moreover, the submerged evil chi would greatly affect Jiang Chen's cultivation. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the black submerged flag and the black whirlwind formation. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and held the 3 parchment scrolls tightly. The 3 galloping thunder diagrams were completely held in Jiang Chen's hand. However, he could not figure out what the secret of the galloping thunder diagram was. However, he knew that with the galloping thunder diagram in his hand, he would definitely benefit greatly in the fight for the sky lightning. Just as Jiang Chen was carefully observing the 3 galloping thunder diagrams, the 3 galloping thunder diagrams merged into one and finally formed an invisible web. This invisible web was similar to a spider web. Moreover, there were tiny lightning snakes on the spider web. As the lightning snakes flickered, they were faintly discernible. Jiang Chen did not know why, but this spider web must be of great use. After keeping the spider web formed by the 3 galloping thunder diagrams, Jiang Chen received a message from Yu Jingxian the moment he came out from his seclusion. She said that Songzhan Kongying was ready to enter the sky lightning grounds and had invited her along. Needless to say, the purpose of this invitation was for the sake of Lei and his mother. What I want really comes true. I must obtain the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Jiang Chen directly followed Yu Jingxian and the others to the sky lightning grounds. For Jiang Chen, he was already somewhat impatient. As long as he entered the sky lightning grounds, he would have the opportunity to obtain the 1,000 flame annihilation lightning. Once the 4 types of sky lightning were merged, Jiang Chen would be able to erupt an extremely terrifying power. Moreover, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. At this moment, within a towering mountain forest in the surroundings of the Sky Lightning Grounds, a purple-robed man with a golden crown on his head had a drastic change in expression as he abruptly stood up. The surrounding green stones and ancient trees were instantly turned into dust. The three people around him were also forced to retreat. Their faces were solemn as they looked at the purple-robed man before them with slight disbelief. "Third Prince, what's the matter? Why are you so angry?" Kong Leti asked in shock. Louis Genie's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Leti had to pluck up his courage to ask this question. If the third prince was enraged, he would have to retreat and be severely injured. Han Yan and Ling Qianqian looked at each other. Both of them were confused as well. They had no idea why Louise Hen would be so furious. They couldn't figure it out. Louis Genie took a deep breath and said word by word with a solemn expression. "Tian Chen and the others died in the forbidden area of the divine clan. Father is furious and he wants me to investigate this matter thoroughly. I must find out who killed Tian Chen and the others." Louis Genie's words made the three people's expressions change drastically. This news was simply too shocking for them. The four of them were not ordinary people. For Divine Emperor realm experts, and they were the princes of the Devil clan in the forbidden area. However, they were killed mercilessly. This news was indeed very sad for Louis Genie. Even they were extremely shocked after hearing it. How powerful must the person be to be able to kill four Divine Emperor realm experts? Only the most powerful experts of the Divine clan in the forbidden area could do it. Ordinary people would not be able to find them. Prince Tian Chen, Prince Di Qin, Prince Xianchen, Prince Wang Qin. The third prince and I will definitely avenge you, Kong Leti said while gritting his teeth. His expression was quite unpleasant at this moment. Even if he was putting on an act, he still had to act extremely sad. Han Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. This Kong Leti was just a henchman. Chapter 33-26. Although Han Yan thought of Jiang Qin, there were four Divine Emperor realm experts after all. Even Jiang Qin might not be able to kill them. After all, they were no longer in the 9 regions immortal world. The gap between experts was getting smaller and smaller. Especially after reaching the Divine Emperor realm, there was a chance for them to step into the Emperor realm. No Divine Emperor realm expert could be killed so easily. The most eye-catching existence below the Emperor realm was definitely not an ordinary person. This is not a trivial matter. It seems that the news of us entering the land of heavenly lightning has been leaked, Ling Qianqian said in a low voice. They didn't know whether the other princes would leak the news of them entering the land of heavenly lightning or not. Even if it wasn't leaked, the fact that the 4 princes were killed in the territory of the divine clan in the forbidden area was definitely worth considering. Qianqian is right. Your Highness, it seems that we have to be more careful. Kong Leti agreed while Han Yan looked indifferent. He had never been a talkative person. Not to mention the third prince, even the patriarch of the Devil clan, Louis XVII of the forbidden area might not be able to make Han Yan talk so much. This was his nature. He would only open his heart completely when he was with Jiang Qin. Don't let me find out who he is. Otherwise, Louis Genie will crush you to pieces even if I have to give up my cultivation. Louis Genie reached out his hand and crushed the supreme-grade jade stone that he had been playing with for dozens of years. It showed how furious he was at the moment. The death of Louis Tianqin and the other 3 princes was a great sorrow for Louis Genie. It was also a matter of the glory of the Devil clan in the forbidden area. Louis Genie would never allow such a thing to happen again. Furthermore, his father had ordered him to investigate this matter thoroughly. He would spare no effort to find the culprit and make him suffer the greatest pain in the world. Ling Mo, go and guard the entrance of the land of heavenly lightning. Report to me immediately if there is any disturbance. Louis glanced at Han Yen and said in a low voice. All right. Han Yen didn't say much and turned to leave. This matter was a great blow to Louis, and it was related to the glory of the Louis family and the direction of the war against the demon race. Han Yen couldn't be bothered to discuss these things with them. I'll go too. After Leng Qianqian finished speaking, she quickly caught up with Han Yen. This bastard. Louis was very angry. Han Yen even dared to steal the woman he liked. Although Han Yen didn't really fight with him, he always looked at him with disdain, which made Louis very unhappy. Leng Qianqian liked him, so how could Louis not be angry? In the forest, Han Yen walked carefully in the Thunder Rush mountain range outside the Sky Thunder grounds. Leng Qianqian caught up with Han Yen and followed beside him. Is there something on your mind? Leng Qianqian asked. How could I have anything on my mind? Han Yen shrugged his shoulders. His face was as calm and indifferent as ever. Don't doubt a woman's sixth sense. It's very accurate. Leng Qianqian smiled faintly. She rarely smiled, but her smile was enough to topple a city. Han Yen was startled and his face turned red. He looked at her and shook his head. Maybe we are not from the same world. Han Yan's words made Leng Qianqian even more confused. They were both from the Forbidden Land, grew up together, and worked together for the Louis family. If they weren't from the same world, then who could be? Are you worried about Louis? Don't worry, he won't interfere with us. Even if he's the prince of the Forbidden Land, he can't. Leng Qianqian said in a low voice. I hope so. Han Yen also smiled faintly. Leng Qianqian rarely saw Han Yen smile. Ever since he started cultivating in the Forbidden Land, he had only seen it 3 times. If I betray the Forbidden Land one day, will you think that I'm an ungrateful person? Why do you ask? We were both saved by Demon Lord Louis of the Forbidden Land. Isn't the Forbidden Land good? Why do we have to betray him? The Demon Lord treats you better than anyone else, and it's the same for me. Even the third prince is jealous. I don't know how big the outside world is, but the Forbidden Land's devil race is my forever home. Why are you thinking so much? Life and death, love and hate, shouldn't they all just be a part of our lives? If we live, we must live to the fullest. Who cares about our reputation? Leng Qianqian smiled elegantly. In her heart, the Forbidden Land's devil race was her home, and Han Yen was her love. It was that simple. The outside world is very exciting, but it's also very helpless. Ha ha ha, I hope that day won't come. Han Yen laughed. His whole person became incomparably free and easy. He seemed to have understood something. Leng Qianqian's words had given him a great inspiration. For the Forbidden Land's devil race, Han Yen didn't have an unbreakable love, but an irreparable friendship. Louis XVII had saved him, so he had done many things for the Forbidden Land's devil race all these years that he was unwilling to do. Now that little Chenzi had come, his life path had begun to fluctuate. He had to go to the outside world eventually. The Forbidden Land's devil race was just a small place, it couldn't trap him. However, Han Yen was a person who valued friendship. He couldn't do something like cutting off his friendship. At least in these years, Louis XVII had put him in an important position. For Han Yen, he had to distinguish the gratitude of saving his life. He had done enough for the Forbidden Land's devil race all these years. It was time for him to leave this place. Han Yen glanced at Leng Qianqian. To him, love was too extravagant. He didn't know if there would be a day when he would spend the rest of his life with the one he loved. The Forbidden Land's devil race's schemes and his yearning for the outside world had made him turn a blind eye to Leng Qianqian's love. Han Yen was afraid that once he left, he would never return. He was afraid that he would become a fetter in her life. The Forbidden Land's devil race was a worry that they couldn't get rid of. At this moment, Han Yen slowly stopped in the vicinity of the Sky Thunder grounds. More than 10 figures were constantly descending from the void. Among those figures, Han Yen also felt a trace of familiar aura. Someone's coming. Chapter 33:27. Ling Qianqian and Han Yen looked at each other. Both of them could feel that there were people closing in on them, and their strength was definitely not ordinary. Go and tell the third prince that I'm here waiting for him, Han Yen said in a low voice. All right. Han Yen and Ling Qianqian's eyes met. They brushed past each other and went their separate ways. At this moment, Han Yen also felt Jiang Chen's presence. There were 4 divine emperors and the rest were half-step divine emperors. There were 11 of them, including Jiang Chen and the princess of the Green Feather clan that he met previously. Looks like little Chenzi is not in a good situation this time, Han Yen thought. There were 4 divine emperor experts. Besides him and the princess of the Green Feather clan, the rest were from the Forbidden Land. It would not be easy for Jiang Chen to obtain the heavenly lightning. This time, he must rely on Han Yen's strength. Although Han Yen could not change the situation by himself, he was from the Forbidden Land. It would be easy for him to start a fight since he was from the devil race. Your Highness, this is the land of heavenly lightning that was guarded by the Forbidden Land during the era of the divine race. There is a terrifying heavenly lightning here. The lightning mother and child are formed once every million years. They are comparable to a divine great pill, Songzan Kongying said with a smile. At this moment, 3 silhouettes appeared not far from them. They were the 3 divine emperor experts that Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian had seen at the gate of the divine court, Wu Yu, Zhu Qianqian and Jiang Mingho. At this moment, Jiang Chen's countenance slightly changed. This fella really wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Not only did he bring 3 divine emperor elders from his clan, he even brought Zhu Qianqian and the others here. It seemed like he was determined to get the mother and son this time. Or perhaps, he did not intend to give the mother and son to Yu Jingxian at all. He just wanted to show her how powerful the divine clan of the Forbidden Land was. Yu Jingxian glanced at Jiang Chen. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to get the lightning mother and child with Songzan Kongying's current situation. 7 divine emperor experts and 7 half-step divine emperor experts. This force could even do whatever they wanted in the central region divine land. It seems like your highness is not confident in getting the lightning mother and child. You actually sent so many people here. He. Yu Jingxian covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were filled with a hint of mockery. Ha. Your highness, you might not know that the lightning mother and child are not that easy to get. If you make a mistake, you might lose your life in the land of heavenly lightning. Songzan Kongying laughed and ignored Yu Jingxian's words. He brought Yu Jingxian here to teach her a good lesson, to let her know how powerful the divine race was. He also wanted her to understand that the mother and son would never be given to her. However, if she wanted to marry into the Songzan clan, she could consider it. Songzan Kongying laughed. Oppressing others with force. That was what Songzan Kongying meant. While they were talking, a group of more than 10 people had arrived at the land of heavenly lightning. Other than Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian, the rest were all from the Forbidden Land. 9 of them were from the Infant Earth clan. Wu Yu and the other 2 were just here to support them. Greetings, old ancestor Songzan, old ancestor Zhu Ming. Songzan Kongying stepped forward and clasped his hands to greet the old ancestor. A million years passed by in the blink of an eye. To think that you've grown so big. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Songzan Kongying, did your father say when he would come out from his closed-door cultivation? A white-haired old man stepped out from the void, his eyes burning like torches as they landed on Songzan Kongying. Reporting to old ancestor Songzan. My father is still in closed-door cultivation. He did not say when he would come out. Thank you for your concern. Songzan Kongying said. Your father is a peerless martial maniac. I wonder if he can break through the shackles this time. Looks like he's determined. It's rare for him to go into closed-door cultivation. Old ancestor Songzan nodded and said with a solemn expression. Since you're here, let's start. Get ready. The lightning mother and child will be condensed in half a day. At that time, the two of us will suppress the heavenly lightning. You just need to take the lightning mother and child. Old ancestor Ju Ming said. Yes, I will follow the old ancestor's order. Songzan Kongying said solemnly. He was only one realm away from the two old ancestors. However, this realm was something that some people might not be able to cross in their lifetime. The mid-divine emperor realm was an unparalleled realm that Songzan Kongying had always looked up to. He had broken through to the divine emperor realm for more than 300,000 years, but it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. Not to mention the mid-divine emperor realm, he couldn't even reach the peak of early divine emperor realm. From this, it could be seen that the two mid-divine emperor realm old ancestors were unreachable. When Jiang Chen saw the two of them again, he felt a great pressure. He might have a chance against one of them, but if he had to face two old ancestors who guarded the heavenly lightning grounds at the same time, Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't have the confidence to win. There must be a reason why the two of them could guard this place for millions of years. They were powerful and loyal. At this moment, the lightning snake spider web in Jiang Chen's hand trembled a little. A terrifying aura could be felt from the canyon in the distance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that direction. It was like a huge furnace that could explode at any time. Even Songzan Kongying and the others were extremely cautious, not daring to make any movements. Among the group of people, only old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Ju Ming could maintain their composure. The two of them had been guarding this place all year round and had a deep understanding of the heavenly lightning. Everything has a spirit. The heavenly lightning has already developed a spirit of its own. Its strength is terrifying. If it wasn't for the ancient formation that trapped it and the fact that it was heavily injured in the past billions of years, it wouldn't be able to stay here quietly. Old ancestor Ju Ming said in a deep voice. There was a tinge of fear in his voice. It was imaginable how terrifying the heavenly lightning was. Even a mid-divine emperor realm expert had to keep it a secret. How long has the heavenly lightning been here? Yu Jingxian couldn't help asking. Old ancestor Ju Ming glanced at Yu Jingxian and said in a low voice. Chapter 33:28. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and was shocked. This heavenly lightning had existed for hundreds of millions of years. In other words, this heavenly lightning grounds had existed for a very long time. The ancient formation here was extremely strange. Even Jiang Chen couldn't see what was so special about it. It seemed like it was left behind during the ancient times to seal the heavenly lightning. Otherwise, the heavenly lightning would have already charged out like a wild horse. Half a day later, the lay mother and son will be completely formed. You must be careful and not be reckless. There was once a disciple of my clan who lost his life while trying to snatch the lay mother and son because he was anxious. This is not a legend. Ancestor Songzan's eyes were cold as he said solemnly. Jiang Chen looked around and saw that the people around him were all ready for battle. It was almost impossible for him to strike now. It seemed like Songzan Kongying was well prepared and there wouldn't be any accidents. Jiang Chen glanced around and saw that the people around him were all ready to fight. At this moment, Yu Jingxian glanced at Jiang Qin with a sigh in her eyes. She transmitted her voice to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, don't act rashly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape with so many people around you. Jiang Qin smiled and nodded. Yu Jingxian was also worried that Jiang Qin would act rashly. If that happened, he would definitely be buried in this heavenly lightning grounds. However, Jiang Qin wasn't that impulsive. Without absolute confidence, Jiang Qin wouldn't act. Jiang Qin could only wait silently for an opportunity. He had already sensed Han Yan's presence. His soul power spread out. The soul of an Emperor realm expert was definitely stronger than any of them. Jiang Qin discovered Louis Zheni and the others. However, Louis Zheni didn't notice Jiang Qin's presence at all. Tell the prince of Louis clan that Louis Tianqin and his brothers were killed by Songzhan Kongying. Wu Yu, Zhu Qianqian, and Jiang Mingho are all here. You should know what to do, right? Ah Yen. Jiang Qin said through his spiritual sense. The corner of Han Yan's mouth curved into a smile. What Jiang Qin meant was to let them fight each other, only then would he be able to reap the benefits. With Jiang Qin's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to face these people head-on. Whether it was the divine race or the devil race, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, he could only let them kill each other. The death of Lu Yi, Tianqin, and the others was the best catalyst. Once both sides were enraged, the entire land of heavenly lightning would become an excellent battlefield. At that time, the heavenly thunder and earthly fire would be ignited, and both sides would not give in or retreat. The true chaotic battle would definitely begin at that moment. Han Yan didn't disappoint them. Before he could turn back to help Ling Qianqian and the others, they had already rushed over. Did you find anything? Ling Mo, Louis Zheni glanced at Han Yan indifferently. There's a major discovery. I don't know if Ling Mo should say it. Han Yan whispered. Louis Zheni frowned and said coldly, haven't you always been known for your outspokenness? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so wishy-washy. It's not the style of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. I heard those people talking about Prince Tianqin's death. Louis Zheni's face darkened when he heard Han Yan's words. He stared at Han Yan and said, go on. Among these people are the murderers of the Tianqin fourth prince. They are Songzhan Kongying from the Earth Infant tribe, Wu Yu from the Earth Bull tribe, Zhu Qianjin from the Wuming tribe, and Jiang Mingho from the Earth House tribe. Han Yan said word by word. His expression was calm and composed. Did you hear it clearly? Louis Zheni continued to ask. Their eyes met. Han Yan was not afraid at all. Absolutely. Good, good, good. Songzhan Kongying, the divine race of the Forbidden Land. So it's you. Looks like we'll have to fight to the death today. Louis Zheni said while gritting his teeth. His purple cloud cloak was fluttering and the golden crown on his head was trembling. The murderous intent in his eyes was terrifying. Even so, don't forget that the two guardians of the heavenly lightning land are mid-divine emperor realm experts. We're not sure if we can take them down, Kong Leti said while gritting his teeth. At this moment, he became more quick-witted. As long as the mother and son are mature, the two mid-divine emperor realm guardians will definitely resist the heavenly lightning and let the people of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land take it. That will be the best time for us to take action. Han Yan said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Are you trying to send me to my death? Even so, if the two mid-divine emperors were to turn their spears around, wouldn't we be dead for sure? We must take revenge for Prince Tianqin and the others, but we must know how to judge the situation and not act rashly. Kong Leti said with dissatisfaction. His eyes flickered coldly across Han Yan. It's hard to achieve great things if you're afraid of the slightest thing. Are we going to be cowards? Once the two guardians go to suppress the heavenly lightning, they won't be able to get away in a short period of time. If we don't strike now, it'll be more and more difficult to make a decision. The opportunity is right in front of us. Do you think there's a better chance for us to strike now? Furthermore, the mother and son are right in front of us. I think the third prince is determined to get them. As long as we kill Songzan Kongying, the infant Earth tribe will lose their leader. The entire divine race of the Forbidden Land will definitely fall into chaos. That's what the Devil Lord wants. As for the mother and son, they're just a bonus in his heart. Han Yan's expression was as clear as a mirror as he said indifferently. Louis Genie's eyes lit up. He couldn't help taking another glance at Han Yan and nodded. You're worthy of being the Emperor Father's most trusted subordinate. It's not unreasonable for Father to trust you. It's a rare opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Kong Leti wanted to say something but was interrupted by Louis Genie. Lang Mo is right. This is our only chance. Get ready for battle. Once the two guardians go to suppress the heavenly lightning, it'll be our time to strike. Tianqin, I'll definitely take revenge for you today. Louis Genie closed his eyes and his expression was cold. Han Yan, Ling Qianqian and even Kong Leti knew that revenge was inevitable. However, the most important thing was to achieve something at this moment. Only then would they be able to gain the merits and achievements of the devil race in the Forbidden Land in the future. Louis Genie would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Kong Leti's heart was beating like a drum. However, Lang Mo's words were reasonable and he couldn't refute him. It seemed like this revenge battle was inevitable. Chapter 33-29. Kong Leti was very depressed because Louise Hen didn't believe him and didn't listen to his advice at all. But then again, Lang Mo's suggestion wasn't bad, but he felt that he should be more cautious and not be too reckless. However, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once Songzan Kongying and the others were killed, the devil race of the Forbidden Land would definitely sound the horn to counterattack. At that time, the infant Earth tribe would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and the divine race of the Forbidden Land would be in deep trouble. Then, the devil race of the Forbidden Land would definitely take the opportunity to sweep away all the obstacles and occupy every inch of the divine land. Although Louise Hen was very strong and smart, the only thing he had was his desire for grandiose achievements. No one else had such a good opportunity, but he got it. If he went deep into the enemy's territory and fought desperately, it would definitely be effective. Although he didn't like Lang Mo, he had to admit that Lang Mo's suggestion was very good. And it was exactly what he wanted. Lang Mo. Once we succeed, I'll remember your great merit, Louise Hen said in a deep voice. Kong Leti glanced at Lang Mo and felt a little uncomfortable. But now that Louise Hen had made up his mind, he couldn't change the situation. Thank you, third prince, Han Yan said faintly. He had always been like this. However, in Kong Leti's eyes, this guy was obviously trying to mystify things, and he might even be feeling complacent in his heart. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, we must seize it. Listen to my command, you must kill Songzan Kongying. He's the first. If there's a chance, then we'll kill them all. My father will definitely be shocked, ha ha ha. Louis Genie strode forward calmly and confidently. In this battle, he would definitely make a name for himself. In order to inherit the throne of the devil race in the Forbidden Land in the future, Louis Genie would definitely become the king of this battle at all costs. Once the stalemate between the devil race and the divine race in the Forbidden Land was broken, he would become the pioneer of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. He would be remembered as the pioneer of the devil race in the Forbidden Land. After all, The two races had been fighting in the divine land for countless years, but they had never been able to break the balance. Ling Qianqian followed behind Han Yan. At that moment, Han Yan's expression was calm. He knew that he had achieved his goal. Now, it was time for them to fight. However, they still had to wait for the Forbidden Lands Protoss to reveal themselves before Luizhani could rush forward. This kind of opportunity was indeed hard to come by. If it wasn't for Han Yan and Jiang Qin adding fuel to the fire, then the result would be unpredictable. At this moment, in the Sky Thunder Field, the roar of the Sky Thunder Field became louder and louder. The entire canyon seemed to be filled with deafening thunder. Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu Ming glanced at each other, then the two of them soared into the sky and headed straight towards the Sky Thunder Canyon. Are mother and son finally going to come out? Jiang Qin murmured. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now, it was time to see how messy they could make this place. The more chaotic they were, the faster the devil race would come. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to retreat and reap the benefits. He must obtain mother and son. It would definitely be a great help for him to fuse with the Sky Thunder. Jiang Chen already had a slight understanding of the Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder. However, its terror was self-evident. Even with the suppression of the ancient formation and two mid-divine Emperor realm experts, they could barely control the situation. It was imaginable that it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Qin to devour the Sky Thunder. Protect me, I'll go get mother and son. Songzan Kongying said in a low voice. The people of the Songzan clan and Wu Yu's group of 3 were on guard, fearing that something might happen. Songzan Kongying had so many experts to protect him. He wasn't worried that the princess of the Cyan Feather clan would take action because she was too weak. She wouldn't be of any help at all. He asked her to come here to have a look. He wanted her to witness his strength and the strength of the Infant Earth clan. Don't get close to them later. If it doesn't work, we'll just avoid them. These guys are not easy to deal with. What I'm most worried about is the Sky Thunder that has turned into a spirit. Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Jingxian and said with a telepathic message. He couldn't help but feel a little worried, or it could be said that his great divination art had an ominous premonition. He didn't know what would happen at this time. However, according to Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Zhu Ming, they were sure that they would win. After all, they had been guarding the Sky Thunder Field for millions of years. I know. You have to be careful too. Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Qin. She didn't care about the mother and son anymore. As long as she could live well with Jiang Qin, it was all up to God's will. She had found her true love. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Rumble, rumble, the sound of thunder rolled thousands of miles away. Everyone's heart was incomparably heavy, especially Songzan Kongying. This was the first time he came to take the mother and son. He didn't know how dangerous it would be. However, the two ancestors told him to be careful. This meant that it wouldn't be as easy as he had imagined. Up in the sky, Ancestor Zhu Ming and Ancestor Songzan had already rushed into the Sky Thunder Canyon. Bolts of lightning pierced through the sky. The two ancestors continuously forced the lightning back, shrinking the space where the lightning could strike. The terrifying power of the Sky Thunder made even Jiang Qin feel incomparably serious. Even he didn't dare to underestimate it. It seemed that the Sky Thunder was much stronger than he had imagined. Hurry up and take the mother and son. What are you waiting for if not now? Ancestor Songzan roared. Songzan Kongying didn't dare to be careless and quickly rushed into the Sky Thunder Canyon. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the canyon. Songzan Kongying was especially excited. In the middle of the canyon, there was a place with the densest thunderbolts. Lightning spiderwebs filled the gaps and an oval blue gem the size of an egg appeared in front of Songzan Kongying. Songzan Kongying's face lit up with joy, and her eyes were filled with excitement. "I found it, ancestor." Chapter 33:30. Songzan Konging tried to make a move several times, but was blocked every time. The terrifying electrocution descended from the sky, causing Songzan Konging to be in a difficult situation. Songzan Konging tried to make a move several times, but was repelled by the heavenly lightning. The blue gemstone, which was the lightning mother and son, was clearly right in front of her, but it was so far away that Songzan Konging couldn't get her hands on it. Layers upon layers of heavenly lightning curtains spanned across the valley, blocking Songzan Konging completely outside, making it difficult for her to move forward. "Don't be afraid. You must break through the heavenly lightning barrier to obtain the lightning mother and son. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Only by enduring hardship can you achieve great things." Old ancestor Songzan's voice echoed in the canyon, causing Songzan Konging's expression to turn even more solemn. He clenched his teeth and charged into the heavenly lightning barrier. That was because Songzan Konging knew that he had to obtain the lightning mother and son in order for the entire infant earth tribe to stand above the forbidden land, the divine continent, and even establish his prestige among the forbidden land's divine clans. He had to take this step. Even if he was seriously injured, he wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, with so many people protecting him, what was there for him to worry about? What a terrifying heavenly lightning barrier. Songzan Konging is going to suffer a little, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The heavenly lightning barrier had completely isolated the space between him and the lightning mother and son. How could it be that easy to break through the heavenly lightning barrier? Even Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to say that he could snatch the lightning mother and son without any resistance, let alone Songzan Konging, who didn't have any strong resistance against the heavenly lightning barrier. Songzan Konging tried to break through the barrier several times, but he was struck by the heavenly lightning barrier. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but the heavenly lightning barrier was still in front of him. It didn't change at all. Songzan Konging's expression became more and more unsightly. He even thought of retreating. However, he didn't want to give up. He knew that he couldn't take the risk himself. He needed everyone's strength to break through the heavenly lightning barrier. That way, he would have a greater chance of snatching the lightning mother and son away. "Wu Yu, the rest of you, come over here. Help me block the lightning," Songzan Konging said in a deep voice. Wu Yu and the other two changed their expressions. However, they had no other choice. If they chose to retreat at this time, they would undoubtedly betray Songzan Konging and their days in the future wouldn't be good. They still needed Songzan Konging's help in the future to occupy the throne of their respective clans. If they lost Songzan Konging of the Infant Earth Tribe, they would definitely fall into a predicament as the second in command of the Infant Earth Tribe. Collusion of benefits was often the most trustworthy. Songzan Konging knew that they would definitely make a move, no matter how unwilling they were. The four divine emperors took action at the same time and charged into the lightning barrier. The three of them blocked several bolts of lightning in succession and guarded the first step for Songzan Konging. However, the terrifying lightning was also extremely dangerous for the three of them. Any slight mistake could cause them to fall into eternal damnation. Therefore, they were extremely careful. Now's the time. Songzan Konging squinted his eyes. The pressure on Songzan Konging was reduced a lot after the three of them blocked the impact of the lightning barrier. Although there were still bolts of lightning striking down, it wouldn't be a problem for her to resist them for a short while. Songzan Konging gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the lightning mother and son. At this moment, the aqua-blue lightning mother and son became overflowing with colorful flowing lights like rippling water. Songzan Konging didn't have much time to think and directly grabbed the lightning mother and son. However, 9 bolts of lightning struck down furiously, severely injuring Songzan Konging and the other three. The scene was hair-raising. Although Songzan Konging had seized the lightning mother and son, he felt that all the lightning in the entire canyon seemed to be pouring down towards him. The tide-like attack made Songzan Konging's expression change. "Run!" Songzan Konging's eyes almost popped out. Wu Yu and the other two naturally wouldn't stay here and wait to be struck by the lightning. Songzan Konging rushed out for the first time, but the lightning seemed to have locked onto him. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and locked onto Songzan Konging. "Fuck my ancestor, isn't this too fucking weird?" Songzan Konging wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, Wu Yu and the other two had already retreated from the boundary of the Sky Thunder Canyon, but Songzan Konging couldn't move an inch. Holding the lightning mother and son in his hands, Songzan Konging's heart was filled with anger. He had risked his life to get them. He would never leave them behind. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian looked at each other with a smile on their faces. At this moment, Songzan Konging was in great pain. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his embarrassing situation. However, his eyes were still on Songzan Konging's hands because the lightning mother and son were there. "Old ancestor, I can't hold on any longer," Songzan Konging shouted in a deep voice. The heavenly lightning had completely blocked his way out. The bolts of lightning were like punishment from the heavens, leaving Songzan Konging with no way out. Old ancestor Zhu Ming and old ancestor Songzan were also in a difficult situation at this moment because they were also entangled by the heavenly lightning. They wanted to retreat, but they realized that there was no way out. The two mid-divine emperor experts had fallen into a passive situation. Their situation was even more terrifying than Songzan Konging's. "This damn thing's strength is much stronger than it was back then," old ancestor Zhu Ming exclaimed. "The seal of the ancient formation must have weakened. That's why this fella is so unscrupulous. It wants to trap and kill us here." Old ancestor Songzan's face became more and more gloomy. They originally wanted to resist the attack of the heavenly lightning and let Songzan Konging find a chance to seize the lightning mother and son. But now, they were in a dilemma and the situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. His chance was not far away. "I will take the lightning mother and son from Songzan Konging later. Be careful. We are not the only ones here." Yu Jingxian was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. She immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although she did not know who it was, the battle had just begun. "Hurry up and help me resist the heavenly lightning," Songzan Konging said with a pale face. At this moment, everyone had joined the battle, including the half-step divine emperors, Wu Yu and the other two. Except for Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian, everyone else had joined the battle to help Songzan Konging block the terrifying heavenly lightning. Otherwise, Songzan Konging would probably be trapped in a difficult situation. Old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Zhu Ming were controlled by the thousand-flame destructive lightning. Songzan Konging and the others were also in danger. At this moment, the entire Sky Thunder Canyon became cold and solemn. "Here's our chance. Qianqian and Ling Mo, you two go and seize the lightning mother and son from Songzan Konging. It's time for us to start a massacre." Humph. Chapter 33-31. Songzan Konging was powerful, but she was still troubled by the heavenly lightning barrier even though she had joined hands with several divine emperor experts. Everyone's faces turned pale as they fell into a passive situation. They did not know how to deal with the terrifying heavenly lightning at all. Fortunately, the two old ancestors were keeping the heavenly lightning spirit busy. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated here at any time. At this moment, although Songzan Konging and the others were in a dangerous situation, they were finally stabilized. The only people that they needed to worry about were old ancestor Songzan and old ancestor Ju Ming. They were originally fighting against the heavenly lightning spirit, but now, they were being suppressed by the heavenly lightning spirit. It was easy to imagine the fury of the heavenly thunder spirit that its million-year-old crystal had been stolen. Moreover, with the passage of time, a crack had appeared in the ancient formation. As a result, the power and methods that the heavenly thunder spirit could use had become increasingly terrifying. That was why Ancestor Songzan and Ancestor Ju Ming had been trapped by the heavenly thunder spirit. They had fallen into a deadlock for a time, unable to advance or retreat. Will the two old ancestors be devoured by the heavenly lightning spirit? Yeah, I'm also worried that the old ancestors will be in danger. Don't talk nonsense. The two old ancestors' strength has reached the peak. We can't be compared to them. As long as we escape from here, they will definitely break free immediately. That's not necessarily true. I think the two old ancestors are also in a very difficult situation. Everyone was incomparably worried, but right now, it could be said that they couldn't even protect themselves. This result was completely unexpected, even for the two old ancestors. They didn't know that a crack had appeared in the ancient formation. After 1,000,000 years, the heavenly thunder spirit had become a lot stronger than before. That was why they were trapped in the formation and couldn't get out of it in a short period of time. Jiang Chen and Yu Jingxian were just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Both of them were too weak, only at the half-step divine emperor realm. Therefore, Songzan Konging didn't care about them at all. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Compared to her, the princess of the Green Feather clan was just a little girl. Why would Songzan Konging care about her? Songzan Konging, how have you been? Ha ha ha, Louise Hen, am here. A deafening roar reverberated through the void. The surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have darkened. Demonic chi rose up, and sorcery clouds covered the sun. The atmosphere was heavy. Songzan Kongying's expression changed. He had never expected that the devil race would appear at this time. He had been very secretive, but the news was still leaked in the end. Songzan Kongying couldn't help feeling gloomy. They were in a predicament now. The appearance of Louise Hen was more terrifying than the heavenly lightning. In the past, Songzan Konging had fought with Louise. If the two of them weren't almost the same in strength, Songzan Konging would have won the battle. In the end, both of them suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat 3,000 li. Both of them were old acquaintances. Therefore, from the moment Louise appeared, Songzan Konging knew that he would have a hard time today. Louise was not a hothead. Songzan Konging had never been able to gain the upper hand against him. Now that Louise was waiting for an opportunity to ambush him, Songzan Konging knew that Louise must have been prepared for this. It's you. You're really cunning. You even came to the heavenly lightning land. Aren't you afraid of being consigned to eternal damnation? Humph. Songzan Konging shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and unforgiving. I'm afraid that it's someone else who will be consigned to eternal damnation today. Now that you're in such a sorry state, it's time for me to take over this battle. Louise Hen stood proudly and stared at Songzan Konging. Those people were all heavily injured, so it was impossible for them to escape from the attack of Louise Hen and Konging. Louise Hen, do you really want to fight to the death with me? Don't forget what kind of place this heavenly lightning land is. It's the territory of our divine clan. When our people come, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape. Songzan Konging said in a deep voice. He had no confidence in dealing with Louise Hen. Is that so? I'd like to see where your reinforcements are. When they come, I'm afraid that you'll all be dead by then. Are you trying to play tricks with me? You're still too young. I thought that the two old ancestors of your divine clan would be able to fight against the heavenly lightning, but I didn't expect that the two old ancestors of your divine clan would be wrapped up by the heavenly lightning and lose their chance. Are you going to wait for them to come and save you? Right now, they should be like clay bodhisattvas crossing the river, unable to protect themselves, right? Luizen's eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice. Since he had come here, he was determined to kill Songzan Konging. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the infant Earth tribe. Louise Hen, how dare you? Once the two old ancestors come out, all of you will die. Songzan Konging took a step forward and shouted fiercely. In my opinion, you're just a paper tiger. You should know better than anyone else that you don't stand a chance anymore. Luizen's lips curled up slightly. Everyone's expression became extremely ugly. Luizen's current strength was indeed enough to defeat them. Under the impact of the heavenly lightning, he had lost most of his combat strength. Now that Louise Hen had come, they could only try their best to deal with him. Attack! Kill without mercy! As soon as Luizen's voice fell, Kong Leti, Ling Qianqian and Han Yan immediately took action. Although the three of them were only half-step divine emperors, Songzan Konging and the others were shocked the moment they took action. Even Wu Yu and the others were dumbfounded. The three of them were definitely comparable to divine emperors. Even if they were at their peak, their chances of winning would not be more than 50%. Therefore, this battle had become extremely difficult. The show is finally about to begin. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Louise Hen and the other three immediately rushed into the battle. Even though there was a heavenly lightning barrier in front of them, they were not afraid at all. They only had one goal, to rush into the heavenly lightning barrier and kill the two half-step divine emperors of the infant Earth tribe. They didn't care who the heavenly lightning would strike, as long as it didn't strike them. Under the heavenly lightning barrier, Songzan Konging and the others were extremely cautious in their attacks. Louise Hen held his spear in one hand and his body was like a hook, treading across the sky and killing two half-step divine emperors from the infant Earth race. Fresh blood sprayed across the sky, splashing onto Songzan Kongying's face. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle, and their chances of winning were slim. Now, he could only hope that the two ancestors could break through the encirclement of the heavenly lightning as soon as possible. Only then would they have hope. Han Yan and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled. They then moved towards Songzan Konging together with Ling Qianqian. They only had one goal, to take Lei and his mother away. Chapter 33-32. The dreadful heavenly lightning was still striking down unceasingly. Blood-curdling screams resounded incessantly in the entire Sky Thunder Canyon. The experts of the infant Earth tribe couldn't withstand Louis-Genie's dreadful attacks at all. They were all heavily injured. Louis-Genie, who was at the Divine Emperor realm, had crushed everyone. Adding on to the fact that all of them were heavily injured, it was a one-sided battle for Louis-Genie. No one could compete with him. On the other side, Han Yan and Ling Qianqian had already rushed towards Songzan Konging. The two of them quickly took action. Songzan Kongying's expression changed. He quickly retreated and wanted to dodge. However, Han Yan and Ling Qianqian had already prepared for this. How could they let him escape? Han Yan's strength was on par with Jiang Chen in a bare-handed battle. It was enough to show how dreadful he was. Even if he hadn't reached the Divine Emperor realm, his strength wasn't inferior to Jiang Chen's. Ling Qianqian had also cooperated with Han Yan countless times. The tacit understanding between them was needless to say. She directly blocked Songzan Kongying's way of retreat. Under the pincer attack of the two, Songzan Konging was in a dilemma. Han Yan's terrifying fist aura was like Mount Tai pressing down on Songzhan Kongying. Songzhan Kongying was being suppressed by Han Yan's terrifying fist aura. Ling Qianqian took advantage of the situation to chase after Songzhan Kongying, causing her to suffer unspeakably. As for the people of the infant earth tribe, it was even more difficult. Even with Wu Yu and Zhu Qianqian fighting against Louis Zhini, they were still in a passive position. Bastard! You bunch of evil scum of the demon race. I, Songzhan Kongying, will definitely kill you all. Songzhan Kongying roared in anger. However, he still couldn't resist Han Yan's storm-like pressure. He was in a difficult situation. His face was pale as he held the mother and son tightly. They were his last hope. Now, Songzhan Kongying could only place his hope on the two old ancestors. He didn't know how they were doing. If they were also unable to resist the heavenly lightning spirit, he might really die here today. Han Yan and Ling Qianqian were like a hot knife cutting through butter. Even Songzhan Kongying at his peak might not be a match for them, not to mention that he was already at the end of his tether after enduring the round after round of heavenly lightning strikes. Songzhan Kongying's entire body trembled as his injuries worsened. Furthermore, the lightning mother and son pair were also pushed back by Ling Qianqian and were snatched away by Han Yan. Songzhan Kongying's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was ashen as he continued to retaliate, trying to charge out of the divine lightning region. Being attacked from both front and back, the surging lightning made it extremely difficult for him. Lei and his mother were already in his hands, but Han Yan was not in a hurry at this moment. Instead, he and Ling Qianqian continued to fight against Songzhan Kongying and the others. Although Louis Zhini was defeated, he still needed to be careful when facing 6 early divine emperors alone. After all, it was extremely difficult for him to fight against 6 early divine emperors alone. A divine emperor was not to be underestimated. How could they be underestimated? Louis Zhini's peerless godly spear was unstoppable. He was able to deal with the 6 divine emperor realm experts with ease. Wu Yu and the others were in great pain. 2 divine emperor realm experts were completely defeated by Louis Zhini. They could barely fight back. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Now was not the best time for him to take action. Only when Han Yan betrayed them would it be the best time for him to take action. At this moment, he would let them exhaust each other. Luizen's side had the absolute upper hand. Jiang Qin did not know whether the 2 old ancestors would be able to walk out alive. However, if the 2 mid-divine emperors were to die, Jiang Qin would have to think about whether he would be able to devour the 1,000-flame destructive lightning. Although Jiang Qin was full of expectation and excitement, he would not act blindly. Judging from the current situation, the 2 old ancestors would not be able to gain any advantage over the heavenly thunder spirit. Therefore, Jiang Qin should be more clear-headed and understand that the battle was far from over. He must preserve his strength. Yu Jingxian was a little anxious. She looked at Jiang Qin and said, "Isn't that the young Master Lang Mo that we met before? He's here too. Shouldn't we take action now?" "Don't worry. That young Master Lang Mo is definitely not a match for me," Jiang Qin said with a smile. "But that divine emperor expert is too powerful. We might not be able to achieve the best result if we take action now," Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. Jiang Qin did not take any action. She just stood behind him quietly. Time passed by. Kong Leti also attacked aggressively and killed all the half-step divine emperors. At this moment, Songzhan Kongying was already panicking. The 3 divine emperors were killed by Louis Zhini. Although he was gradually stabilizing the situation, it was almost certain death for him. "Ancestor, oh ancestor, when will you come out?" Songzhan Kongying was struggling in her heart. If all the people of the Earth Infant tribe, including herself, were to die here, it would be the day when the devil clan of the Forbidden Land would attack. Now, it was equivalent to her controlling the fate of the divine clan of the Forbidden Land. The reason why the Earth Infant tribe had never been defeated was because of her. If she was killed, the Earth Infant tribe would be in chaos and the Devil clan of the Forbidden Land would be in chaos. It's impossible for the two of you to kill me. Songzan Konging rushed out of the heavenly lightning grounds. Her fight with Han Yen and Ling Qianqian became a lot easier. The heavenly lightning grounds gradually thinned, and Songzan Konging became more at ease when facing the two of them. After all, she was the substitute clan leader of the Earth Infant tribe. If she didn't have the strength, how could she be the leader? Although his position was not stable yet, his father was in closed-door cultivation and his big brother had yet to return. He was the only pillar of the Earth Infant tribe. Han Yen and Ling Qianqian's expressions didn't change either. Songzan Konging, who had broken free from the suppression of the heavenly lightning, finally displayed her terrifying power. No wonder she was an expert on par with Louis Genie. The young experts of the Forbidden Land's divine race weren't weak either, and Songzan Konging was one of them. Get out of here. Songzan Konging held the serpent spear and attacked the peak of the firmament. Han Yen and Ling Qianqian retreated. He was unstoppable. He was determined to take back the mother and son from Han Yen. Kong Leti, come and help. Ling Qianqian shouted. Kong Leti had just arrived. The three of them joined forces to fight against Songzan Konging. Songzan Konging fell into a difficult battle. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.